Brilliant.
Awesome. I don't know how he does it.
No, like I said, that little pipe thing and everything. You know, it was just such a shame. You know that when it's supposed to be a corner, it's a straight line and all that. Because I can imagine how difficult that is to code. But it sounded brilliant. It really did.
But I'm gonna play the game again. I think that's probably the best thing to do. Yeah, sound on StreamYard is always bloody awful.
Yeah.
That's why when we did the SID shows, we always made a point of, we recorded it and then we overlaid the music because it's just it's really, really bad. So let me just get my screen again. Present. How are you bearing up, Craigie? All right?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, sorry, I'm fine.
Good. Right.
No problems.
See, now I did actually try this on Mamemeister as well, and it works. It works perfectly. Oops. See if we can beat level 2 before Mr. Penn comes in.
Yeah. Competition. How many times can? What level can Alan get to by 8 o'clock? By the amount of times he's going to play it today.
I'm probably not playing it with the best controller. I'm using an Xbox 360 controller, which isn't the best.
That was one of the reasons why I said, "Oh look, I've got the emulator here, but actually I'd have to set up a controller, and I've got my controller here, but probably not the best one to play this with."
What? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what does he actually turn into? See, when he hits the bottom, he kind of turns into something. I don't know what that's meant to be.
What? Your main character?
Aye, no, you watch. See, if I get one of the characters to travel down in the bun,
yeah,
he turns into. Oh, he's not working because I died. I mean, the fact that Nick hasn't even got beyond level 2, which means this game has quite literally not been playtested, and I mean it's not crashing. You know, that's phenomenal. Yeah, watch. See the sausage? He turns into that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know whether that's a bug or whatever.
I think it's an overlay to show he's dead, but it's just on top of the burger because that's where he ended up.
Maybe.
See that? Look, see the little white dots that were over there with the pepper? It's almost like that. You know what I mean? To show he's dead.
Right, maybe. Oh shit! Too late. I'm keeping my eye on the stream in case Gary comes in and I'm too busy playing this.
Oh yeah.
Gotta have some of that.
You got 3 peppers left.
Oh, have I? Oh, that's good.
4 now.
Alright, Nick's commenting down below. I don't know if you can read it out.
Nick's commenting below.
Hang on a wee second. I'm just gonna bring in Mr. Penn. Evening, Gary. Good afternoon, Squire.
Afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah. Oh.
How you doing, mate?
All right. Well, you're playing Burger Time. From the looks of it.
I am playing. I've got a friend, Nick Sherman, Arlasoft. He only started coding for the Commodore 64 about 2 years ago. He's written the best version of Galaxian, Galaga, and Berserk that you've ever seen. They're arcade perfect. And about a month ago, when I told him about this charity live stream, he said, "I'll code a game and we'll sell it, and whatever we get for it, we'll go to charity." And we decided why don't you do burger time? He's written this in 2 weeks, and it is absolutely bloody phenomenal, mate.
That's amazing.
I'm completely pissed at it, as you probably tell, but he's literally done this in 2 weeks.
Cool.
It's just absolute. What would you have given this back in the day, then, Gary and Zzap?
God, I used to like Burger Time as well. I can tell you.
Right, listen, we'll stop that just now because we've got some royalty in the stream.
Oh yes,
and we've got Gary as well.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who is this other person.
Listen, Gary, it's fantastic to have you in today. Don't take this the wrong way, I've been after you for quite a while. I know Gary Liddon quite well. Gary's been to my computer club and that. And there was actually, I've got a story to tell about, well, you'll probably tell me when it was, about maybe 10 years ago. I was talking to Gary on, I think it was on the phone or whatever. And then my wife and my daughter went to the Falkirk Wheel.
Yeah.
And we were in the canteen and you were there. You came in, I don't know where your missus, and I'm like, see that guy over there? I goes, that's Gary Penn. Who? I says, I think I was talking about it later on. I says, you know, I was like everybody else at the Commodore 64. I loved the Zzap magazine, it was awesome. And you guys were like, you know, you were just phenomenal. And I'm like, I can't believe how can you get to a stage in your life where you read about these guys online and all that, and then I'm talking to Gary Liddon and I see you in the bloody cafe in the Falkirk Wheel. Like,
amazing. That's cool.
And we also, this is Craig, by the way. Craig's
hi, Craig.
Hello.
We were down at Zzap Live about a couple of months ago.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was wanting to come up and say hello to you. But I'm not one of these people. You don't want to be standing in the coattails of somebody, you know. And I didn't get a chance to say hello. I mean, we met Jeff. I was talking to Jeff Minter and Giles outside just before we went. I'm going. This is one that everybody's heard a million times. I was down at Play Blackpool about 5 years ago, and Gary Bracey, ex-Ocean dude. Gary's a lovely guy. I went up and introduced myself to Gary and we're having a good blather. And this guy who watches my YouTube channel, he appeared on my shoulder and I'm talking to guys. All right. And he went, oh, Mamemeister, how you doing? I said, oh, pleased to meet you. And the guy, Tony, went up to Gary and goes, do you know who this guy is? And he went, no. He goes, this is a legend, Mamemeister. I don't think he knew who Gary Bracey was.
Amazing. Guess
fantastic.
I think.
So listen, it's, you know what, can you promise me that I can get you on my channel properly?
Oh God, yeah. Just need to figure out when. Yeah,
because you know what, there's so much stuff that we want to talk about. Obviously, you don't mind talking about the good old days, mate.
No, not at all. I'm an open book.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, Gary.
In fact, it's the opposite. I don't shut up. Is usually the problem.
Well, we're going to have a problem because I don't shut up either.
Okay.
But I'll let you. People don't want to hear me talking. But I mean, there's a lot of people. I was talking to my guys from the Ted Dabney broadcast. Ted Dabney podcast.
Yeah.
Paul Drury, Tony Temple. Tony's a mate of mine. He's like he's got the world highest score at Missile Command. They've got a cracking podcast. They've interviewed. They had Eugene Jarvis on about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, cool.
They've got all the guys from the early days of Atari, and they were saying that now and again they'll contact somebody and they'll say, look, we've got this podcast. Would you like to come on and talk about the good old days? And they're like, not for me.
Really?
Then there's other people, and I've had that in the past. I can't remember who it was. I mean, I've tried to get Tony Crowther, God knows how many times, but he never replies to my text messages. He blocks me. I mean, was it something I said, Tony? I don't know what's happened. Martin Galway, he never replies to anything. But Rob Hubbard, you can't even. He's offline.
Yeah, Martin was tricky to get for when I did the Sensible book. I think the only people I couldn't get Chris Yates, and Martin eventually found Chris, and Chris. It turned out Chris wasn't interested in being involved in the book, which is fine, but. it was just nice to at least know he was still around, because couldn't figure out how to get hold of him. No one knew where Chris was.
But so I mean, there's obviously, and then there's guys like yourself who I think you fully embrace the fact that there's still people. I mean, the thing is, we talk about an industry that's dead. Commercially, it's probably dead, but it's still, there's such a vibrant community of people out there that love. I mean, I'm 55, 56. I'm bloody 56. I was 56 last week. You know, I'm just a consumer of games, but I love talking about it. I've been doing this YouTube thing for 13 years. I had a thing called the Friday Waffle, and it's literally an hour every Friday, me just talking about video games. I've been doing it for 13 years. I've quite literally got 500 hours of me talking shite just about video games. But it's in my blood, and I love talking about it. And I've always said to Channel 4, if you ever want a reboot...
I love nerds, because nerds just talk about... I'm a nerd. My kids are nerds, and it's a great thing, because it means you're passionately obsessed and can blather about the most mundane thing. And if you're not into it, fine, don't listen. But if you're into it, it can be absolutely fucking fascinating. It really can.
So are your kids into kind of like... I hate the word retro games, because you don't refer to Star Wars as a retro games.
Yeah, well, because I've been doing this for a long time, and I was playing games, in the early 70s, and I like a lot of the older games I don't enjoy as much anymore, because they've been sort of usurped by better stuff. But there's still a few, now and then that kind of hold it together, because there's nothing like it. I think that's the key thing for me. Is there were some games. If there was I don't know, like Defender's a great example of Robotron. They're getting on a bit, but there's been nothing like them. So I still rate those highly. And I occasionally play some really old stuff, and I play a lot of stuff on MAME now and then, sort of dip in and see what I've been missing. But I think for pleasure, I play all sorts of stuff. I mean, well, today, for example, it was Splatoon 3 this morning, and then the new Warrior, which is really good.
I saw you mentioned that. Was that the Mario game? Yeah, you were talking about that.
Mario Wonder. No, we finished that.
Yeah.
I did most of it, apart from about 7 stages, I think, and then my son finished off those for me, including the last stage. Jesus, that last stage is unbelievably hard. But that was brilliant fun. It was trippy. That's unbelievably weird. I mean, it's like if you get that old classic cliche about what were you on when you made that, and it's like Nintendo was on everything, I think, when they made that. It's so good. I mean, it's so trippy. I think it's a bit of a mess as well, weirdly. I can't put my finger on why, but it's just got some really cool stuff in it. No, this is the new WarioWare Move It, which is really good. They went, because the previous WarioWare wasn't very good. I didn't enjoy that very much, because they tried a new thing with this idea. I mean, the idea was really nice. It was like you use the individual characters, and they each had their own kind of move set, and you'd use them in different types of game, which was a cute idea, but it didn't feel like Wario to me. But they've gone back to sort of, I don't know if you're familiar with Smooth Moves on the Wii, because we're a kind of Nintendo fan club in this house, and mainly because with the 3 kids, they all grew up playing multiplayer Nintendo games, and there weren't any other games they could play at the time on any other platform. And Wii and Wii U and Switch are the only ones that allow 4 people to play, or 5 on Wii U, play locally together. And Nintendo, they build these games that you can play as a family, and they're absolutely fucking brilliant. So yeah, we've had some great times with that, and it's a shame they're all sort of getting old. I mean, the eldest is in Cardiff. They're studying what is it? Not microbiology. It's immunology. They're working in a lab down in Cardiff, and then the other 2 are 18 and 16. So they kind of got their own lives going on now. But we still managed to play. So we play Splatoon 3 on a sort of turnabout basis.
Splatoon's a great game.
Splatoon is one of my favorite all-time games. I mean, it's so fucking clever, and it's massively underrated. It's really strange. It's a brilliantly simple idea, and everyone thinks, oh, it's just a sort of like a paintball game, and it's not. It's a really clever game about territory control, and the way you use the ink is just marvelous. One of the last games I ever reviewed, I think it probably was the last game I ever reviewed, was for a friend of mine. Was doing a print magazine called, I forgot what it's called now. So he wanted a review of something, so I did Splatoon 2, which had just come out at the time, and that was great fun reviewing that. But yeah, there's some beautiful stuff in that game. I just love Nintendo stuff. It's generally primo stuff. Apart from, they went through a really weird phase, I think, around the time of the DS, where they're producing some not so good stuff, and possibly Game Boy Advance. They sort of had this little dip where they weren't so good. But yeah, by and large, I love all this stuff. What was the last old game I played? I'm trying to think. I've been playing a lot of Pong again recently, weirdly, because I've been going. I did this thing. I love the idea. I did these things in the last century, and I think it's last millennium, and it's got that fantastic quality that people say. It's not like 20 years ago. It's not. It was the last century, and it always sounds really cool. Old, yeah. Well, it's true, of course. I was obsessed with this. I was doing things like loads of one-button games, and I got into the idea of doing a sort of Pong 101, 101 Pongs, I think it was called. And the idea was you take Pong and you just change one thing and have to fix it to figure out how the fuck does that work now. So you'd sort of take away, I don't know, if you took the bats away, what are you left with? And how do you still make it a game out of that? And at what point does it stop becoming Pong? So I've kind of got back. I've found all the old files, but I can't find most. I wrote a load of them in. Do you remember Click and Play? Or Click and Create, I think it was called, and that became Games Factory, and then became something else. I made a load of versions in that. I think got up to about 70. And I've lost most of those. I found a few of them, and I thought, I fancy giving that a go. So I got back into that, and it's just an obsessive little project. So I've been playing, some Pong, because Dice is good. The discrete, what does it stand for? It's the one that does all the discrete circuit games. I think it is discrete integrated circuit emulator, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So that's got Pong and oh god, that was really good playing that again. Fuck me, I forgot how hard it was. Stunt Rider.
Oh, and the NES one, yeah. Well, it was on the NES, wasn't it?
No, it was the old arcade one. So you had 3 sort of strips, and you had buses at the bottom, and it just got more and more buses. And all it was a little motorbike, and you had to kind of you had to do the kind of jump controls and sort of take off and then land on the other side. That was it. That's all you did. It's really old, like 1973, 74.
Right.
That's on Dice as well.
There was gaps between the lines, and you went down and then back up, and you just leaped.
It wasn't much to it. It was a screen.
There was a car version of it. That's the one that I used to play. There was one in the arcade.
Yes, I know what you mean. That was more of a the scrolling one. That's a different side. Because you had to paint the tracks on that and the roads on that. That was a nice little game. What was that called? Yeah. Can't remember. But yeah, that was quite cute. Same sort of idea, I guess. So
have you dabbled with VR with your family? Virtual reality?
Yeah, I did VR when this would have been again last century. There was I can't remember what it was called. It's one of the military ones they put in the arcades. I still write for magazines back then. I did a piece for, I think it was Mamemeister. And I went down to London to the Trocadero, I think it was, and we had sort of exclusive access to just, I think there were 4 games at the time. And that wasn't very good at all. So as VR's been kind of trying to make this comeback, I got hold of, I think it's from Gaz actually, from Lynn. He had a DK2 going spare, so I borrowed his DK2 for a bit. I was amazed how good it was. I was like, what the fuck? This is nothing like that old shit at all. This is really next. But the thing I love about it is the fact that you can have something that's manky as fuck and you can play with it and it feels real. It can look awful if you're not in the space, but when you're in the space, wow, this is so vivid.
Yeah.
And I had a good fun with we played a bit. I had a Samsung one which you could use for your phone, which was pretty good. I like that.
I even bought what was it? I got it on, I think it was eBay for like £2. It was the cardboard VR. You basically
cardboard VR,
you folded it up and you put your phone in.
Good things about that. Yeah, I heard good things about
elastic band round the head. Yeah.
Yeah, don't throttle yourself. Rubber band stuck around your throat.
I was actually playing. I've got the Oculus Quest 2. I think it is. I was playing. It was Bill Harbison actually, who's going to be on later on from Ocean. He did the graphics for like Chase HQ and Spectrum and all that. He was saying, "Oh, you need to get this game." Alice says, "I can't remember what it's called. It's a pool game." And I was downstairs in the living room, and I was standing up and I was playing this pool. And at one point, I went like that. Whoa! You're about to lean on this pool table, and then suddenly there's just nothing there to catch you, and you're like, because then you take it off. You take it off and you're sitting in a room in the pitch dark and it's like, fucking hell.
Yeah. I did that with on the DK2 there was a patch for Minecraft, so you could run Minecraft on the DK2 headset. And fuck me. I frequently did a similar thing, and the sense of sort of being there was phenomenal. And it was similar sorts of things to yourself there, where you put your hand out on something because you're so immersed. Yeah.
There's just nothing. Have you
the
tried
one I wanted to play was I really liked Alien Isolation. The game's too long. I mean, I regret finishing it because it was way too long and the ending was shit. But the most of the game was really fucking good, and I really got into it. So it might as well be VR for me. So I was literally, when I was playing it in front of the telly, I'd be literally sort of cuddled up, hiding. It's like, please don't go. And it'd be the alien outside, like the lockers and stuff. And I'm like, no, leave me alone, don't go away. I really got into that. It was really good fun. And then one of the best things about it was those what were they called? The dudes with the robot dudes with the glowing eyes. They were amazing. Then they were a kind of they were an original thing as well. They were really fucking cool, really creepy. So I was imagining playing. You can get a patch for that for playing that in VR, but I don't know. That might be a bit too. You'd need like lots of underwear and nappies and stuff. Man, nappies.
Supposedly one of the most immersive VR games, and back in the day, if somebody told you this was a thing, you'd be like, "Wow!" Was Wipeout on the PlayStation 4 in VR?
Yeah.
And you're sitting in there, and you're turning your head, and you're looking about, and you're in. But 10 seconds, and that was almost like spewing up. I'm like,
oh really? Did you play the one? What was the one on PSVR? That was really good. It was the one where you're in a mech. I really liked that. But there was a lot of movement in that, and if you didn't have a strong stomach, oh my god, yeah, you'd be hurt. You'd be chucking it up.
Yeah,
it's
that horizon thing, you see, because you've got no sense of horizon. I remember it's the same feeling as if you went to the Back to the Future ride in the States.
Okay.
The Back to the Future ride, if you ever know anything about it, it's just a platform that you're lifted into a dome. They project on the dome what you're going to see.
Okay.
They rock you about like this. And because you're up in the air and traveling at 77 miles an hour and you can't see where the horizon is, you don't know where you are. So you're just... You've got no way of knowing, and you're just blowing chunks. Exactly.
Oh my God.
And that's how all of those rides
don't be
work.
in front of anyone when you're on that ride.
Yeah, basically.
Getting out, you're picking all this stuff out the back of your head.
Just before we move on to stuff that people, obviously the more classic stuff, have any of you guys tried the Half-Life Alyx in VR?
No, I've heard good things about that. But
bloody hell, mate! Honestly, I've got a mate who's like, VR, it's a gimmick. It's amazing you say to somebody VR, people go, it's a gimmick. And I'm like, have you tried it? No. Like, how could you possibly form an opinion?
I tried, what was the one with it was one of the older ones with the tracking. And a friend of mine, he had the paint. Yeah. And the paint package on that was fucking amazing because it was this whole thing where you could get someone's art that they created. And you could be inside it as they made it, and you could sort of look around it. And that was, honestly, that's one of the best uses of VR I've ever seen. It was so cool.
Yeah. But this Half-Life Alyx, I gave him a shot of it, and he was like, I'm absolutely stunned. Because I'm sitting, it's interesting when you watch somebody with a VR headset, and you look like a total twat.
Yeah.
You're sitting there, and you can see him going like that, and he's but these things, you pick up a beer can, and it's like, it's real when your hand passing right through it. Just absolutely mental.
Goes to show how easily brains are tricked.
Just incredible. So how did you get the Zzap gig then, Gary?
Oh, that was so it was 84. It was I used to play a lot of games. I used to write quite a few as well. I used to code, but I was shit at coding, and coding got harder, so I stopped doing some rubbish at it. So if I hadn't got into journalism, I'd have probably been doing games still, I think. But I was playing a load of stuff. I finished Ancipital, and because there was Chris Anderson's magazine, Personal Computer Games, PCG, and they used to do this sort of score-lordy type thing even back then. So I'd be sending scores in and stuff for games, and I finished Ancipital, and then I think I found the comp slip. I wrote to Llamasoft at the time and said, I finished Ancipital. Am I the first? I got this little comp slip back that said, yes, as far as we know, you are the first. I think it was Hazel, so it would have been Jeff's mum's. Sadly, no longer with us, but that would have been his
Jeff's mum, I know.
Yeah. But that was really cool. So, and I think I sent that in and did some tips or something for them. And then that led to, they were doing like Britain's Best Gamer. So it was based on the sort of scores and stuff you'd sent in. So they just picked it out of that and picked 5 people. So I was one of those 5. Jazz was one of the other 5. I can't remember the name. 3. Because Jazz didn't win. Jazz came second, weirdly, which just seems odd because I don't know if you've ever you see him, because I'm quite good at games, but I have to practice hard to get good at them. Jazz would just pick something and it's like, he's just good at it straight away. It's like, you wanker. But yeah, but so the competition was this. So we wanted to go down to London, and they had 5 games that hadn't been released. So it was quite a nice idea. 5 people, 5 games, and you basically had like, I don't know, 2 minutes on each game or something, and it was whatever. I think they're all score based. So whatever, I can't remember what the games were, but whoever got the best sort of collection of scores won. So I think it was this. I can't remember the guy's name. Someone came first, Jazz second, I was third. But that never came out because PCG folded, or V&U shut it down before it got printed, which is a pisser because I wanted it to be in the mag. And then next thing I know, a phone call out of nowhere from this guy called. Actually, I think that was out. I came back and my mum was like, "Oh, there was a guy on the phone called Chris Anderson. Can you give him a call back?" I'm like, "What?" And it was, it was like, "Oh, I'm starting this new magazine. Are you interested in applying for?" I'm trying to find people who are gamers first and foremost, but they have to be able to write as well. So I was like, "Yeah, sounds right, I suppose." And I had to do a sort of audition things. I had to do like 2 reviews. I can't remember one. Summer Games was the one I remember doing. There was another one. So Summer Games was like I think this was the whole idea of getting people not just to audition, but also to practice for the types of things you did in Zzap. So it was like the Summer Games one I did was like a comment, like you get with the little comments with the faces. And I think it was a full review for something else. And of course, back then it's all really slow, and so you got no emails. I think we might have had a telephone. We didn't have much stuff, and I had to type it on a typewriter, and then you had to put that in an envelope and stick a stamp on it. And so it was like, and these things take back. It just seems so bizarre, so old. And and I didn't hear for a while. I thought I hadn't got the gig, and then I can't remember when there was a call out of the blue saying, "Do you want to come in?" I think I did. No, it was the interview first. What was the interview second? I can't remember. But yes, it was an interview as well. And then got this gig. Go down to Ludlow. I was like, I have no idea where Ludlow is. That's of course in Shropshire. But 18 years old. Got this interesting sounding job in the video games industry, which wasn't really much of an industry back then. And boing, ended up going down there around. It was either just before or just after Christmas, I think. And then we sort of hit the ground running, and we had to get the first. I can't remember when the first mag got finished, but it came out.
Came out in May '85, I think.
Oh right.
May 1985, I think was the. I'm sure some of the folk will tell us. I'm sure it was May 1985. I think that's when the first magazine came out. Yeah.
It's May '85 for definite.
Yeah.
And that was it. We did from there, and it was interesting. That's for sure. And then sort of Chris fell out with because Chris was around. I think he was from around that area, or liked being around that area. That's why he wanted it down there in Yeovil. Is why Future got set up in Bath. But I think there were issues between him and the sort of mothership in Ludlow, so that kind of had a bit of friction, and that he sort of fell out. So I think we'd done 3 issues by that point, or just about to finish the 3rd, I think, or just like the 4th. And Chris left, and he wanted to know if I was going to go with him or was I going to stay behind. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm an 18-year-old kid, and I've got this interesting job where my face is in a magazine. I guess play games. I don't even know who you are, really, because we'd worked with him on those first 3. But he was an interesting guy because he was A, highly creative, I think, B, a bit stiff, a bit square, shall we say, which was a bit weird for me. So he was kind of a bit like a school teacher almost. And of course, Julian and I were being right arseholes, really, just generally being a bit pissy aroundy, like kids. And so I was like, no, I'm gonna stick with this. So I didn't join Future Publishing and didn't become a millionaire, but never mind. I did have a very good time thereafter.
If you did, you wouldn't be on this. So just think a bit like that, guy.
You couldn't afford my fees, darling.
So did you? I mean, you were 18 years old. You were getting paid to play computer games. I mean, that's
we got paid piss all, and we had no. I don't think I had enough money for rent and food. It was that little. And I was staying in a guest house because it's about all I could afford. We weren't paid very much at all. So it was, but you didn't really give a shit because you weren't doing it for the cash. You're just doing it because it was like, this is so cool.
Yeah. And at what point did you guys realise that you were minor celebrities? I mean, within the games industry, for guys like myself, you know, we quite literally, it was before the internet, you'd buy Zzap, I got it delivered, you'd buy Zzap, you would flick through it, and, you know, if you guys said a game was great, you went out and bought it.
Yeah,
it
was kind of proto YouTube in some respects. It was that kind of slow motion YouTube, because I always remember the joy of that. You'd do a thing, then it would go out, and it's probably about a month after it's come out anyway. Then someone would maybe would write a letter in on that would come in, that would take another month before that turned around, and then once it got the reply got out there, you're looking at maybe 3 months worth. 3 months. It's like 3 milliseconds or femtoseconds these days to do that exchange. Very slow motion process. I don't know when. It's a good question. I know at Zzap Live there were a few people that kind of really hit me in the feels. Was they were telling me how important it was to them. And I've had different people over the years telling me about, you know, it helped them get through hard times and shit like that. And it's like, fucking hell, I didn't realize we were that significant. I mean, because you're kind of enjoying it, you're aware of it, but you're not really aware of the significance of it, I think. And you don't realize the effect you're having on people who read it. And those people are normal people. There are people in the industry, developers, and then there's people who are selling games, and the people who are buying games. So you've got all this, the audience is broader than you realize. The extent of your influence is bigger than you realize. I think we were aware at one point how significant we were with buyers, for example. They would base their purchasing decisions on Zzap reviews, and crash reviews as well. The amount of power you wielded. So if I think you were giving something 70% or less, that'd be like, nah, not that interested. It would affect the number of units they would take on board, because they were buying guides. They were so fucking influential. I mean, it had I just didn't realize quite how significant it was, and you know how much power you wield.
Did you? I mean, well, you're saying you weren't really aware of it. So when you were putting your name in a game, if you thought, I don't really like this game, I'm going to give it. I mean, in my opinion, as a young kid, I'm probably the same age as you. I was 18, 19, whatever it was. If a game got like 60%, I wouldn't touch it. It's crap. Unless it was something that I really wanted to. If it was like a joystick waggling track and field, I would probably bought it anyway. But generally, if it was 70% or upwards, you were up at the computer shop the next day. I think most people like that. As I say, even the buyers, and certainly we used to get a load of shit from software publishers as well, who were kind of, okay, oh god, can you tell us what we got? And it's like, no, you'll find out, because we took it really deadly seriously. I think we did disavow per an arsehole at one point, but we did take it really deadly seriously about, each mark and value that we were dishing out was in theory some sort of weird linear scale of some sort that applied across every game ever released ever. So I mean, we did take it very seriously, and then I don't know, I think there probably was a point where we took it less seriously, but I mean, all we did was work. That's it. Just play games, write about them, maybe piss around a bit, but by and large there was nothing else to do.
I take it you divvied out the games. Because the thing that I get confused with is that when you look at the other heads in the reviews, it says, I don't agree really with Julian on this one. I really found this. Now, because of that, that central person that was going to review it must have been picked up, and you must have seen that review before you actually wrote your bubble-headed stuff, because it says, I don't agree with Julian on this. Well, then you must have read his review. So did that bias you sometimes?
Well, no, because what would have happened is you'd have all been playing. You'd have all been aware of each other playing stuff in the office at the same time. So, and particularly, if it was a good game or a bad game, some of the bad games were great fun. You'd be doing loads of turnabout stuff, so you'd be taking turns to play. And particularly so Hercules was a great example. That's a nails hard, pretty scabby platformer.
But we know that one too well,
But I don't know if it was the same for you with back in the day with things, because we did the same with Mamemeister as well, because you've got single screens and you've got fixed number of lives, and there's like 3, 4, 5 of you even gathered around, and it was a really sociable thing to do. So you'd each take a turn, maybe each have a life, because if you had 3 lives each, you could be there forever. So fuck that. But you'd have like a life each maybe, and you'd pass the controls out or whatever. And Hercules was one of those. So you get a lot of that competition stuff going on within the office as well, because if we're all into a game, we'll be playing the fuck out of it together, and that'd be interesting. And then sometimes, yeah, you did disagree with. I think it's a nice, cute system. Chris Anderson is funny about. He seemed to get more obsessed with like ratings and shit as he through his career, and I got less interested in the idea of ratings and stuff. I eventually wanted to have no ratings at all. So I think most magazines I ended up working on later, I was trying to get rid of the reviews.
I just wondered whether you just lost, you know, in the whole of the years that you worked there, whether you lost your objectivity on something because
I think
you read the review that somebody else in your team had looked at, and you went, actually, I disagree on that. But of course, you've read that, you might have gone, actually, I think actually the graphics are all right now, actually. Yeah, because I understand what he's just said about it.
I think we were far too opinionated for that. I think we were way too opinionated for that.
Yeah. You're 18-year-olds. I keep forgetting, when you're back there, you're a much more mature sort of like journalist now.
I've done a lot of it's funny you should mention the objectivity. I've done quite a lot of judging type stuff like BAFTA and what over the years, and the process there can be really good, where you go into something, because you have a bunch, you know, maybe I can't know how many games it is that you end up doing as a jury, but that's nice because you get to discuss this stuff, and you do get people's opinions, which is nice. And as you get older, you start realizing, actually, you know what, they've got a point. That is, so I've had my mind not necessarily completely changed, but certainly realize, you know what, I'm looking at this wrong, or I'm treating this too harshly. That is actually quite a cool, interesting thing. So I do like that. But yeah, I think it was me back then. I'd be like, fuck off, I'm right, you're wrong.
Yeah, there's interesting, you see conversations going on for me at the moment with film reviews.
Yeah.
Right. So in these chat rooms, they go, oh, have you seen this film? And they go, no, I'm going to watch it next week. And then they hear all of these other people talking about it. They go into the film thinking this is going to be shit. And they come out going, yeah, it really was shit. And I just think to myself, you should have gone in there with an open mind. If you hadn't have actually have looked at all of that sort of stuff, you might have come out saying, do you know what? It weren't that bad. And I think a lot of people get swayed by what other people say.
I think it's harder now as well to maintain a degree of objectivity, given the density of media these days is phenomenal.
Yeah,
and you really have to go out of your way to not notice stuff. I don't know. I mean, these things your environment, the zeitgeist, as it were, can shape a lot of this stuff anyway. Although I did realize since I've had kids, so I learned this fantastic skill, which I never had. So I used to be obsessed about, if I started something, I finish it. So a book, got to finish it. Okay, how shit it is, I finish the book. Same with films. I'd get cross if I didn't like a film and kind of maybe fell asleep. I'd be, no, I can't do that. Got to watch the whole thing. Since I've had kids, you don't have that luxury of being able to, when they're younger, you don't have that luxury of being able to watch a thing in a sequence. Plus the fact that their attention span is different and they don't necessarily watch the same things as you. But it was when I realized that I hadn't seen I'd seen the whole of Finding Nemo probably several times, but never in its entirety. I'd only ever seen it bits. But you develop this brilliant skill of being able to just pick up something. And I think that's kind of how people work these days anyway, with media being so fragmented. Well, so much media to choose from. And I've realized that, you know, you'd be doing, because I've still got a terrible attention span. So I'm usually doing several things at once. It will be, you know, watching some YouTube or listening to some music whilst watching the telly with the subtitles. I'm probably playing a game at the same time. But it's amazing how your attitude can shift from being, as I say, this obsessive person who had to, when starting something, had to finish it, to, you know what, I can pick this up at any point. I can pick this up in any order, and you piece it together, and you find that it's the whole thing in its entirety. I think you have a different appreciation of it. So I think my appreciation of things has changed enormously because of things like that, and because of events like that, because of the way you're consuming media in such a different way. I think for me, it's quite fascinating to have a thing that is, I can watch in pieces or experience in pieces, and yet still appreciate as a whole. I think it's quite.
I think the fact that, obviously, I mean, I was trying to. In fact, it was the guy at my work was trying to explain to his daughter that back in 1985. You had to look at the newspaper and you said, I'm going to watch Doctor Who, and you had to ensure that you were in front of the TV at that time. If you weren't, you missed it. And
she basically made an appointment, and if you missed the appointment,
you couldn't understand it. I'm like yourself, Gary. I've got a really short attention span, Sorry, that was a joke, but you didn't get it. Yeah, I've got a really short attention span.
And it was shit.
I'll put a film on.
Squirrel.
I'll put a film on, and I'll be like, "This is crap," and I'll just switch it off. And some people go, "Oh, I don't know how you can't not watch a film to the end." This is I'm getting old. I've got maybe 20 decent years left. I'm not going to waste an hour watching a film.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Yeah, it's like, why would I torture myself? It's like, no, you should stick with that. Get it with games as well. You should stick with games because that game's brilliant. It took about 20 hours for you to realize you liked it. Fuck that! I'm not spending 20 hours. That's 20 hours of 20 other games I could have. Why do I? No, I'm not doing that. Oh no, give that series a chance. You need to watch at least 3 or 4 of them. That's half the fucking series. Why would I want to watch half a series to realize, I quite like this? And sit through, that initial. No. There's so much stuff out there now. I mean, and I think because games are so cool now because it's just so normal now, which I think is so amazing because you forget there was this point where games were weird, and if you played games, you were weird, and if you people just did not relate to anyone in that industry at all. They were like, you fucking weirdos, and it was a kind of weird, almost shame to it, I think, with some people. And I do know we kind of helped break down some of those barriers, I think, just by being these arrogant faces out there, and kind of normalizing, something that was quite a fetishistic media almost, I guess. You'd be probably better off telling someone, oh yeah, so would you like to see my sex toys collection? You'd be like, oh yeah, that's fine. Oh sorry, it's next to the video games. Oh, video games. You play video games? Yeah.
I've mentioned this before. When I used to work in a wages department, and there was a girl called Antoinette who's watching this. I used to I fancied the pants off her. She worked in accounts, and I had to go into accounts one day to do something. I was talking to her, and then this bloody idiot from the estimating department, who was a grown man at that point, I was about 18, he came in and he goes, "Oh, I've got some computer games for you, Alan." I'm like,
No, thanks. Yes, they're for my little brother. Thank you for those games.
True story. When I went to buy a SNES back in 1992, I didn't have any kids at that point, and I went in to say that I was buying I even deliberately got the name of it wrong just for effect. I said, I'm looking for the Sega Nintendo something. My son's going on about it for Christmas, and it was for me, but I was too embarrassed to buy it for myself.
That's amazing. Yeah, that the whole thing's changed, and it's become such a normal thing. And it's weird for me as the games seem to have not changed much at all, but equally have changed quite a lot. It's quite interesting. And it's only the weirdest thing for me is something like you see people playing, what's it called? Oh, Last of Us is a good example. Last of Us, and I'm not a fan of these games just because I look at them and go, that looks really cool. I want to play that, and I pick it up, and you do fuck all in it, and I want to do more with this because it looked really cool. So I get doubly disappointed that you don't actually get to do much in it. So not my kind of thing. But I love the fact that those games exist because clearly, the audience has grown and expanded to the point where you can. I think I like the fact that I dislike more games than ever, but I think that's a good thing because it means it's such a rich tapestry of stuff out there now that you never had before because you had a lot of similar types of games. And then of course there's still loads of similar types of games, but there's also different sort of types of games that people play that I got absolutely no interest in, which I think is so cool that we've reached that point where, hey, at last, it's because I don't know about you, but I used to play everything and I was just so into everything. So yeah, I like the fact that you've got that. I also like the fact that you were talking about retro earlier and whether my kids were into it. I've also noticed over the years that they don't give a shit about what it looks like, where it comes from, what it was, what it is. It is what it is. It's a thing that is there. That's all they give a shit about. So, whether it's an old thing or a new thing, they don't care. Does it look shit to you? Who cares? It does what I want it to do. And they say with music, they'll experience music or media as a whole in any form. We would be more snobbish about it. Oh, I couldn't possibly watch a little tiny screen with this. Everyone does it these days. Or I couldn't possibly listen to music that's not on vinyl through my fancy stuff. Fuck off. And they will listen to any old shit. Sort of I don't know, really low quality, low bit rate MP3s or whatever. They won't care. It's just it is the thing they're experiencing and embracing and enjoying. The thing. I don't want to call it content. Fucking horrible word. But But I like the fact that, you know, we've reached that point, and well, as far as I can see, and certainly from my personal experience, we've reached this point where people just don't give a shit about that stuff anymore. So it would be like if you did Zzap reviews now, you probably wouldn't have things like presentation, graphics, and audio rated, because who fucking cares? And it's like, it's the whole package these days. It's like, does it work? Am I enjoying myself? Yeah. Did I realize that it was? No, I didn't. I was just too busy having fun. So fuck you.
I can completely get along with that, because my current game that I've got an Xbox Series X downstairs. I mean, I never play it, but the one game I do play is Power Wash Simulator.
Oh, really?
You just wash things, and it's ridiculous. And I've seen me coming in for work, and then my daughter will come downstairs later and she goes, "Dad, why are you sitting in the dark?" And I'm sitting fucking power washing things.
Do you cosplay for it? Do you like dress up for it as well?
I do. Yeah.
Galoshes and nice big
I've
rubber
got the
glove.
full Walter White, Kenny Yellow kind of thing with the mask and all that. Yeah,
That'd be brilliant. So, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just playing Power Wash Simulator. Oh, okay.
Yeah, my vest and pants. That's what it is.
I've got a question, Gary. I've got a question for yourself, if you can see that. Okay.
I can. More enjoyable. I think they're differently enjoyable. I think the older games are interesting because they're a bit like snacks, or like simple ingredients, as it were, and we've got quite good at wrapping those things up into, you know, bigger sort of packages and portions. So differently enjoyable, I'd say. As I mentioned earlier, it's like there are fewer old games that I enjoy only because they've been usurped by better, newer stuff that's the same. But there are still some old games that you just cannot get into. Zolix is a good example. I played Zolix recently, and that was bloody great fun.
That's like Pix.
It is, but it is
even more minimalistic, eh?
It's quite weird though, because it isn't. Yeah, it is, and it's similar-ish enough to Kicks, but not quite, or Quicks. I'm never entirely sure whether there's no U, so it's got to be Kicks. So yeah, I think that's that. I don't know of another game like that. And I came across, there was the other one, Jezzball. I remember Jezzball, an old PC game, and the guy went on to do a kind of package. He did this really cool. I can't remember. I can't find anyone else who remembers it, but he used to be represented by an agent called Jackie Lyons, and she'd done this thing, and I can't remember who published it, but it was he did 4 games, and one of them I think was Jezzball, and 3 other really interesting sort of little puzzly games. And they came in a sort of black, shiny, monolithic box, and it was really fucking cool because it had this kind of otherworldly, this has come from some other future, or and it's turned up on and you sort of opened it up, and I can't remember what it would have been, floppy disks. So it's quite a while ago.
As the new kids refer to them, 3D printed save icons.
Yeah, these things always emerge. So yeah, I like all stuff. So I think differently enjoyable is, and it sounds like I'm being tactful or not. I think it isn't as simple as, are things more or less. And even I think what's interesting also, it's not even that things necessarily. I mean, things look more realistic, which I'm not always a fan of. I like stylized stuff. But I do like the fact that, again, culture has kind of just embraced this whole idea that you have a period of time that you plunder. Because it's like the idea you get like a program that's sort of set in the 80s, or you get a game that's meant to be 80s aesthetic, and you're like, well, that's not really how it was. But I like the fact that someone's decided this is my interpretation of it. But you also realise that, fuck me, you're in a position of your life where you're old enough that stuff is history, and I think that's so cool that you can. But I love the idea you just plunder the idea. You go, oh, I'm going to do a 70s thing, I'm going to do an 80s thing, I do a 90s thing. It's like there used to be a degree of shame about borrowing from the past, and none of that anymore now. I don't, as far as I can see, there's none of that anymore. And I love that idea that you just take an aesthetic or a piece of time and do a thing based on it. I think that's a lovely idea. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, I can't even know what the question was. Oh yeah, about our large Epic Games better pick up.
I must admit, I do have a problem with. So Splatoon 3 is interesting. Splatoon series as a whole is interesting because I've put several thousand hours into that series, and I've put
say that again. 12,000 hours.
Several thousand.
Or several thousand, right?
Yeah, across all 3. In fairness. Because I play it a lot, but it's for me. I've realised it's like because I don't smoke anymore, but it's like smoking, where you have a quick cigarette and it's like 10 minutes worth of thing, and you're off to the next thing, and you think, oh, just have another cigarette. It's a bit like that with Splatoon, because the games are only 5 minutes long tops. And
yeah, I get it.
And I found I put about 100 and something into the last server, not the newer one. I've hardly played the newer one. And it's because and there's a lot of these bigger games like that. There is this sense of, I don't know if I could be fucking asked to put that much. There is a commitment in there. You're forming a relationship with this fucking thing. It's like, well, I think I'd probably sooner invest that time in a person. But then I realized, of course, I put thousands of fucking hours into Splatoon. But that's because it's all based on it's got that kind of Pringles or Peanuts quality. It's that sense of, just one more. And you get, oh my God, how many fucking hours? So that's why I've ended up putting a load of time into it, because you'd be up late playing it maybe. And you're just having another go. And if you get a particularly good game, or it's a tight game, you think, just one more, come on, I'm on a run.
Yeah, it's interesting you should say that, because I've got a podcast thing called The Nice and Nasty. You pick 3 your best games, 3 your worst games, and I've got a guy, I don't know if you know him. He worked in Games Master magazine for a bit. Andrew Lowe, do you know Andy Lowe? Yeah. I've known Sick Boy. I've known Andy for since when Jeff Minter started up Yak Yak. I was there in 1999 on Yak Yak, and
in the last century.
Yeah, I know. A forum, kids, go and check Wikipedia. That'll tell you what it is. Yeah, I mean, Andy is he's like Jazz. He's just insane at fucking video games. You can give him a brand new game and he'll just things like I went down to, there used to be Mark Racing did Retrovision. I went down to Oxford back in 2005, and I played Andy at, what would it be, FIFA 2006 or something.
Oh yeah.
And he absolutely he beat me something like 15-0. It's like, fuck off. And it's like, have you played? Oh, it's the first time I've ever played. It's like, how can you be good at that? You can play, to see this guy play Street Fighter 2, it's an art form. And there's an interesting story, and I'm like that favourite uncle that, you told us that last week, but anyway, it's an age thing. Andy was working on a magazine. I think he worked for Superplay, and he got invited.
It was when I was down at Future. Yeah,
he got invited. He got invited by the Sega lot to some. It was the release of Virtua Tennis on the Sega Dreamcast, and Andy had never played it, and he turned up at this event, and there was all these guys playing this game. They had a knockout competition. And Andy said he won it, and he lost 1 point throughout like 10 matches. He lost 1 point, and these guys were seriously pissed off. But he's just he tried to explain to me. I met him. We went to Arcade Club a few years back, and we were sitting in the travel lodge having our breakfast. And I said, "How are you so good at games?" And he says, "Well, I'm talking to you just now, Al, and I can hear what that girl over there's saying. I can see over there there's guys putting a box into a van." He says, "I've just got this. I can almost like have a kind of hovercraft or umbrella view of what's going on around." He says, "It's just a thing that I do, and I'm able to take that into games. And so when I'm playing Robotron, I mean, he'll get 2 million in Robotron. He's able to see everything, whereas I'm looking at it, I'm just
that must be a sight to watch. That must be amazing to watch. It's one of those games like Defender. When you're watching someone play who's good at it, you're like, what the how are you doing this? And for me, it's an amazing spectacle to watch that.
I went down to Arcade Club a couple of years ago, a guy called Paul Spriggs. Now, Paul he's one of the world's best at Defender and Robotron. And I was there, it was a Williams get-together. I was there, and all these guys were putting like 2 million in Robotron. I'm getting like 62,000. It's just right. Yeah. And you watch these guys playing, and it's like, wow. But anyway, I had Andrew was on my podcast, and I was asking him what the best games were. And I think he picked Robotron, I think it was, and or something else. And his best ever game is the new game that you mentioned, the Zelda Frontiers of whatever it's called.
Oh yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah.
And I was really, really surprised that a guy who is so into his arcade games, Twitch games, all these bullet hell shooters, and I said, "Why is that?" And he just says, he went through, and he'll not mind me sort of saying this because it's on the podcast, but he was going through quite a lot of tough things in his life, and he says that he was able to come home and just put it on and just lose himself in the game, build a couple of logs and get over there, and then he could switch it off. So I went and bloody bought the game, and I've put about an hour into it. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's not my kind of thing. No, it's the same sort of thing. But again, that's just the beauty of it. You've got these different universes and these different ways of engaging with these universes that we've always had with video games, but more than ever before. And all these different interfaces, that's so fucking cool as well. It's like the amount of gimmicky things that Nintendo tend to do, but they always do something interesting with them. So like you get that with New WarioWare Move It. There's so many gimmicky things in there, but of course it's this compendium of tiny little snacks that you can consume, and you've got all this. And it's a whole party element as well, where there's like 3 or 4 of you hanging around and all doing stupid things. That works so well. Nintendo were really fucking good at
I've always said that out of all the companies, Sony, Microsoft, all these companies, a lot of and that pisses me off when you get these PC hardcore gamers that are into, and they dismiss gaming consoles as for like children. Nintendo, they know how to make a game. Yeah, they might have the same franchises over and over and over again, but you put on like Super Mario Kart 8 and it looks staggering, the playability and everything. I mean, there's a game on the Wii, I think it's called Party Games. Me and my daughter, when she was younger, play that for hours.
They did a few of those. Yeah, they did. I think it's Wii Party, and there was oh Christ, I can't remember what one was. Yeah, that was really good. And the Wii U one was nice because it did some stuff because the Nintendo Land was fucking amazing, because we used to have these parties, and of course the kids were growing up, they're quite young and have their friends around and stuff. But you've got this console that it's not like a PC that only one person can use, or a console that, well, these days it's not as bad, but back then usually 1 or 2 players if you're lucky. This was 4 or 5 people that could get together, and more importantly, it wasn't like some sort of FPS fuck fest where you go and go, oh, I'm dead, oh, I'm dead, oh, I'm dead. Right, what's the fucking point of me playing? Because that's all I'm doing is going in and dying because everyone else is so good, and they're going, oh, noob, pick on the noob. With a lot of the Nintendo games, they're brilliant for that kind of party spirit, and that sort of stuff you mentioned there. It's the stuff that you can just have a bunch of people around, usually a mixture of ages and sort of abilities, and everyone has a go at something, and it feels really fucking good. And I don't know of any other consoles like that. Do you ever play the little the one I really got hooked on because it was so fucking hard? And that's no, it was the one with the Donkey Kong one you had to rotate the controller to tip the thing. It was like a really physical, tactile game. It was like a little truck thing with 2 wheels. It was 2D, and you just tilted the controller, and it went, and you just had to get it down to the goals. Really fucking simple, really old-fashioned in loads of ways, I thought. Nails hard, and that's the other weird thing about Nintendo games. They get fucking nails hard. You're thinking, these games are meant for kids. Why are they so hard? Yeah, they've got better. There's some really nice mechanisms they put in their games to sort of make it fun for everyone and make it sort of safer space, I guess, for people to play, which I think is really nice. There's some good stuff in Wonder for that. The multiplayer stuff in Wonder is absolutely fucking lovely as well, because you got all these little ghosts in your world, and I love the fact they introduce it about, I don't know, you have to complete a few levels before they even mention it or turn it on, before you can turn it on. You don't have to have it on, but it's so cool. And you get people like, if you're on some of the levels that are stuck and you're trying to figure out how to get through it, and you can see this ghost has clearly understood that you're stuck, and they're kind of doing their little emojis, and you're like, oh right, you're going to show me what to do. So he does some stuff, and he'll wait for you. So if you sort of end up dying, he's there. You little ghost form. You go up to them, you touch them, and you get back in the game again. It's so lovely, and it's really rare because, of course, everyone who's got this feature turned on, they're going to use it the way Nintendo structured it as well. You can't be an arse. I was going to say another word. I'm glad I didn't. You can't be an arsehole about it. You have to kind of go along with it and be nice. And it's so fucking lovely to have this game where, a multiplayer game where it's not everyone trying to fuck each other over. It's a multiplayer game where people genuinely are helping each other get through these worlds. It's such a lovely thing. So if you've never experienced it, recommend it. If you like that kind of game, that is. I'm still a massive Mario fan because all the hand.
Was it like Monkey Ball, that one that you were talking about? Where you were saying where you were tilting the land.
No, it was. I can't remember what it's called. It was really odd. It was in the Nintendo Land package, and it was one of the few single player games, I think. Okay. But yeah, and it was just such it struck me as such a strange game, because it was like a simple frame with 2 wheels. That's all it was. And you tilt and it just rolls, doink, and it had loads of little gimmicky things in it to get through, things you have to get.
I'll look out for that. It just sounded very much like Monkey Ball from the way you were explaining it a little bit.
Yeah, and I can see why you thought that. No, it was definitely very, very much. It's there aren't that many games in Nintendo Land, so it should be easy enough to spot, and it'll be the one that stands out. You don't go, oh, it's that one, because it's the only one with.
What system's on, Gary?
Wii U.
Oh, the Wii. I think yeah, I've got my Wii U.
Wii U was a brilliant console, massively. I think it was massively underrated. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, I played Pikmin on my Wii U a lot.
Oh, I love Pikmin.
Pikmin was superb. Well, Pikmin's funny because when I was at DMA, we one of the games I had to try and fix was a game called Attack, and it was a game that involved loads of little cavemen and dinosaurs and stuff. And we went through so many versions. They ended up getting canned because we couldn't figure out how to make it work. And then fucking years later, Pikmin comes in and it's like, oh my god, that's exactly the same. I don't think they could have seen it. But the point being, they'd fixed these problems. Like, I see what we should have done now. Fuck. It's because they're so good. They're so fucking good. But one was good, but I think the time limit stuff was annoying. 2, they fixed a few things. 3 is superb. 3 was still my favorite. 4's good, but 3 is just so good. And that horrible fucking moment when you take off in your ship and there's a few of them down there and the fucking creatures eat them. You're like,
yeah, you'd have to
God, I am evil. What have I done?
My daughter, I mean, she's probably listening to me now. She's through the wall. We used to sit and play the first. In fact, I think we played it on the GameCube, but then when it came out in the Wii, it was easier to control because we could sit in the settee and we could use the wand. And she would be about, I don't know, 5 or 6 at the time, and we would collectively play it together. And we just used to love going into like you could go in and look at each like the fiery bub blacks, and you'd see them going, brr, 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 and you could it was like an encyclopedia of monsters. And she would, if there was even one Pikmin that was going to die, she would insist I had to replay the game, and I would say, look, we've got 100. It's only one. No, you've got to save it. You've got to save it. And we would have to then go and restart it because you didn't want a single Pikmin to die because it was heartbreaking. You see this, the spaceship takes off, and then you see the bub blacks and the little thing coming in, and it kills it.
Horrible. It's one of the only other both Nintendo games. It reminded me a little bit of when Mario drowns in Mario 64. That's pretty fucking horrible because he sort of goes, yeah. Oh my god. There are moments I mean, you get loads of games that are a bit sick and twisted and bloody, but it's some of these subtler moments that are not very nice. But
Pikmin's a game it's just been it doesn't get a love that it deserves. So many people have never heard of Pikmin, and it's a brilliant game. I mean,
beautiful game, beautiful game.
I preferred the second one because it was a bit easier. He didn't have this ridiculous kind of time. You'd like many days to.
I was just going to say it's just one of those ones that I've got through the sequences. I've got 1, I've got 2, I've got 3, and I've got 4. Yeah, and when a 5th one comes out, I've got to get the 5th one because I've played the other 4.
I've not bought the remakes though, the Redux ones, because I've got the first 2 were on GameCube, weren't they? I think.
Yeah.
That's right. So my
there you go.
Oh, cute. I keep meaning to I do a lot of felting. I did felting some video characters.
They're brilliant.
Some Pikmin. They're really nice.
But yeah.
Did you see the little Pikmin vases as well? They're so cool. They're on the Nintendo, my Nintendo site when they do their kind of shop thing with points. But I think they were selling them for like 18 quid for 3. They were quite tiny, but they were those 3 Pikmin, but they were done like little vases. They're really sweet. You can put a little flower in them. So
right.
Really nice.
I don't know why they never brought out Pikmin on the 3DS. That would have been perfect.
They did do one, but it wasn't the same game. It was
no, it was like stayed on. It was like a kind of mini. It was a mini downloads kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't even the same sort of spirit. I couldn't figure out what the point of it was.
That would have been perfect. That would have been absolutely perfect.
I really enjoyed my 3DS, and that moment when the 3D came in, it was like, oh, cool. And then there was all the AR stuff, which is great fun. We used to have really good fun with the fishing. We blew up the cards. If you photocopied the cards, and you could expand them. I think we just expanded them in an art package because I think you could download them as PDFs. I think, or maybe you scanned them in. I can't remember. But then you would scale them up, and so of course it scales up the AR image as well, which is really cool.
Yeah. But it's just amazing because Nintendo. What is it? The 3DS called it augmented reality, and Meta and Oculus call it mixed reality.
Mixed reality, yeah.
And it's the same thing.
It's apparently very good. I've not tried 3, but someone was saying.
Oh yeah, the freeze just there.
Cool.
That's the one with the 3 lenses on the front. That's how you can sort of tell.
Before I forget, I've got a couple of questions here from Ox.
Cool. First game I ever stayed up all night to play. Christ. That's a good That's a very good question.
The one you typed in. The one you typed in.
It'll be, yeah, probably was actually. I used to do a lot of those. Jesus. And yeah, and you're trying to, it's a good way to learn the code though, because you have to figure out how to debug the fucking stuff to make it work. It's actually I think it's a really good thing. I can't remember. It'll be a long time ago because I would have been obsessive about, it'll be something that, so it could have been something like Manic Miner, maybe on the Spectrum, or, no, it wouldn't have been. It would have been one I owned, and I was
as far back as a 2600 because you played in the 70s as well.
Yeah, it could. Like no, because I didn't have a 2600 because they were quite posh. They're quite expensive. I had couldn't afford stuff back then. So I think the first
so you had a Binatone Pong like we all did.
Exactly. I think I'll tell you at the time it was only black and white. I don't think we had a color telly for years. Because I remember we didn't have a remote control for years. It was like we were the remote control. It was like the kids. It's like, can you change the channel? You get up and you press one of the buttons. Thunk when you press it in because it would change everything.
For 2 years, I had a Commodore 64 on a 5-inch screen, not the SX64, but I had one of these black and white TVs that had a radio and everything with an aerial at the back that you carried around. And I plugged my computer into that and was playing on a game on a black and white screen for years because I couldn't afford a color portable.
Yeah. And there's also the fact that I remember those TVs were awful for getting a signal. You could never get a decent fucking signal. So always watching a really bad image. So probably best thing to do is stick a computer through it. No, I wish I could remember. I mean, Anticipatal was, it wouldn't be in the first, but I remember I played that not so much in a oneer, but I really stuck with that to 100% it. It would have to be something along those lines because there were a lot of games like, maybe Space Invaders. It's not something you kind of finish, as it were. So I don't know what it had been. It's a really fucking good question. I'm annoyed I can't think of what it might have been.
I was quite late to the party with Anticipatal. I never really got it until probably a couple of years ago, playing it on a streaming service.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's held up, how well it's held up, but it was so interesting at the time because there was nothing like it, and that was Jeff was always doing these things that were not like anything else. I know because your Laser Zone was the one with the two thing, the basis
left and right.
Then you got Hellgate on the VIC-20, which was fucking amazing. It's a mental game. It really is mental. And what I loved about Hellgate, it was shit on the 64, but it was lovely on the VIC because the VIC had brilliant sound chip, really bassy, thrubby noises. And the screen, the screen aspect was good. The scale, the proportions of it were really good. But I remember Hellgate, it was one of these games where you just die and all the time, die. Then you kind of get into the groove, and you don't. And it's one of those games you see someone playing. How the fuck are you surviving? And it's one of those games because it's mental because you can shoot yourself 4 ways. It's like,
I actually said to Jeff at the Zzap event that I said in some ways you helped me with maths because my favorite game on the VIC-20 was Metagalactic Llamas Battle at the Edge of Time, and I said, and I learned angles. From that, and he said, well, based on 45 degrees. I said, but you kept moving up and down. I was getting all sorts.
Spiders coming down, was it? I can't remember.
Spiders were coming down. You had a shield that you basically, a roof that you kept moving, and it only fired at one angle, you see. But
I remember now.
If you moved the shield up, it would reverse back on itself, or if you moved it down,
that was
it would
3.5K game as well.
It was.
Oh, I think Beachhead was a game that taught me math, but you had to try and you would fire your thing and it would land. It'd be like 1,600 meters too long. You take off too long.
We used to code those.
Knock it back by like 80.
Because we used to code those at school. Those games with the angles. I can't think what it was called. It was a generic sort of name for that game where you would do exactly that. You would have to figure out the angle and you would shoot it. It wasn't an animation. It would literally have to draw the line.
Like Worms, isn't it? Like Worms, basically.
Came from that. But
another quick question, Gary.
That is another good question. Let me think. Well, we were constantly. We used to get. There were people who think we were in the pockets of some of the bigger ones, but it was usually the opposite. In fact, it was always the opposite. So we'd constantly get Ocean and US Gold threatening to pull their ads, and then they realised, we can't because if we do, we're losing this serious impact. So there'd be a lot of complaints, and the ad manager would get Penn. We'll get a lot of it in the neck that we wouldn't. Who do we have the most problems with? I don't know. I think we had run-ins with most companies at most times, usually the bigger ones. There was one, oh God, I feel really bad about this. There was one company, they did the three first games and we reviewed them all in the same issue, and
they
were awful. I mean, they were awful. It was one with
Gary Liddon told me about this actually.
Yeah.
I'm sure he mentioned this.
Yeah, and the guy phoned up, and the guy was almost in tears. That the guy I was. So I think everyone, Gaz and Jazz, would have been around as well. So I'd have probably been relating what was going on the phone, and because we're all giggling like, I mean, how fucking mean is that? I felt really, at the time.
Relax.
This is hilarious. You know, with this guy's, we destroyed this guy's business. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Is that the company? Relax.
Yes, it was. God. Yeah. So if that dude, I feel so bad about that. So yeah.
The thing is, though, when you think about it, Gary, I mean,
there were 3 shit games. So of course we're doing what we usually do and going, well, these are fucking awful.
I know.
Yeah.
It sounds, I mean, you guys, a review that you guys did could make or break a game.
Yeah.
And it probably did make or break a game.
No, I know it did.
You guys were looking out for the consumer. People like myself. I mean, I was working at that point, so I was getting £100 a month or something. But so £8 or £9 was a lot of money, and how many times did we go and buy a game? And you go, that is absolutely shit, and you never thought about taking it back. Whereas if you bought a pair of shoes which were shit, you would take it back. Don't want them, they're rubbish, and you get your money back. But you never thought of doing that with software, and you just bought it.
Yeah, we did care a lot. I think, as I said, I think there was a point we probably disappeared up our arseholes, but there was definitely for a bulk of that time we really cared about what we were doing.
Did you give a game a little bit of leeway if it was a budget one? Like $1.99. You go, well, do you know what? $1.99.
Good question. It would have been. I think we'd have borne that in mind on the value for money. I don't know. As you mentioned before, there's all these sort of unconscious biases you may have that you may not realize. You may be sort of not realizing. Not consciously realizing, it's only £2. Come on, don't be such an arsehole about this.
Yeah, but my opinion though is that you shouldn't really, because I mean, I was on the Nice and Nasty with Alan. Bionic Granny is not worth $1.99. It's not worth. Isn't worth 1 pence.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, you hammer that and turn around and say, don't bring out crap like that again.
Yeah, I think we did. My favourite one would have been the World Cup soccer one, which was just Jesus Christ. That was it felt like such a cynical, evil rip-off with that whole. And I think we were pretty much set. I mean, I think we probably came close to libel. I don't know, but yeah, we really got stuck into that because it was like, what, you rip-off bastards?
Yeah. And that was the thing about that whole thing. It was like, Mexico 1986. And they're like, right, guys, you need to fund you need to get all the box extras. We'll get t-shirts, we'll got baseball caps, we've got that, right? We're going to go for launch tomorrow, right? Have you got all that there? Box that game.
Oh yeah, game.
Has anybody fucking written the game? Oh, for fuck's sake! Shit, right?
I'll do it lying around. Quick! Oh, Arctic Soccer, that'll do. Cynical bastards.
Did anybody ever find out what actually went on there? Because as you say, they took Arctic Soccer, which was like 4 years old, or maybe not 4 years old, but it was a couple of years old, and they just put the Mexico across the billboards. I think that.
Yeah. I'm assuming it was just. I assume it wasn't quite as cynical as or quite as calamitous as you made out there, but I think it was fairly similar. I think it would have been a cynical sort of cash-in thing where they decided, oh, there's this coming up, let's cash in on this. There's going to be this zeitgeist. We should react to it, get something out there. And they probably were like, well, we can't get something written in time. What are we going to do? Buy something that we've already got? I don't know if they already owned it by that point, or whether they just went out and bought any football game they could find. I think Arctic were dead by that point. I think it'd gone under by that point.
Probably, yeah.
Let's get this reback shit. Imagine
they should have stuck to text adventures, because they used to be renowned for their text adventures.
Arctic, were they really?
Yeah, and that reminded me of what were the ones who did Colossal? Not Colossal. Level 9. They were very good.
Level 9, yeah.
Yeah, and they used to do, because their stuff was all one load cassette, and God, loading. That was a fun time.
There was Adventure International.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, their games were shit. I didn't like those at all.
I love Scott Adams.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Not my bag. I think it was just the quality of the writing and the quality of the puzzles were never that interesting for me. So you had like Infocom, the sort of gold standard.
I loved Infocom, but that was a disc system, and it was like, but now you're talking a parser of quality. But I always used to like things like Gremlins, Text Adventure. All that. See, look, that was Adventure International. They did a Robin Hood one. Obviously, the Quest Probe ones for Marvel Comics.
That's right. They put graphics in by that point.
Yeah.
Another question with Paul.
Let's refuse to review it. We'd never refused to review anything. Were there any arguments about who had to play through? Yeah, there'd have always been offers. There'd have always been. Certainly initially, when we had no say on what we had to review, you'd get something like, I don't want to fucking play this. This is suck. And it wasn't the worst games to review are the ones that are mediocre. The ones that are shit are fun to review because you can have some fun with it. The ones that are great, you just get carried away and start there frothing away. But yeah, the ones that are mediocre, and that's probably most of them, they fall into that sort of medium middle category, unless they've got some sort of interesting gimmick about them that you can pick up on. But yeah, we'd have inevitably been going, because I mean, it'd be things like particularly the gold medal games as well. I'd be like, I want to play that. I want to do it. No, I want to review it. So there would have been some bickering over who got to review what.
Did you get some games that were really difficult because they never sent you the instructions, so you had to figure it out yourself?
Probably, but I think we were all pretty good at figuring this stuff out because we played so much.
You can imagine somebody getting like Mission Impossible or something, Impossible Mission, right?
Oh yeah.
And you got all those punch cards, and you're going, well, how the hell do I do with this? I've got no instructions.
Yeah.
So I'm leaping about and searching, and that's easy.
Yeah.
But then what do I do with these punch cards? Because I've got no instructions that tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Gary, have you ever seen? I stumbled across a game a couple of years ago. Have you ever seen Green Beret by Imagine Software on the C16?
The C16? No.
Yeah. I'm going to share this with you. This was my. I called it possibly the worst game ever. You can.
Muted while I laugh on this.
Okay, guys, welcome to another video.
That's the title screen.
What?
That's the title screen. The game loads, and that's what you get.
Okay.
Is looking at
it. Sounds pretty sinister.
Stab to start.
Yeah.
Wait till we actually get into it. Right, here we go. Play. Oh, fucking hell, I've just jumped to the wrong thing. Sorry. Wait a minute.
God, it's so realistic.
I know, that's uncanny. Right, hang on. Possibly the worst game ever. Right, there we go. Is it playing? Is it playing?
You need to stab to start.
Right.
Ooh.
Now look at the flashing cursor at the top.
Yeah. What?
I'm obviously talking. You'll see it in a second.
It's
obviously using
basic, and then
it's using Commodore font.
Oh my god!
Right, I'm going to take it back a bit. It is probably after Is it Auf Wiedersehen Monty? This is an absolute shit fest.
Is this flick screen? Is it not even scrolling?
There you go. There's me. Bump, you die. Bump.
My God.
Game over. That's 2 games over.
That looks like one of the early sort of Commodore's VIC-20 games used to get, like in the early 80s, which would just die. Or type in listing, maybe.
You need to remember, this was a full price game.
Yeah.
Look at the colour. I mean, the sprites are getting cut. When you get to the edge of the screen, I don't know if I actually make it to the edge of the screen. I mean, I've had about 5 games. I mean, it looks like he's got a Christmas stocking on his arm. I mean, it's
that's so bad.
You die without even knowing.
Yeah.
You get to the edge of the screen. Look at that.
Oh, oh my God. That's quality scroll.
I would love to have seen you guys tear that one to shreds. That would be.
Yeah, that would have got mauled.
Dog poo.
Just
yeah, we got
Sorry,
some flack for. I remember Gaz. I think it was Lyndon called it green hat, and got some flack for that because I think it was something like the crap hat. So it was a guy who was in the forces wrote in and was
dump, wasn't it? Because you got it a dump or something.
I can't remember what it was. Yeah. Yeah.
before we're fast running out of time, Gary, I'm going to have to let you go shortly. What is your favourite and worst Commodore 64 game, do you think?
Favourite? Yeah, ooh, let's have a think. There'll be all sorts of different reasons. So, do you ever play the Jumpman series? There are 2 of those from it.
Oh yeah, they're great.
They are amazing. They're so inventive, and I think they're still way ahead of their time. There's one level on there that I still sticks in my memory, because when you first encounter it, it freaked me out. It's when the copies of you start following you, doing what you do.
Oh,
You have to you have to fucking finish the level. You have to kind of, you're avoiding your past self, and I can't remember how many versions of you come in, and it's like, Jesus, man, this is such an inspired piece of design, and that's like 83. So, that has a place in my heart. And then there's weird things like the Sentinel. I still think that's fantastic, and the fact that a lot of that crudeness actually works because you imagine yourself being in this kind of crusty old shell that's stuck, and to soup that up, I think would probably ruin the game. So possibly something like the Sentinel, but it could be Jumpman. There's probably others I could think of. Parajoy, to see that was I haven't gone back and played that for a while, but that was something else when that came out. What else would there be?
Stuff like Drop Zone. I mean, that was a phenomenal.
Oh
game.
my god! Now I bet that has stood the test of time. I bet that is still really good. I'll have to fire. I've got that on disc somewhere, because I found my S64, which still works.
Wow!
What? And the screen still works. I'm like, holy shit. I've had a bunch of discs, which most of them don't work, but not surprising. So yeah, the best would have been something like that. But there's probably a few others in there. And again, as I say, for different reasons. So things like Boulder Dash. The original of that kind of lingers, and you go back and play that and really enjoy that. And then there's stuff like Jack Attack, which it's shit, but the game idea is really cute and really nice and really interesting in the way that
moving the blocks away so they can fall in and squishing them. Yeah,
exactly. But it's a bit clunky. And what else was there that was old and good? I can't remember. I mean, bad stuff. There's so many bad games on the 64.
I mean, Wiz Ball was a.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was. Well, Jesus, that was a
beautiful game.
Yeah, that's one of those games where we should have given that a gold medal and we didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
The worst, worst is even harder to figure out. I don't know. There'll be loads of stuff. Honestly, it'll probably. I can't even remember. Did we ever give something 1%? I thought we did.
Ooh.
1%. Was that just to keep it literally in the magazine? Yeah, if you gave it nothing, it wouldn't appear.
I know you gave 5%. I know you gave 5% to something called Cops and Robbers.
Oh god, that was awful.
And then was it Rockin' Bolt or something? It was called Rockin' Bolt.
Dog shit. Yeah, the guy did some really interesting music, but Jesus, those games were so ugh. No, Rockin' Bolt wasn't that great. Master of the Lamps was an interesting one, because that we kind of ragged on that, but it's one of those games where you went back and played that sequence again. It was actually quite good, but it felt like it should have just been that flight sequence is the bit it should have been. The rest of it was like,
aye.
Yeah.
Simon says, yeah. Oops, not jailbreak. Paul E Moz. Paul knows his stuff. Paul, by the way, Paul writes for the new magazine, the new Zzap.
3. What was 3%?
Yeah. What was it, Paul?
Because I think we probably had this belief that you couldn't give 0 because the game actually exists and has substance, therefore it can't be nothing. Yeah, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but I think that's the attitude we'd have had. So the least you could give is 1% because it exists, so therefore it deserves something.
Yeah, because if a game scored 0, that's almost as bad as me having a thought about a bad game. Well, that's just as bad as your thought.
Yeah,
that's.
I mean, giving something 100%, it's like, well, that's perfect. Well, in that case, then surely there's no other game you need to play ever again, then, because this is the one. This is so good, you can't stop playing it.
Listen, Gary, we've ran out of time, mate. We've been on for over an hour.
Right, okay.
It's been up, but you know who we've got next? We've got Kevin Toms coming in.
Oh, cool.
And he's growing the beard back again. Hopefully, he's got a body as well.
He's one of these people where, because you see people at shows occasionally, or events and conferences, or whatever you go to, and you're thinking, God, that guy looks real. Because I'm terrible at remembering all sorts of. I used to have a brilliant memory, but these days I rely on the internet for everything. So you just keywords is all I need to remember these days, and you just look stuff up. So the internet is my brain. But yeah, I keep seeing people. I'm sure I keep seeing Kevin at things, but I'm not sure it is him. And I think next time I do think I see him, I will go and say, You are Kevin Toms. I am giving my £5. I claim my prize.
But I completely forgot to say hello to Andy Walker for you today.
Oh,
Andy,
yeah,
Andy was brilliant. He was in for about an hour today. And one of my favourite video games of all time is Super Pipeline 2 and the original Super Pipeline.
But they used to do some really good stuff. I remember because their music was also good as well. So you'd kind of get. But I remember 2 was. I think I was really into 1, Super Pipeline 1, and then Super Pipeline 2. I can't remember. There was another game of theirs I used to like as well. What was that?
Poster Paster, Seaside Special.
No, it wasn't Seaside Special. It might have been Poster. Oh, there was the drunk game as well. What was that?
Bozo's Night Out.
Yeah, it wasn't a particularly good game, but there's something really quite funny about it.
Just avoid skinheads and hookers apparently.
Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Cool.
Listen, mate, in that bombshell, Gary, I'm going to have to let you get away. I need a piss.
Really enjoyed myself. Thank you very much for that.
Do that like the facial expression. There you go. Look,
the thing is about when I say
I could do them all. I can't remember what they are. There was the thumbs one. I can't remember. Was it 1 thumb or 2? Where's my camera? There we go.
There was
the thumbs one. There was that. Oh no, Gaz did that. The pukey one. I can't remember.
Anytime I looked at a review,
the head in the hands one.
Yeah, you used to have the one where you were kind of like that.
Oh, really?
Looking disdainfully over your shoulder.
Don't remember that. Because you used to put little numbers on them. Because you used to do a lot of our own typesetting as well, weirdly. And yeah, so you put in your comment, you do like GP3, GP4, that would denote whether it was which little picture got used. And sometimes if you forgot, they just stick, and if you're running out of time, they're just sticking like whatever picture they could find. So do 3 because that's safe, is in the middle. And it's why sometimes you might see, it's rare, but sometimes you might see, a comment that's really frothy and the face is kind of just going, and that might be why. It's because I forgot to put a number on it or something. Oops. Right, I gotta go. Thank you.
Right, listen, guys. Thanks for taking part, buddy. I'll hit you back up and we'll get you back on properly, mate. Cheers, man.
Cool. Take care.
Buddy.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Wow. Time just flew. I'm sorry, but time just flew there for me. But there you go.
That was about an hour, I think. That was over
an
hour.
And it seemed like 20 minutes to me.
I know. That is awesome. Right, I need to go for. I want to no. We've got 15 minutes. Right, let's quickly see who we've got coming up. Right, whoops. Full screen, there we go. So we've got
Kevin Toms.
We're about 3/4 of the way through, mate.
Yes.
Kevin Toms, he'll be on at 4 o'clock. Martyn Brown at 5 o'clock. We've got the Zzap challenge. Bill Harbison, John Hare, and hopefully Jeff Minter and Giles. So still lots to come along.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Listen, I think we should spend.
I must admit, I am torn. Do I want you to win or do I want Paul to win?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm torn. You see, because both of you, see, I've got great respect for. But, I don't know. Oh, Panther's got a comment. Panther's has just said something. It's scrolled off the screen just now. Hang on. Great stream, chaps. Been watching a few hours, but not near a keyboard. Bless him. Personal. Hello, matey. I'm doing what I can. You should be here.
Yeah. Nah. Awesome. Shall we? Nah. Listen, I'm going to say, shall we check the money now? We'll not. We need to go and go for a pee, and I need to go and get another cup of coffee. So, right, folks, I'm going to put a little sheep thing. Right. Can I? Right, okay, you're bloody moaning. No, I'm not going to play music. If I play music, then it's going to be all out of tune. So you're going to have to just put up with the sheep thing. Stop stealing. Right, let's get out of office on. Right, Dale and I will be back in a jiffy. Unmute that. There we go. Right, apologise about crunching sounds. I'm going to have to try and eat and take in some sustenance. Why is that blurred? Why is that going blurred? Still blurred. Not to worry. Yeah, how are you enjoying it, folks? We are now, what, 8 hours? Yeah, 8 hours in. So we're just waiting on Kevin Toms to come along. Let me see if I can log into my oops, a daisy. Let's see if I can log into my PayPal account and have a little gander and see what we've got. So there's Kevin. Evening, Kevin. So,
how you doing?
I'm saying good evening. It's probably early morning. What time is it?
I'm not. I don't know where you think I am, but I'm in Amsterdam.
Why did I think? Have you ever been in New Zealand?
Yes, I spent nearly 10 years in New Zealand.
And the last time I spoke to you, hang on a bit. I'll just add in Dale. Dale, this is Kevin. Kevin, Dale.
No.
Hi, Dale.
So wait, the last time I caught up with you, Kevin, was probably about 2 years ago. Where were you at that point? Were you in Amsterdam then? Yeah.
Canada, probably. Actually, it's more than 2 years ago I was in Canada, but that's probably what you're thinking of. You've probably been in touch with me when I was in Canada. So since I was in New Zealand, I also spent a couple of years in Canada. Right. But the last few years I've been in the Netherlands, and initially I was in Eindhoven, and now I'm in Amsterdam.
You like to get about, don't you?
I've stopped. I'm not moving anymore. This is fine. I like it here.
So where are you? 1 hour behind or in front? Or was it?
Yeah, 1 hour later. 1 hour later than you. Yeah.
Ah, so it's coming up to 3 minutes to 5 then where you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it is. So listen, I'm glad to see the beards coming back again.
Yeah, it's been back a while. It's kind of well established now. I don't think I can get rid of it now. But it's not quite long enough to do the annual Father Christmas thing. So I think I can't get that extra income from that.
Thing is, you were sporting a beard before they were like. I mean, everybody has got beards now. You had it before it was fashionable.
Ah, well, obviously, I was making it fashionable, but about several decades in advance, I think.
Yeah, you never saw Billy Connolly and you in the same room at the same time, did you?
No, that's true. That's true.
So, how are you keeping? How's the obviously I'm saying the new Football Manager? You've been working on that for quite a few years now. I've got it for my
couple of years.
Yeah.
Which one? Yeah, it depends which one you're talking about, because it's basically two things. There's the recreation of my original game for mobiles, which is Football Star Manager, which I did a few years back now, and it sort of continually is there and continues to sell, ticking away. And I've got a new project, which is like instead of trying to recreate what I did before, this is just a long-term evolution football management game, but with its same roots and just in the sort of easy to play style, not too many statistics, that kind of thing. That's a long-term project. I've already released it live. It's free to play, but it's like an early release at the moment, but it's on iOS and Android. All of my games are easy to find. You just look for the name Kevin Toms. That's the easiest way.
Yeah, I mean, so I know we've spoken about it before, but how did you get into coding games? How did that come about?
Well, I was already a programmer. That's actually different to most of the people who were doing the same thing as me at that time, because most people, learn programming on a home computer by buying a ZX81 or something like that. Whereas I'd already been programming mainframe computers in COBOL and languages like that. So programming was the known thing for me. What was new was the computer, and games was known to me because I used to invent board games and other games as well as a hobby. And then when I got hold of the home computers, I just put the two together, and I thought this this is what I need for that football game that I've been trying to do for a while.
So what? I mean, you're a big football fan, obviously.
Yeah.
And when you got into computers, was there any other kind of computer type game out there at that point? And what was it? Was it the Tandy that you first programmed for? What was the machine you programmed?
Yeah, the first home computer I got my hands on was a Video Genie.
Video Genie, that's the one. Yeah,
it's actually a TRS-80 clone. I'm trying to remember where it was made. I got a feeling Korea, but it was a clone at that time. They were literally cloning hardware. I think later on they wouldn't have got away with it, but they did then, and it made it a little cheaper, but it still cost over £300, which was equivalent of about £2,000 now. So it's a big investment. And but I made a very good move, which was towards the end of 1981 when I'd written the game and I decided I was going to sell the game by mail order because that's the only way you could sell it. The ZX81 came along, and I thought, yeah, I could try adapt the game to the ZX81. I could see the potential of a under £100 computer would, be much more of a market, and that actually turned out to be a critical decision because of the first 300 games I sold in 1982. 297 were on the ZX81 and 3 were on the TRS-80 Video Genie. So I think if I hadn't made that choice and done that conversion to ZX81, I think the business that was created for it wouldn't have got off the ground because I wouldn't have been able to cover the advertising.
Yeah, I remember who were we talking to? I was talking to Richard Leinfellner, who coded. He worked for Palace Sofware. He did like Cauldron and Cauldron 2 and all these. We were talking about. He started off because he worked in this Palace video rental shop, and he said to the manager, "Do you not think we should start making games?" And he said to Richard, "Do you know how to program?" He went, "No." And he went and got a book and he started programming. But I remember going into the local video shop, and I remember seeing your game was one of them. They were renting out, actually rent Football Manager.
Oh yeah. It was a lot of things happened, of course. That wouldn't have been a good thing at the time, would it? I mean, I would have been like paid once, and the game sold many times. And with the ease of copying, everybody knows what was going to be happening to those rental copies. So yeah, this is how I ended up effectively with a lot more people playing my game than actually I sold the games over the years.
I mean, how prevalent was how prevalent was piracy back in the early days? And could you actually work out, whatever it was it something you could actually work out?
Oh, it's very it's more prevalent than I realized, actually, because many people have told me, for example, they bought Football Star Manager and they said, I felt I ought to because I played your game a lot and never bought it. So, that's the sort of thing people say. But of course, it was very prevalent. It was the playground swapping, the people you're doing as well. For one simple reason, it was very easy to do. It was a long time before it became difficult to do, so the fact that it was easy to do, it's like people photocopy things, rather than buy it is if they can. So that's simple as that. It's just pragmatic. When people used to justify it and say, I need a backup, I used to say to them, do you have a backup kettle? And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, I think a kettle, like for making your tea, is more important than having a backup of a computer game. So I assume you have a second one just in case it fails. So that used to be my response. Because it was, when people were saying, oh, I need a backup in case it goes down. What they were really doing there was referring to business software, where you had backup software, but if your accounting system is dependent on this piece of software, then having a backup disk to replace the main disk if it fails, that's where backups came from. And that makes more sense, of course, backups of data, but backups of entertainment, I don't think so.
So
maybe back up the save game, but not back up the game itself. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Was that one of the? That must have been one of the first games that I can recall, and it makes a lot of sense that you could save the game. I mean, did you ever? Did the ability to save come at a later stage, or did you know right away you need to be able to save it? Because if it's you can't play it for 2 hours and then switch it off, and then you're relegated back to Division 4 again.
I've certainly heard some stories that people just left the computer on, but I saw that as absolutely an essential part of the game. There were 2 things that I built in from the beginning, which I could have chosen not to. The save game possibly could have done without it, but that means leaving the computer on, because it's you're building up a long-term history of your success. So you save the game and you carry on, because it isn't play really fast until you get exhaustion and then try and win again the next day having lost your 3 lives. This was a game that had no end to it. People could play many seasons, as they did and still do. And so you need to be able to save to continue from where you left off. So that was a built-in feature from the very first release. The other one that was I thought was a good idea at the time, which you could say I didn't need to do, but then I wasn't thinking in that hardcore business way at the time, was the customizing facility, the ability to edit the teams and player names, because I thought 2 things. One is to keep it up to date for people, and the other is because they put their favorites in, favorite players and things like that. And there was a very limited number I could put in anyway, because of the lack of memory. So, they couldn't come with very many players. So I thought it'd be nice if people could change it to their favorites. But the other side of it, keeping it up to date, being able to change the league teams and things like that, is counter to selling more. Like, what happens now, the annual release with basically the latest leagues. I mean, that's, in some ways, it's the primary reason for the annual release. There's a primary justification for it. So
yeah, I don't think you couldn't, if I remember rightly, you could change the name of the football team, but you couldn't change the name of the players, the original Football Manager, could you?
No, I think you could change the names of the players, if I remember rightly. I could be wrong, but question to be asked. I'll have to go back and look. Change team or player names is what I remember.
Tell you, let's just load it up just now and we'll have a wee look.
Yeah, if you got it there.
I've got to say, Kevin, I mean, Football Manager, this is the thing. This is where you were, genius. I'm not, obviously being Scottish, I'm not into football. Never.
What? Because it's so disappointing.
I know people who are like 30 years old who have never lived when Scotland qualified for a tournament.
He missed that joke, didn't he? He missed that joke.
I wasn't listening. What was that?
Next.
I didn't say anything.
I'll watch this and rewind. I'll get you back. But yeah, I know people. There's people who are like 30 years old who have never known Scotland to qualify for a tournament. So I'm not a football fan in the slightest. I watch international games, whatever. But I was absolutely hooked on Football Manager, and it was a game that me and my mate Don, we pulled all-nighters playing Football Manager. It was insane. Yeah. And we let me just find it. We used a bug, or was it a feature in the game?
Feature.
Now how was it? If somebody was, you could sell, you could put somebody up for sale, and then somebody would make a bid, and if you refused the bid, they would then become injured. But then when they became uninjured, their energy levels went up to maximum. So we used to sell everybody and then say no. And then eventually you ended up with a team who were all in maximum energy.
Yeah, that's not quite how you could do it, because I see what you're saying there. It's true that when you were selling a player, I put it, because a lot of things I had to do in terms of design were working within the strict limitations of memory. So I couldn't do elegant things. I had to do simple things. So what I did, so that there was pressure for you to accept the bids you got for the player and maybe accept a lower bid if you needed the money, was there's always the risk of he could become injured. Yeah, but the risk, he wouldn't definitely become injured. It was if you kept refusing the bids, right? So you're right there. But then you can't play him until he recovers. So it's you're going to have a weaker team as a result. So I know people used to do that at the end of a season sometimes, to do a trick like that as well. But yeah, you could cheat the game like that, to be fair.
There it's there. Right.
Right. I feel like I want to type there.
There we go. When was the last time you played this? I bet it was probably fairly recently, was it?
The last time, because I played it when I was writing Football Style Manager. So, I mean, Football Style Manager is so close that I would probably choose to play that instead, which, like a few months ago was the last time I played that. Busy writing a new one now, so.
The only thing you upset everybody in Scotland was there was no Scottish team.
But you could customize. Yeah, there was no way I could. Look, I didn't just upset people in Scotland. I've said this before. There's this strange thing that this is not the ZX81 version. It was even worse on the ZX81 version. But the limited number of teams I could get in, and the length of the team name was a serious problem in the first version, which was only 32 teams, and so I had to leave out teams. And even with this one, which is kind of based on the English League, there's only 64 teams. I still left out, was it 28 of them or something like that? And you think, well, a lot of people complain about their team being left out. You could always customize it. So yeah, change team or player names.
Yeah, Stan corrected that, but actually I could.
Yeah. So you could always customize it. So I thought, even if your team wasn't in there, you could change the name of the team, so you could put your team in as the one you're playing as. Just pick any team. So I thought I'd solve that, and yet for some reason, several times Southampton supporters have complained to me that why was Southampton left out, and the only reason was the long name, and it didn't shorten very well. But there was 27 other teams that were left out. But I don't know why it's a sore point for Southampton. I've never worked that one out.
And you gobsmacked me when we were talking the last time, when you told me that this is primarily written in BASIC, and you said that BASIC was the best language to write something like this. Is that because it was like any spreadsheet type thing?
No, it's because there's a lot of algorithms. So if you were writing like a Space Invaders clone, which is what most people were doing at the time, moving things around on the screen, the amount of maths is not really the issue. It's spatial stuff that you're trying to do, and you're not trying to have an algorithm for transfer market, an algorithm for player skill, an algorithm for players' fitness, and all the things interacting in the leagues calculations and the sorting and the all of the string handling and all these different bits you have to do. That would be a hard work, to do that in assembler. It would be like giving yourself a punishment to do that kind of game, because I'm not like if you're working with it like doing a Space Invaders, you've got a start point. You say, I'm trying to copy that game, right? So you know what you're trying to do. So in a way, you've already got an advantage. But when I'm writing a game, and like when I was writing Football Manager, I was inventing it as I was going along. I didn't need to have the limitation of assembler as well, a low-level, non-natural human language to just add to the complexity. I was working out the numbers and the algorithms and the arrays and all that sort of stuff that I needed, and deciding what I needed as I was doing it. So I needed to be able to put something in, try it, like I might have put in the skill, and think, okay, this needs something to counterbalance it. Okay, I'll have a kind of fitness of the player, which changes differently to the way the skill changes, and things like that. So it's a lot of tuning, and I still do that now. I do a lot of adapting as I write. That's why I like working as an indie now, because it's much easier to sculpt a game, you might say, rather than try and get someone else to understand what you want to do and spend more time explaining to them than actually just changing it itself.
So did you have any bug testers that could help you out, or was it pretty much just yourself that?
Yeah, myself, friends, family. That's all. Actually, one thing I'm proud of looking back, it was virtually bug-free. Virtually nothing wrong with that original game. I've never had to, it was never patched, never updated, like on the Spectrum. It was just the original code.
And it just worked.
Which, when I think about it now, you know, the amount of bugs that things get released with, you know, I think it's pretty good.
Your games come out now, and on day one, there's like a 64 gig download. Patch, whatever.
Yeah.
Which is just ridiculous. So, obviously, football. So it came out in the ZX81 Spectrum. It came out in pretty much every machine then, Devin. I mean, I played it on Commodore 64.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically, you know, it was very unusual in that as the industry grew over the years, there were a lot of fashions of, you know, games latest, especially if they were modeled on some arcade game or something like that. Then it was whatever the latest was. So they'd be fashionable, so a game would last a couple of months and then they'd have to be replaced with something new. But Football Manager's just sustained, you know, for a long, long time, for years. And so as new computers came along, they were a new market for the game. So the game was adapted to different computers over time. Interesting process and painful at times.
Did you become aware? Obviously, there was other clones. I mean, I think it's safe to say you were the first guy to get a football game out. There was other clones. I can't remember what they were called. There was The Boss. I remember seeing adverts in paper and like the computer and video games, The Boss or The Manager. I can't remember what they were. Were you aware of these kind of?
I was aware. I don't remember looking at them significantly. I think I was just too busy because, you know, the game was selling fine. And, you know, like I had to build a kind of business around it and to support it. So I was basically consumed with that side as well, because it grew fairly rapidly from just selling by post to selling to small retailers. Then, you know, then the chain stores got involved, and then international, and it was all happening in 2 or 3 years. So it was a pretty fast change. And originally I wrote the game, just location. I wrote the game in a flat in Milton Keynes, you know, during the early days of Milton Keynes. And I was actually going to get some offices there because they needed offices. Before they were being built, because everything was being built in Milton Keynes. It was all being built so fast. So there's this office buildings being built, and I had a reservation on one of those offices near to where I lived. And before I got that office, I also realized that this was going to lock me down as living in Milton Keynes. And as a person who grew up by the coast in Torquay, I didn't really like living in the middle of the country. I wanted to be closer to the water, the sea. And I thought, once I get an office, this is gonna, you know, I'm gonna be fixed here. And I never intended to be. So I made the move, which was to Bournemouth. So that's how everything then continued from Bournemouth after that. And I used to end up watching Bournemouth play as well, which I still support them alongside Torquay.
Or Bournemouth nil, as they became known as.
They're very good now. Eddie Howe's legacy. Well, he took them right up to the Premier League. Quite incredible. And now, you know, as manager of Newcastle, he's doing another incredible job. I mean, all right, they've got their, you know, sport wash money, but he is a great manager and he's a great coach of players. What team do you support? Well, I still support Bournemouth. That's what. So, like, I support Torquay United. Torquay United, of course, my original club. But it's a bit of a sad experience because they're now in Division 6. They're in the National League South, and they're at this moment they're in the playoff area of the National League South. So hopefully they can get promoted back up to non-league, which is well, basically it is to the National League. You know, I mean, it was only a couple of years ago they were in a playoff for promotion back into the league, but it doesn't feel right to me that they're not in the league. But they are struggling, and they've not got a lot of money. Whereas the other team that I follow, which gives me some relief from Division 6 football, is Bournemouth, because I spent several years there and used to go and watch them play. So I like to see them play. So both teams are. I mean, Bournemouth is a small club in a big league now, but they're better funded at the moment, and I think they'll do all right, and I think they'll survive this season and maybe grow from that. But it's quite remarkable, really. I think it's still only a stadium of only 12,000, yet they're in the Premier League.
Yeah. Just a comment there. I used to play Football Manager every Saturday for 12 hours straight.
Yeah, people used to play a long time. Yeah. I heard a sad case somebody was telling me the other day. It's kind of funny, sad, but he'd been playing him for 2 weeks, and it was on a ZX81, and you know, the fragile RAM pack on it, and he got as far as he got into Division 1, and he was in the final of the FA Cup, and he was looking forward to come home to play it, and his mum had decided she'd had enough and of him sitting on the computer, and she pulled the plug out, and he didn't have a save game. So that was tragic. 2 weeks to play, no save game.
There's Steve. I absolutely loathe football, but love Football Manager on my ZX Spectrum. Yeah, and I think I didn't actually finish what I was talking about. I was exactly the same. I'm not a football person, but
Yeah.
I just love Football Manager. There's just something. There was just that X. I mean, you couldn't have. You named the company perfectly. Addictive.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, it was the game that named the company. Actually,
Yeah.
That sounds like something, but it was that I found the game was addictive that caused me to name the company, because basically, once when I was testing it on friends and family, once they got onto the game, I couldn't get them off. And, I said, I just want to do a bit more, just a bit more. And so I thought I realized the game was addictive. And I remember laying in bed on a Saturday morning thinking, what should I call this company I'm going to create? And I thought, well, that game's really addictive. And then that's basically, I thought I could call it Addictive Games. That's literally how it happened.
So how did
long before addictive was a negative, Now
that would be my kids are sitting on their PlayStation 5 playing Football Manager for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you were one of the best known people in the industry because you had your face all over the games. Whose idea was that?
Well, actually, it was inspired by meeting people at computer game shows, and I used to be demoing the game to them, and they would be like people who were already playing the game, and I'd be talking to them about it, and they would say, yeah, and they'd start talking to me about it, and then I say, well, I did that because blah blah blah, and I was talking about why I designed the game a certain way, and they said, oh, you wrote the game, you're the one who wrote it, and I said, yeah. And they thought I was a sales guy. So they just thought I was just doing the sales thing. And then when they realized I was actually the writer, they got really animated about it. And I thought about it afterwards, and it's happened a few times. And I thought, hang on, in the music industry, you don't care who the publisher is, you care who the band is, or the singer. And I thought, in books, again, you don't care who the publisher is, you care who wrote the book because you like their style of writing. That's who you follow. So I thought, surely we should do the same thing in the games industry. I mean, we were a new industry, so we had no established pattern. So I just thought that's what we should do as well. We should, put our names to our games. So I just started doing it for that reason. And it became a very unique thing, but partly, I think, because it was my company as well, so I could do it. And, there was some elements of it. I think if you might remember, Imagine started promoting their programmers at one point.
Yeah.
I always thought there was like from the publisher's point of view, because when I was started, there was no publishers. We were all doing it ourselves. You know, that was it. Oh, there's one negative of putting yourself on the cover as well. If your stuff is no good, of course, you get the flack. If it's liked, you get the credit. So that some people might not have wanted to because they weren't sure about their product. But once publishers get involved, they've kind of got, I've always felt that maybe they've got a negative about doing it because they don't want these guys who are writing the stuff to get ideas about what they're worth. And perhaps then be poached by some other company as well if they know who these people are and this is a talent, you know, like, so I don't think they had the same interest in it, but I still think people are very interested in the creative, you know, the people with the ideas who come up with it. And I think it's sadly not done that way, but I think it would even be true of a game that's done by quite a large team. You know, they're like a band, really. I don't see the difference, you know.
Yeah.
Just not
did you ever get recognized in the supermarket? Is that guy?
I did get recognized sometimes. Yeah, it happened in odd places. Petrol station, on holiday in Italy, places like that. You know, in a McDonald's.
So, did you primarily work alone then, Kevin? I mean, when I think addictive games, I just think yourself. There wasn't really anyone else. But did you employ anyone else to kind of?
No, I employed other people. Yeah, and you know, the conversions needed, you know, like other people to do the conversions to the different computers. So I was just supervising that. I didn't want to rewrite my game over and over again. I did do Software Star and then President, but I was definitely the difficult part about the experience is like the hazard of it being successful was the business work got greater and greater, and I didn't really have. It'd be nice if I had like a business partner who could have just handled all that, but I was doing that as well, and all the marketing and advertising. So it was very, very demanding. I don't think I could do it now, and I think, you know, like it's easy in hindsight. I would have done things differently if I was to start again. I would have structured it that there was somebody to come in. In fact, I did actually try and get in people for different roles and got them for some of the roles. But I never got the kind of the person I really needed, you might say, to just, you know, pick up so much. I was a bit versatile. That was one of my problems, you know. So there wasn't really much that I could say. Oh, I can't handle this. I don't know how to do this. I would always have a crack. So whether it was doing the ads, the marketing copy, or whatever, you know.
There's a good 6 years though between Football Manager and Football Manager 2. Do you think that because your original game was so nearly enough spot on, it didn't require anything extra? Because obviously there's World Cups and things that go on, and you'd have thought, oh, you might have done one in between that. But I take it you thought there was no need.
No, that wasn't the reason at all. I think partly true, because the game was continuing to sell. So there wasn't like a pressure that comes from, shit, we got a sales dip now, you know, everything's fading away. You know, we've got to get a replacement product. I mean, I did start looking to get products from other people, but that never really was hugely successful. It was moderately successful. But there wasn't that pressure. So that's where you're right, because it was good. But with the 2020 vision of hindsight, I would have done things differently. What I would have done was a Mark II version myself. And the other thing is, although I did do Football Manager 2 when Prism Leisure bought in and took over the publishing, I wouldn't have done, although people like that game, I wouldn't have done that the way I did it. I would have actually evolved the original game. So rather than let's do a rewrite from scratch as if the other one doesn't exist, which is kind of what I tried to do. I guess that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
I just realized the connection there. Yeah, that's so that like I'm actually now what I'm doing with this this new one I'm doing is I'm literally keeping the roots but incrementally evolving it, and with a long-term plan to keep incrementally evolving it. So doing obviously it helps with App Store type deployment where you can keep updating. But it's also from a design point of view quite an interesting and enjoyable way to work as well. So artistically, it's good.
Did you play many of the sort of like in the 2000s, those football, manager type games that got massive reviews? You must have seen in PC Zone, it said the latest football manager games got 98%, and even though it's like a big set of spreadsheets, it got yearly updates, and every year it was getting like 97%, every single year it was like going on, and pretty much it's the same concept as yours, but
yeah.
Did you I was just thinking, did you keep an eye on those, and then you've still had that in the back of your mind when you're writing now, for the mobile market,
Yeah, no, what happened was that I eventually went off and traveled and did business software for many, many years. And the time you're talking about, I think that was the early years of when I was living in New Zealand and really, wasn't paying much attention. Having said that, though, when I would say two things. When I try games like that, or the Sports Interactive Football Manager, I won't criticize it because obviously it's extremely popular, but it's not my kind of thing. So, and I think the second thing I want to say is, when I say it's not my kind of thing, the football management game is and always has been a genre. I just happened to start the genre, but it's a genre, and I always make the analogy that, I've had people say to me even, oh, this other game is so successful, what's the point of writing another football management game? I said, that's like saying there's one rock band and nobody else should write rock music, or be a rock band. You can have a very dominant, successful one, but there's different ways of doing it. And I do things my own way, and I know what I want to do. And it's not like that. And I don't look at it for reference or really concern myself with it, because they're doing something different. I mean, that game in particular is based on a very detailed player database. And that's the core that everything else is built around. And that's always been their value, the player, or that's always been something they've had as a distinct value. That's not very important in what I do. I'm more interested in the interacting algorithms, and rather than that. So it's it's not significant. So, but then I'm trying to do something different. I'm not trying to do the same thing. So, I'm not trying to say do what they do and better. I'm saying, no, I'm doing my way of writing, which is, I think, more accessible, easier to play, more pick up and put down. I do get people say to me that they don't have the time for that, for the detailed stuff. So these days,
I mean, I must admit, every time it came out, it was more daunting than the last one, and the interface, although probably quite good, is just a stats thing with tables all the way along, and I have to say it's not kid friendly at all. That's the thing. Football Manager, when I bought your game, I didn't feel daunted by it. I saw a lot of text on the screen, which is different than playing a Space Invader or an Addictive game like that. But it's just that I got into it. I knew what was going on, probably a little bit, because I used to watch the football scores coming in on a Saturday with my dad before the news would come on, and he'd be there going, "Oh, Coventry's lost this week again, hasn't been." And you just saw, you always heard the presenter in your head, Coventry too. And in my head, I was doing all of that with your game. So
that's right. That's right. And easy to play and easy and for kids to play. Now, one of the things that surprised me when I released Football Style Manager, the recreation of it on mobiles, was I thought of it as really targeted at people who played my original game, who remembered it and wanted to be able to play it again, but not on the hardware on their mobile. That was kind of what I was thinking. But they tell me that, you know, people tell me they give it to their kids, and their kids like it. And I think because it's easy to understand what's going on and not hard work, so it works well on, you know, on the iPad or iPhone or Android, whatever.
I suppose you could almost, I don't know if you're the very, very first video game I ever saw, home video game, was at school. It was on the Atari, not Atari, it was on the Apple II, and it was called Lemonade Stand. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
That sounds very American, I have to say. Yeah.
Lemonade Stand was you had like $10, and you could buy. You had to say how it would tell you the weather prediction for the next 2 weeks is warm sunshine. It would say how many glasses do you want to buy. It'll buy 10 glasses. How much sugar do you want to put in it? Obviously, the more sugar you put in, the more expensive it became, and you had to try and predict. And then it would change to the day, and then it would go, you've sold 5 bottles of lemonade, and you've made X amount. So that was pretty much what Football Manager was. And alluding again back to like myself and Steve, we're not football people. I've tried, is it Premiership Manager, whatever it is, and I just thought, where's the highlights? Oh, right, the highlights is Joe Smith passes to Kevin Smith and that's a shite. I thought, I went into options, no highlights, I'm out, not interested. And that's you know, I would and that was what made the game so addictive, was you didn't have to have a massive knowledge of football. In fact, I've got zero knowledge of football. And, you know, as long as you pick your team and have the best team possible and sitting watching, I mean, it says when me and Don used to pull all-nighters and play the game, we would be sitting like, you know, 2 grown men sitting riveted at the screen. It would refresh, it would shh. And you're screaming at the TV, and it's like basic graphics, but you just made it. It was so addictive. Fantastic.
Yeah, there were some certain critical things that were done there. One of the things, right from the very beginning, when I first created it on the Spectrum, I was well aware that the important thing, although I had a very sort of limited range of graphics to work with and how much I could do, it had to be a balance between being random enough, or there was nothing was predicted. It happened like as it played. So you couldn't be certain what was going to happen, but at the same time, it had to connect to what you'd done, so that if you had the better team, you'd normally win. That fine balance is really difficult. And I think the other thing why you can play for such long times was because it's carefully paced between the intense part of the match itself when it happens and the relaxed time you spend like picking in your players and adjusting your strategy. And also, there's not too much of that, so that you don't get fed up with all the fiddling around you have to do. You know, you quickly can get to the next match, but you have this kind of up and down pace, like, you know, which is, you know, like that's where I think it's about design, where you're trying to get the elements right and the balance right between the bits you have to do that are more like work and the bits that are fun, and the interaction between them and how quickly things happen as well.
I think you got the balance.
Yeah, it was very well balanced.
I think you got the balance pretty top notch, because the big thing was confidence. The more games you won, the better they got. Don't get me wrong, there was always odd game. You'd be sitting top of the league, you know, Bury would be sitting top of the league, whatever, and then you would have a cup game against somebody and you would lose. You would lose like 2-0. Bloody hell! But that's what made it so fun, you know. But by and large,
and when that happened unexpectedly, it would hit your morale as well. And
I know morale, yeah.
And then the reverse was true as well, that when you were down at the bottom and you got an unexpected win, that would give a good morale boost as well. So yeah, that was another element. So all these interacting elements. And the other sort of thing was you had to think strategic. So that's tactics, but the strategically as well. So like, when do you buy players? When do you spend the money? Do you, oh, this is only a rating 3. Shall I get him anyway? Because I do need someone in midfield, you know, but then I'm using up my money. You know, maybe I wait and see if I get a chance later on, but then I might not. So there's like a strategic planning there. And then do I use my my best players for this cup match to get through in the cup? But I've got an important league game, and they might get injured, you know. So there's a lot of interacting elements, and of course then trying to get promoted and things like that. So even though there was a small amount of memory, there was a lot to work with. There was a lot of interacting elements in the game.
So, did you ever? I mean, I did play Football Manager 2, but the original was, like a lot of things, was the one that kind of gripped me. Did you ever bring like penalties or that into it at all?
No, that's funny. It's funny because I did actually. You know, I tell you what, I did. I didn't put it in there, but and there certainly was no memory in the original game. That would probably be the sort of thing. You know, like if I'd done the evolution of the game as looking back, I would have chosen to do looking back. I'd probably start incrementally putting in things like that. But I sort of chuckled a bit there because when I wrote Football Star Manager, it still didn't have penalties, of course, because it was based on the original.
Yeah.
And where I did put in penalties was in the World Cup game that I did. So I did do a World Cup game based on Football Star Manager. But it's not on the app stores now because I would have to update it, and it's a technical problem. But yeah, I added penalties to that. And that's the first time penalties appeared. I'm sure I'll be adding things like that to the new game over time as well.
A question here from
lots to add. Yeah.
Question for Steve: have you ever played CRL's F1 Manager game?
No, I don't remember doing that, but I do remember that I was thinking of doing one of those games myself at one time. I do remember discussing it with a publisher.
Well, what's interesting, I said I loved Football Manager. I played it constantly. My mate had a Spectrum, I had a Commodore 64, and we decided one weekend we would swap systems. So I got a Spectrum, he got my Commodore 64 with the disk drive and all that. Yeah, and he had this C90 full of games, and I was loading them, night loading it. Okay, but and then I put this CRL F1 Manager, and that was it. Before I knew, 6 hours had gone by. My mum was shouting me through, "You better get up for school. It's time for school," whatever it was. And I've spoke about it quite a few times on my channel, and I always refer it to as the Football Manager for F1. And it's as simplistic as Football Manager was. I don't mean that detrimentally. It was easy to get into. You've got so much money, you get to pick who you want to drive for. So it was like Nicky Lauda or Nelson GK. You know, I'm showing my age. And then you could pick the team, and as long as it would then say like quality of car, it would go brrr, and as long as it went over 50%, you could partake in the F1. And it quite literally was. You're just looking at a stand with all these people's faces, and the cards would go zoop, boop, 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 and then the cars. There's only 6 cars, zoop, 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 and then you boot. It was the Spectrum, so the sound effects are rubbish. Zoop, zoop, and then it would come up. Nicky Lauda has crashed. Tire has come off. And then you would see the car going thundering along. But it quite literally was Football Manager for it was F1. Yeah, for the F1.
No, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember it at all. So yeah, I don't.
Yeah, and obviously you cottoned on to what made your game so addictive. You mentioned it earlier on, Sofware Star. I bought that game, and you wrote you named a game. You told how many people are going to work in it, or you didn't tell. You had to. You wouldn't get away with that nowadays, Kevin. But you could say, I'm going to be like hard on the staff, or I'm going to discipline them. If you don't make a great game, I'm going to discipline you. And you could threaten them with like being hard and soft, and then eventually,
There was all the marketing as well, wasn't there? There was the marketing. It was like, I'm going to put the marketing here.
It was how long you spent on the development, I think, as well. It was another thing. So you could spend more time on development, but of course, while you were spending more time, you weren't selling it. So, but the other one that just comes to mind, which I did that counterbalance when you did the marketing between hype and honesty. So you could invest in marketing, and you could use hype or honesty. So honesty would be steadily, a benefit from the amount you spent, but hype could get you a bigger benefit, but it was risky, of course. So you chose the risky or the safe route. But the reason I mention it was because you never know what's going to happen, when you put things out to the public. And somebody wrote to me about that and said, I don't think it's right what you've done. And it was a letter. Obviously, it was before internet. And he said, you have made it that hype can be more successful than honesty, which means you are promoting the idea that it can be better to be dishonest. And I think that's wrong. I thought, well, okay, it's just a game, not a moral, not a moral judgment. It was just like a trade-off in a game to take a risky or the safe route. But yeah, he told me off.
I love the chart. I love the chart each week. It was going, yes,
like
week you are one, yay.
Yeah, is he going to break even? Of course, being able to release a game called I don't know, Bollocks Minor was fantastic.
Yes.
I saw your name.
And do you remember all sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I think if I remember rightly, then reviews came out, and then it was like, if I remember rightly, I think there was a thing in there about reviews, wasn't there?
Probably there was something, reviews of the game, where they were rating the game. The other thing I remember was, if you remembered all the names of the other software companies, they were all distortions of real companies.
Yeah.
So I can remember that Melbourne House was out at the time as a publisher, and I called them Perth Hut in the game. So and
that one went over my head, actually.
Yeah, that went over mine.
I think every competing software house in that game is a distortion of a real software house's name. Like that.
So was there instead of ocean, was there like sea software or something?
I would probably pond or something. I would have something like that. I have to look back at it, but if you do look at it, you'll start to see that. Yeah.
Awesome. Listen, Kevin, we've run out of time, mate. You've been in for almost an hour. It's been
another hour. I can't believe it's like 20 minutes to me.
I know. It's been absolutely fantastic having you on, mate. I can guarantee everybody's enjoyed listening to you waxing lyrical. This is a bit of fun, but ultimately we're raising money for two great causes. And if it wasn't for guys like yourself giving up your time and coming on, nobody would be watching this. So just a massive thanks to you, Kevin, for taking part. And I said, always, I wish you all the very best with your new games that are going to be coming out.
Thanks.
Yeah,
all the best.
And I just want to say, Kevin, as well, that you sort of like helped with my childhood, because I remember that game specifically and bought that game and played it to death. It was just one of those ones that I just got so addictive with. So thank you very much for that.
Pleasure.
Back in 1982, my God.
What I should say is thanks to you, Kevin. I flunked my biology O grade, but anyway,
no, I always get blamed for things like that. Failing exams.
All right, divorces. Kevin. Thanks again, buddy.
See ya. Thanks a lot. No problem.
Bye-bye.
Oh, what a nice guy.
Awesome. Just obviously just conscious of the time there. Yep, we've got Martyn going to come in shortly. I'm going to go for a quick pee before Martyn comes in. That was brilliant.
Oh no, that was that. You see, I'm not that big into football myself, but I do remember that game, and I did get into it. And my dad also saw it, and he went, "What are you playing?" And I was doing this, and he was into the things like Spot the Ball and the football pools and watching the scores come in. So he looked at this and he went, "Oh no, you don't want to do that." And I'll be going, "But how do you know? You don't even know what I'm doing." So I remember those conversations. So that brought back a lot of happy memories for me today. That 1 hour, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't into football, but that game made me play a game that played a game, a bit of sport that I detested, but I don't know how many hours I must have spent playing the game. That was awesome. So that's me. I'm going to go for a quick pee. So we're going to put the out of office on for 5 minutes, and then we will be back.
I'll just go check my
Martyn
mum, but I'll be back. I'm just going to check
Okay.
them as well. So thank you.
No worries, mate. There we go. That's is bloody awful, isn't it? That music. Right, listen, we've got a wee update on the money.
Yeah, and I've got an update on the auction as well.
Oh, have you? Why is that?
Colin has bidded £20 on your Barbie DS Lite.
Oh, fantastic. Brilliant. Brilliant. Smashing. Thank you very much, Colin. So, yeah, right. Well, listen, we've got, so auction-wise, what have we got? I think the guys that have bought we've still got 2 baseball caps. Am I right in thinking, Dale?
Yes.
Still got 2 baseball caps, which I can sign or not sign, depending on how you roll. We've got £15 for Creed. We've got £20 for the DS, so it's 35 quid. PayPal balance is £631.50.
Wow. Oh.
Plus, we've got the 256 quid from the what's in my bank. So that's 800. That's just about 900 quid. Arlasoft, brilliant, Nick. Arlasoft has got 67. There's about 967 quid. Plus the 35 for Colin and me. I think we've broken £1,000, guys. Fucking hell.
Yeah, because I've got mine to put in as well at the end of the stream. So
yeah, and we're still. I mean, we've still got what, 3 hours left, something like that. So we might still get something in, but
can you
remember the figure?
Although it's not a yardstick, can you remember what the figure was last year? Because I know it was 1,000, but I don't.
We got exactly 1,000.
Got
exactly £1,000. Paul, you're saying you've got a couple of things to add to the auction.
And we've got the book as well. Remember that you're going to do a spinning thing, but nobody's actually.
Yeah, well, nobody's. Yeah, we're not taking money for that. Whoever has donated money is going to be in the draw for it, and we'll come up with something how to draw it. I'll do it probably. I'll probably do it next week's Friday Waffle or something. But somebody will win that book signed by.
So we're all in it. That's put Eve a small donation in. That's brilliant.
Yeah. So that is phenomenal, brilliant. Thank you so much to everybody. That that makes it all worthwhile. I don't know about you, I'm starting to fly. I'm knackered.
I'm okay at the moment, I have to say. Maybe I'm on adrenaline because of the next couple of guests, because we got Jeff, hopefully, and so forth. But I'm all right.
I've just realised I've taken my bloody hat off. I better get it back on. I don't want to dazzle people. There we go. Right, so that is phenomenal. It really, really is. So hopefully we're gonna have Martyn joining us anytime. Just quickly make sure it's only 5 o'clock now, so you'll hopefully be along any second now.
Yeah, we'll have to make a decision. We'll have to make a decision on what we're going to handle with Paul's auction. Like, is it added to this 5 thing, or whether you're going to do something different with those? They might be quite good quality, and you might want to do it differently. I don't know.
I don't know, Paul. Could you let us? Could you maybe message me on Messenger and let me know what you've got up for grabs, and we'll let the folks know if you could do that. That would be wonderful. So 5 o'clock. We've got Martyn Brown, Team 17 Sofware. Then at 5:30, we've got. All right, we've not given ourselves much time. Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to kind of cut Martyn off bang on 5:30. We've got the Zzap challenge with myself and Paul, and then we've got Bill Harbison at 6:15, John Hare at 7 o'clock, and hopefully Jeff and Giles will be along at 8 o'clock. The way I am, I think 9 o'clock tops. I think I'm going to, yeah. So, yeah, lots still to come, folks. So, stick with us. I'm just going to quickly see, just make sure it's there. Double check that I gave Martyn the right link. He gave me the yep, I said the stream that ends in JJ, so he's got the right URL. He did give me the thumbs up. I'll be at 8 o'clock this morning, so maybe he's slept in. Right, hang on. I'm just looking at Paul sent me. Right, Paul has got, if you can maybe take a wee note, Dale, Paul has got a sealed copy of the fantasy art of Ollie Frey, extended edition, and it's sealed.
Fantasy art of
Ollie Frey, the Dolls
art. Great, yeah, brilliant.
Extended edition, and it's sealed. And he's also got a Zzap copy, a Zzap Annual 2019, which you can't buy anymore.
Zzap Annual
2003.
2019. And is that sealed, or is that just
they didn't come sealed.
They didn't come sealed, did they? That's right. Yeah.
I'm presuming it'll be mint. So yeah, that's fantastic. So if we can get, I mean, hopefully Paul will post these out. If we can get a tenner for each of these, well, for each one, I should say. We'll put
them in the auction then, yeah.
Yes, please.
I'll split the box that I've got at the moment, which just hits 200 characters. I'll split it in two, so that and do it like that. You see. Okay,
that would be good.
Smashing.
Right, hang on 2 ticks. I'll just to see Martyn's there just now. You'll probably jump in just as I'm mentioning. Yeah, that's actually there's one. There is one Zzap album, Zzap manual annual even that I don't have. I wouldn't mind that. I don't know if it's that one. I don't know what one it is. I'll let you have a wee look. Don't want to buy two, but yeah. So you got the Oliver Frey fantasy art book, brand new. It's extended edition apparently, brand new, sealed, and we've got the Zzap Annual 2019. So if somebody could, if people were, that was the first one. It might well be. I'll need to have a wee look. Maybe once I'll nick downstairs later on and have a look and see if I've got it, because I might well bid for it. But yeah, if you guys can, if you want to buy it, please let Dale know, and hopefully we can get them sold. According to this, Martyn is active, although there again, you know what Messenger's like. Active can just mean that your phone's switched on, doesn't it? It doesn't necessarily mean that you're actually in the...
Yeah, it means he's logged in, but doesn't necessarily mean he's active.
Yeah. I'm just going to have a quick look to see how we could... If Martyn is a wee bit late, how can we fit him in, so to speak? Because it's pretty tight, unfortunately. Right, let's have a quick look. Present. Share. Evening, Mark. How are you, buddy? Right, there we go. Right. So, yep. Martyn's due here at 5. Yeah, we've got the Zzap challenge at 5:30. There again, you know what? The Zzap challenge it's going to last about, it's going to last 20 minutes. So, in theory, and Bill's on it Bill's on at 5:15. So as long as we're finished for about 10 to 6. 10 to 6, is that right? No, wait a minute. Yeah, as long as we're finished for 10 to 6. If we started the Zzap challenge at 10 to 6, that'll give us enough time for Bill. So we've got about 35 minutes with Martyn. So hopefully it'll be along. Yeah. Just need to wait and see. So yeah, the auction, we said we've still got the Colin, do you want the DS Lite signed or not? Yeah, maybe not.
Do you want the Barbie sticker? Do you want the Barbie sticker removed?
Yeah, so still up for grabs. We've got the 10, 11, whatever it is, PlayStation 2 games. We've also got the, what else is that? Choo-Choo Rocket,
yeah.
For the Dreamcast.
Two caps.
What's that? Oh, 2, yeah.
Two caps.
2 delightful. Hang on. I don't know why I'm sharing that. Remove. There we go.
And of course, remember it's an auction. So basically, Alan said, he'd like Creed, but hey, if somebody comes up with something better.
Well, suffice to say, I think I'm paying what it is worth. So, if somebody wants to pay a wee bit more, I would be delighted to lose it.
Yeah, 2 films in a steelbook, deluxe edition. Then.
Right now, a wee minute. Hang on. Yeah, that's Kevin's just saying that was an enjoyable chat. Hope it helps. That was awesome. Everybody has been absolutely sublime. It's amazing how quickly tonight's actually gone, isn't it? Or I'm saying tonight. We've been doing this since 8 o'clock, so that is now what, 8 hours we've done it for.
Yeah, and Paul wants to know what the games are. If you could just show him quickly, if you've got time.
Nothing too exciting, Paul. Nothing too exciting at all. Right, Xbox. That's the original Xbox. There's a lot of football games, unfortunately, but that's the Xbox. That's actually not a bad game. Right, I'll show you the crap first. We'll get all the guff out of the road first. You've got FIFA 2007. You've got Lord of the Rings, PlayStation 2. You've got not 1 but 2 copies of FIFA Street Soccer. We have got King Kong, Peter Jackson's King Kong,
which I liked, to be quite honest.
Sorry?
I liked that, to be quite honest.
Yeah, got that complete wank. Smackdown, whatever the hell it's called, a wrestling game. We've got, this is actually one of the best football games in my opinion, is Pro Evolution Soccer on the, by Konami, that's the PlayStation 2. Then we've got Tenshu, whatever it's called. Whatever it's called. And finally, we've got Wipeout Fusion, which I think is meant to be pretty good. Yeah. So these are how many games? I think there's 9 in total. Give me £10. Give me £10 for them, something like that. In fact, you know what we'll do? We'll just make it a collective bundle. We'll go Choo-Choo Rocket and the Dreamcast. So,
okay.
There you go. Nah, just chuck them all to one in one. Right, I think. Oh, hang on, right. He's read my message. So we can. Hopefully, Martyn's going to join us. If we can, we can. We've probably got about 1:45. Yeah, we can. We've still got 35 minutes for Martyn anyway, so we'll be fine. We'll be absolutely fine. And obviously, we've got 2 baseball caps, £10 each. I'll sign them. I won't sign them. Whatever you want. So right. Just hopefully Martyn's going to join us. Hey, talk of the devil.
Sorry, mate.
That's all right, mate. That's all right. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine now. I've found the link. I'm fine. I was checking email, everything but Facebook messages. So.
So you're scurrying around looking for the link, Martyn, yeah?
Yeah. I'm not as young as used to be. So.
How are you keeping anyway, mate? I know you've not been keeping too well for a wee bit, mate.
Well, I had a stroke 5 years ago, and it slowed me down a bit. But I'm catching up a bit now, so I'm doing okay. How are we doing yourself? It's been busy today.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we started. This is Craig, by the way. Craig's kind of helping. He's doing all the admin stuff.
Hello.
And yeah. When people get fed up of hearing my voice, we started at 8 o'clock this morning, so we had to split the stream into two because the software that I use to record it only records up to 10 hours. So we thought we'll split it after 6. So we're now 6 hours and 18 minutes into this, and it's actually quite tough. He's just sitting, and in front of a bright screen. But no, listen, we've just checking. I think we reckon we've broken £1,000.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's good.
For 2 charities, which is absolutely awesome. I mean, it's been great fun taking part in this, and I think suffice to say everybody's really enjoying it. So, anyway, listen, it's not about this; it's about yourself, Martyn. I mean, obviously, Team 17 Sofware. Just remind the viewers, how did you come up with the name, and what prompted the name Team 17?
The name came from the fact that for about 2 or 3 years before we founded it, we ran a company called 17-Bit, and through that I got to know a load of demo and artists, and we just thought we'd get a team together. We're all 17-Bit, so we call ourselves Team 17. So it's nothing peculiar about it. It was just because we were all just part of the same group. Quite a boring story.
Was it not something to do with like computers were 16-bit? But you know,
I mean, there's some link. Obviously, it was 16-bit computers, and on the Amiga, we're in the 16-bit era. So that's really where 17-bit came from, and Team 17 came born out from the 17-bit group.
Yeah, so in the spirit of Spinal Tap, instead of going to 10, you went to 11.
Yeah,
you were 1 bit better.
Yeah, 1 bit better than the rest. That was 17-bit. I mean, really, I could have put more thought into the story if I'd have known would have been still kind of going 35 years later. So it's my fault. It was a name born of situation more than marketing.
Well, we're talking to Kevin Toms. Kevin, obviously, Addictive Software. He wrote the wonderful, what you call it, Football Manager.
Yeah.
And I said, how did you come up with the name? He says, well, people were saying to me, this game's really addictive. And I thought, I'll call it Addictive Games.
Yeah. Well, I think when it's found in something like that, you don't really think of what the group or the name of the company is called. We just thought, well, we've got to have a name, and that was it, really. So, and we didn't plan on people still playing the games 30 odd years later. So, I suppose next time I have a crazy idea like that, I'll have to think about it a bit more.
So how did the company come about? Am I right in thinking, maybe my memory's a bit sketchy, was 17-bit Sofware, did you publish like demos in that game, Martyn?
Yeah, on the Amiga. It was like a kind of a user group kind of thing. We did all PD, and we we got in touch with people like Alistair Brimble, Andres Tadic, and people like that, Rico Holmes, to do original content for the group, where it came about that they naturally followed that wanted to do games, and we wanted to do it under a different company. So we just broke into Team 17. We didn't think about it too much, really. We just thought about the games, really. We're all quite young, and we'd never worked for a software house or anything. There wasn't a rule book, so we had nothing much to follow but our own instincts.
And your first game, I think, I'm looking at Wikipedia because obviously you've written so many games. Was your first commercial game under the Team 17 banner. Big hello to Dan Wood, by the way. Dan, love your stuff, mate. Glad to see you're enjoying it. Full Contact, which was a rather epic.
The game started without me, actually. The guys were doing Full Contact whilst the company was being formed, and we got involved in publishing Full Contact probably about 60% of the way through. The guys were just doing it. There were 3 or 4 guys just making a game, not really for any company at that point. So it just sort of hopped onto the Team 17 bandwagon. And it was the only 512k game that Team 17 developed. Everything else was 1 meg.
Right. Of course. Now, of course, your games. I don't know any other games that I can remember. Was when it was always like Arcade Pool was one of them. When you put the disc in, it would detect like extra memory detected or whatever, and it would come up, and you thought, yeah, I'm getting the best version of this.
Well, yeah, that's what we wanted people to feel, that just about anybody serious about Amiga certainly had a 1 meg expansion, and they were always asking for 1 meg games rather than half meg ST ports, which were very unpopular at the time. So we wanted to do 1 meg, and we always used about 50-60% of the memory for sound. So the games always looked and sounded fantastic.
Sorry, Dale, were you going to?
No, I was agreeing. I was going,
I thought you were going to say something. I mean, I'm looking down the list of games that you guys released: Alien Breed, Project X, Alien Breed 2, Super Fog, Body Blows. These were all really AAA titles. They looked fantastic, and I think you've just alluded to there, Martyn. The sound was phenomenal. I go to a computer club once a month in Edinburgh, and I was through there last couple of weeks ago, and I've got one of these Mister things, and I loaded up the Amiga, and I thought, what am I going to? I'll just put in Project X, and I just had the boom. I'm not a big fan of techno, but the music in these games were just phenomenal. Who was it did the music for?
Alistair Brimble. Project X sort of captured the vibe of the music of the early 90s. So I mean, we listened to a lot of the stuff that was popular, and we wanted that, the vibe really. So we had a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah, I think it was fair to say that the difficulty of your games was pretty high.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we did do a pseudo sequel. We actually had a test team on that. We sort of tested most of the early games ourselves, which is why, because we played them that much, they were very hard in retrospect.
Aye. I suppose that's probably one of the toughest things about writing a game is getting the difficulty just right.
Well, you know, in terms of balancing the game, we didn't have a third party reporting on the mainly daily changes to the game, really, and we kind of lost sight of who developing the game for. I mean, for most of it was one of the first games that we did, and we wanted to do something knockout gorgeous, you know, artistic, audio wise, and graphics wise, everything about it. I think looking back in hindsight, we should have really paid more attention to the difficulty of the game and how it played. But as a team, we were spending all the time just trying to get it ready and finished and out on the shelves. I mean, you know, we were all pretty naive games developers back in the early 90s, and we didn't have the luxury of being surrounded by a games testing team.
Yeah, and I think as a kind of consumer of games back in the day, I don't know, you just somehow assumed that there was like hundreds of people working in these games. It was only when I first met Shaun and Andrew Morris were Magnetic Fields. They did the Lotus games, Lotus Turbo Challenge, and I was gobsmacked when I heard it was only the two of them that worked in it.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think that was the case in 95% of development teams on the Amiga. I mean, it's almost as if the game's publishers at the time didn't really cotton on to how to make games, really. I mean, as I say, there was no rule book in our case, so we were just looking what everybody else is doing and making sure ours was better.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, like, I mean, there were some decent shoot-em-ups on the Amiga. Project X obviously came along, and I mean, the first one was bastard hard. I mean, I was like, Colin, you know, I was swearing constantly. But then I think you brought out a softer version.
Yeah, if we were to do like a budget re-release of the game, we'd remix it. We did it with pretty much all of the early Team 17 games. It became a sort of a people used to laugh and say, "Oh, I'll wait for the sequel or the budget remake," because we know he'll have had time to mix the game a lot better. So, but it meant a second bite at the cherry. So the people involved in publishing were quite happy about it. I mean, the Alien Breed remix spent a year at budget #1, which was a record that still stands today. So,
wow, what was it? So that was released as a full price game, Martyn, wasn't it?
No, it was the sequel or the budget release of Alien Breed was released at £10, where the original was 24, I think. So,
yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah.
And the Amiga was so rife with piracy. It seemed to hit a sweet spot where it's really you couldn't afford not to buy it at £10, and most people did. So that was very nice.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned there that you looked at games and then you'd think that we're going to do something better, and obviously, I mean, Alien Breed, that was an original game. I can't think of any game on the 16 bits that was really like it.
Say there's something in the arcades that were quite like it, and there was elements of Gauntlet in there, especially with the speech as well. So we all got as influences. I can't remember the game that Rico was influenced by.
There was Alien Syndrome.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Alien Syndrome. Yeah, by I think it was Sega.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alien Syndrome. Yeah, and obviously, so I mean, I don't remember any like home versions that were like any games similar to Alien Breed. Obviously, Project X, there was R-Types and what have you. Super Frog, that was you guys. That was you guys trying to cash in the sort of Mega Drive Sonic the Hedgehog
Yeah.
Thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's just we did an original spin on it, but it was just the headline about the design was going to be a super fast scrolling, a Sonic style game, and for original game it worked out pretty well, and people really liked it. So. As happened when people like it, we do some more. Although we've never actually done a full sequel to Super Frog.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the first games that I remember. You could watch like an advert. I can't remember what was the game. There was a game that I bought, and then
Lucas.
What was that?
It was like Lucas. He did. The guy did loads of Amiga animations. So we used him, and originally the story was about this frog who drank Newcastle Brown Ale, but we were told to drop that, and we were luckily assigned to Lucasade. So he restored his energy and made him super fast. Anyway,
obviously, if it was coming out now, it would be a Monster that he'd be drinking, eh?
Yeah, something like that, I imagine. So, although maybe the industry's matured and we could have Newcastle Brown.
It's ridiculous when you think back. We were talking to Richard Leinfellner, who programmed Cauldron, and he also programmed the Evil Dead, which came out in like 1984, and it was a simplistic kind of looking down type game. You play the part of a guy walking about, and you get these like legs moving about, and it was actually banned. They actually banned it in America because of the violence. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we'd got all sorts of stuff in Super Frog that we had to drop. There's some mature content, so but most of the time we'll come up with silly ideas when we go back from the pub. So we'd sneak stuff in. Oh, certainly Rico would sneak stuff in and not tell us.
Which is a nice segue into one of my favourite games with Team 17, Arcade Pool.
Yeah.
I played that. I thought it was brilliant.
Well, I think, I mean, we played pool games before, but we just wanted to do like all-encompassing game that was a lot of fun. And technically, it was, looking back, it was really good at the time. And that's another game we just released it at budget level, and that was always at the top of the charts as well. It used to every time we used to go to duplicate it, it would sell out. So we were constantly duping it. So it was a good time back then, and it's amazing how many games out of Team 17. That's probably one of the most popular.
Yeah, I think the mark of genius was having the pub ambience in the background.
Yeah. That was just a good use of the memory. It just pubmosphere. So we called it. So it were good times. Good times doing that game. Now with an Italian called Mario Savia, who's remained a close friend ever since, really. So he's still working with a group of people I was at Team 17 with. So he goes on.
And what I thought was wonderful about Arcade Pool was you could be in your bedroom playing on your own, and you would be playing killer, and there'd be like 4 or 5 other people, and you actually felt like it was somebody actually controlling it. You felt like you're playing an online game, but it was all AI. But it was
well before online games, you know. So again, it was trying to capture that, because it can be quite a dull kind of experience playing that kind of pool game without other people. So we tried to make it feel like you were in a pub playing ordinary people, you know, and I think it hit that spot.
It was probably the kind of game that you'd come back to the pub with your mates and you'd sit and play You thought a game of arcade pool.
Yeah. Well, I think when I used to play it all the time, I mean, I produced that game with Mario, and I played it all day. So you know, we really honed out how it played.
Did you? Was there any like fisticuffs? Was there any fisticuffs over who was going to be the best AI player?
No, we at that time we were having a bit of a laugh with Amiga Power, so they were shoehorned in as the worst players.
Obviously, sorry, man.
Okay, yeah.
No, I was just going to say, obviously, the Body Blows kind of franchise. I mean, there was Body Blows Galactic, Ultimate Body Blows. I think it's fair to say that the Amiga version of Street Fighter 2 was pretty rubbish.
Yeah, I think that inspired us to try and do a couple of beat 'em ups that really felt like they hit the spot to make up for the disappointment of Street Fighter being so poor.
Yeah. Just changing things slightly, and I hope you don't mind me kind of mentioning this. Obviously, you were mentioning earlier on that you're not keeping great. Now, you and I are friends on Facebook. Then, when you were on the stream the last time, you were talking about you've kind of lost the use of one of your hands. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, one side of my body's affected, so I had a stroke, so I can't use my right hand. So it's quite harmful for anything that requires two hands to play. Anything like Robotron or really VR. I mean, everything ships with two controllers, so I can't use it. So I can.
I'm just having a wee giggle there to myself when you're talking about everything important. You need two hands, like playing Robotron. Brilliant. As opposed to making a cup of tea or putting your socks on. I don't know. Playing Robotron.
I'm building an adapted Robotron because I've got a few arcade games. Making a one-handed version with it's got a flight stick and a hat stick on top, so you can independently move and fire, which you need to do. So I've been adapting quite a few arcade games. So I love Asteroids, but it's super difficult with one hand. Because it's got five fire buttons, and you just can't do it. So I've made a version of Asteroids with a joystick, and you can control the game fine with one hand. And I also made all the positional changes of the trackball in Missile Command, so I can play that with one hand as well. And I'm also doing a Defender. That's not finished yet, but I'll try and make a definitive version of Defender with one hand, which, as everybody knows, with two hands it's almost impossible. So
So I know you've got a decent collection of kind of arcade cabinets. So is it going to be the arcade cabinets that you're going to modify?
Yeah. No, I modify them. I don't know if you know much about arcade games, but the control panel attaches via a loom to the main circuitry. So I make a new loom and a whole new circuit board that just plugs into the existing connection. So the original control panel will still work. You can put in one of mine on the control panel, and it becomes a one-handed game. So I always do that in case I want to sell it, but I don't want to sell any of the ones I've adapted. So I've named my arcade the one-handed arcade as well. So I can play everything that's in there. I mean, even the guy who makes he does a companion board for Outrun, and he's making a wireless button I can attach to the steering wheel, and then I can use the gears while I'm driving along as well. So that's quite good. At some point, it may be useful to other people that's had a stroke or whatever. So they're welcome for any of the plans and what we've done. So I mean, it is all about me. I've done the thing. I've redesigned the controls so I can play it. So hopefully it's useful for other people as well. I mean, they still remain playable for 2 players. It's just easy to play.
No, I mean it's that would be something that's really, as you say, you're doing it for your own benefit. But if that's something, there's obviously going to be a lot of people out there that are, they've got various difficulties, physical disabilities, whatever. And the fact that they can still play these games is awesome.
I've been a supporter of special effect. Certainly in the last 15, 20 years, it's been going or whatever. But I think the stuff I'm doing is a bit too niche for special effect, because they concentrate on the large commercial hits, and for that market really. Because I mean, it's from say like a twin stick game is hard to play for people with one hand. I mean, bloody hell, the console controls are almost impossible. I've got some solutions where you can play some games, but I mean, you can't even hold it. Hold the joystick. I mean, the things I'm doing with the console games, the actual controls themselves were a lot simpler than the console games, but the aim was to make them where you can just walk up and play one-handed and have no problems at all. So it was a different time then when games were being developed, and it suited me to do games that I could adapt for me reasonably easily with quite a bit of electronics knowledge, but it keeps me busy on a weekend, so that's quite good.
Oh, brilliant! So, I mean, you're obviously are you still involved in like the actual industry then, Martyn?
Yeah. When I left Team 17, I started with a consultancy where I'd help independent developers get published and do all the business side of it. Really, so I've spent 25 years in it at that point. I then had I set up a mobile studio with a bunch of people I worked with at Team 17. Did New Star Soccer and things like that. They were really popular. But
that was a mobile app game.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fantastic. I love that game. I spent hours in the toilet at work. I need to go to the toilet, and I would sit in the toilet and I would play 3 or 4 matches. Brilliant game.
Shouting, get in instead of get out. Yeah. It was pretty good. I was mostly doing the budget, the business stuff, and I in the end of after 10 years, I just needed a break. And I'd had the stroke, and we'd had lockdown, and we're all working from home. So I decided to leave, and I started doing the consultancy again. And I'm working for 2 companies at the moment. One's sort of the guys that did Lawnmower Simulator, Skyhook. I'm working with those, and I'm working with like a distributed collective of developers doing first-person shooter based on cats taking over the universe. So I'm only really involved with the business side of it, but it's fun. It is quite unique, and I'm hoping to also add another 3 or 4 companies to the sort of roster, and I'm having a lot of fun sort of passing on some of the things I've learned and done in the past. So I work from home, and I spend a couple of days a week in Liverpool, and I have a lot of fun with it.
Escapist goes back to like 2015. So did you have any involvement in that? Or
I was well gone by that. I left.
You were well gone by then, yeah.
2010, I left. Yeah.
2010, right? Okay.
Yeah, but I believe it was a massive hit for the people at Team 17.
Yeah, it's why I mentioned it, because it's the one I remember playing most recently. If you see what I mean, I played a lot of Team 17 games, and I can talk to you about those for a long time. But I just thought, I'll just ask him. Was at that late stage were you still there?
Can't claim to have done anything at all regarding Escapist.
Yeah.
I mean, I was knee deep in New Star Soccer at the time, and there's New Star Manager, which we did as well. So I think that would launch in 2016, and there was a lot of work involved in the mobile games, because we did a new version of the original New Star for about 2011 to 2014, and it was 8 to 10 million downloads of that. It was quite a big game. Yeah, sort of knocked Worms' numbers into a cocktail in because mobile has got so much reach, and I think there was 2 million downloads in Turkey. It was insane.
Wow.
There must have been 5 million downloads in Scotland, because that's the only chance we were going to qualify for anything. Obviously, Martyn, as I mentioned earlier on, I mean, the Team 17 games were so well produced. They were graphically they were just phenomenal. The sound was phenomenal. They were so playable. I get the feeling it was guys who were gamers writing games that they wanted to play. Yeah,
I'd like to think the games themselves were a reflection of who the team was making it. People put so much passion and energy, and just weren't satisfied until they were as good as they could be. And it was a real statement from. I mean, even Alistair, who did the sound and music, he'd spend weeks perfecting the sound, and we'd go and drink in his attic bedroom, making all kinds of weird noises, squeezing kittens to make alien breed noises and things like that. So it was, as I say, our rule book must have looked very peculiar compared to the rest.
I've asked you this before and I forgot. Who is the extremely lovely sounding young female that did? When it come to index systems,
it was Alistair's mother.
Ah, yes, that's right. Yeah.
Who unfortunately passed away a few years ago. But yeah, she was a beautiful woman, and really very sad how she passed away.
Yeah, well, she'll always be remembered, because I just thought it was perfect.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Again, that was the Gauntlet influence with your progress being tracked, and you were hindered more than helped by the voices, really. So, but it was great to do that at the time, because nobody had really done it a voice to that level on the Amiga, and we had no excuse not to do it, because it was 1 meg only. So,
and it was one of the Alien Breed games. They really set the tone of the game when you get the scrolling text coming along, and then you see this sort of shimmering picture.
Yeah.
And it was like, holy shit, what's coming? It was like Alien. It was just fantastic. It really was.
Well, I think it was at that time the film Alien 3 was out there, and that influenced a lot of things. We took influences from all over the place, but it was great to do all that at the time. I mean, it was sort of like an unofficial love message to Alien the movie. So it was great to do that, and make people feel like they were in the movie if you could at all. So
yeah, just we're kind of running out of time, Martyn, but I want to ask you one final question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Again, the games were groundbreaking. They looked phenomenal, sounded phenomenal. The Bitmap brothers, they were kind of, your games could have been written by the Bitmaps and vice versa. Their games could have been written by you.
Yeah, we were good mates at the time. There's in the mags and stuff. They always pit us for some reason against each other rather than all working for the Amiga. So I mean, there's plenty of games, plenty of space. We were big fans of the games they did. You couldn't not be. There were superb presentations. It was the same at Signosis as well. All those people remain good mates. There's no versus kind of thing going on. It was just all good to be in the Amiga at the time, and sort of pioneering games altogether, really. So it was a fantastic time.
Yeah. So you were grateful to have kind of grown up in that era and program games, which helped.
It was tremendous timing. I'm so grateful for the Amiga to be an open platform, and the guys at Commodore were a lot of help. Good relationship with David as well. So just good times.
Now, listen, on behalf of everybody that's ever played a Team 17 game, thank you very much to you and all the lads for what you did. You helped shape our I was going to say childhoods, but you've helped shape my life, and that's why I'm sitting here 40 years on talking to guys like yourself.
I'm responsible for you, yes.
Listen, man, I'm going to let you go and get a copy of Ovaltine. Thank you so much for doing this. I says we've raised about £1,000, which is just fucking awesome. And it's because guys like you. What's that?
Get your fingers in your pockets.
Grab some notes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Martyn.
I'm going to let you get off, mate. If it's all right, I will get in touch with you. I'll probably leave it to after Christmas. I'll get back in touch. I'll get you back on, mate.
All right, mate. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Martyn.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
See you, man. Bye-bye.
I've been into a bit of a scramble to try and say goodbye. Because everybody, I'm going, I've got to say goodbye before you go off.
I know. Honestly, you could sit and talk for hours and hours and hours. That was bloody awesome, mate. So
yeah,
right,
I missed the part just in the middle where he was talking about where he left, and that's why I thought, he might have done 2015. You see, and that's why I was asking him about the next big thing, which is Escapist. If you ever look at the Team 17 list, it's like alien breathing worms and all this, and then really the next big thing is Escapists. You see what I mean? So I was just asking that, and I didn't know he'd left in 2010. That was stupid, wasn't it?
Awesome, right? Listen, folks, time is marching on. Let me have a quick look. Let's see where we are now. Stream agenda.
Nick has turned around and said that he's finished his game, and we've now got both links in the
have we?
Chat.
Brilliant.
No.
We will have. Right, let's have a look. Bill is on at 15:15. Right, I think we've got time. We've got time for the Zzap challenge.
Yes.
So I'm going to. Paul, is Paul about? Hopefully he's there. The Zzap challenge will take 20 minutes, and then we'll be able to jump in with Bill, and then we'll got John. So Bill Harbison is coming along at 6:15. John Hare is going to be along at 7, and then we have got Jeff Minter and Giles. Where the hell's Paul E Moz? Oh, there he's there. How you doing, mate? Evening, Paul.
Evening. Is there an echo? Is there an echo, or is it all right?
No, absolutely fine, mate. Absolutely
To
fine.
me. I'll be muted through quite an awful lot of this, but good luck, Paul. I want to see those skills. Want to see them skills.
Yeah, well, let's see how this pans out. Right, to anyone that's not familiar, this is what we've called the Zzap Challenge. If you were an original reader back in the day, but I'll let Paul. I've talked enough. Go and you just describe to people what the Zzap Challenge is. He's not listening, is he?
Hang on.
Right. Anyway,
I'm trying to talk. Where I seem to have umpteen different versions of the audio going on here.
Right. Yeah. Can you explain to the viewers what the Zzap Challenge was all about and what is this going to be?
Hang on. This. I'm looking at this and I've got 3 versions of the audio happening, so I'm confused and I'm wondering what I've done wrong.
You're coming across loud and clear, mate. Anyway, so
yeah, but you are coming through like.
Oh, are you getting an echo from us?
I'm getting delayed. I'm getting all the audio coming back 3 times after I talk, like 10 seconds later, and it's really weird.
Right, what Colin Jones is saying, if you mute the stream, I don't know if you've got this opened in YouTube. If you mute the volume on that,
yeah, each tab in your browser's got a volume, and you just basically click in the tab and go mic off, speaker off.
Right.
Now I
Tell you
can't
what, Paul.
Oh, there we go. Wait, I think I've got it sorted.
Is that right? Are we good?
You 2 talk, and then if it works, I'll be all good.
Right. Okay. Right. Zzap Challenge was the Zzap 64 was a magazine back in the day, based around Commodore 64 software. Every month, somebody would write into the magazine and challenge one of the reviewers to play a game. They would go to Ludlow. They would go to where the Zzap offices were, and they would play 3 games against whether it was Gary Liddon or Gary Penn or Julian Rignall, and it was best out of 3. They would both play at the same time. Whoever got the best score within a certain time got 1 point, and they would do that best out of 3. So for shits and giggles and nostalgia, Paul and I, we did that whenever it was the last live stream, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. We played, what did we play? Galaxy by Tig. Yeah. Can you remember who won?
I'm just trying to think, because obviously getting older, my memory's not what it was. Yeah. So I can't really remember. I'm sure you can remember.
I think you lost, actually, if I remember right.
Yeah, that'd be right.
Yeah.
Picking a game that I'd never played before for a challenge.
Yeah.
And then I got trounced on it. So what did you do this time round? You picked a game I'd never played before. Cheers, mate.
So yeah, what we've done is we've brought it screaming into 2023. We have picked a game, or I picked a game, because let's be honest, Paul. I mean, you were the world champion at bloody Year Kung Fu in Mame. You had the high score challenge in Twin Galaxies, so you're a player, whereas I'm not, as we know. So it's only right and fitting that we get to play a game that I've played in the past. But in my defence, that was 4 years ago. I mean, I
agree. It's your stream, so you should definitely have an advantage. I definitely agree with that.
Anyway, he's getting his excuses in just now, I noticed. So anyway, you have picked the game. We've picked Exterminator by Bubble Bus Software. It's a Centipede clone. So what we've done is I played I set a timer on my phone. I played the game. I had as many goes as I could within 5 minutes. And Paul, and I did that 3 times, and you've done the same. So what we've done is Panther, big thank you to Panther, so that I didn't get to spoil the surprise of who's going to win. Panther cobbled together the videos. So what we're now going to do is we're going to watch the Zzap Challenge 2023. We're now going to see basically who won. So it's 1 point to the winner, and it's first to 2. So let me see if I can find this. There we go, Zzap Challenge. So this is attempt number 1.
I'm a bit nervous about this. I have a bad feeling.
There we go. turn the sound down a wee bit. There we go.
Yeah, look
Well,
at the state.
I've surged into the lead at this point. I'm coming up to 2,000. Yep.
Bear in mind, this is literally the second time I ever played this game.
Oh, I've just lost a life. And you've taken the lead here. Oh, you missed 2,000 points.
Yeah.
I'm in the lead now. Actually, it's kind of nip and tuck. You're just in front
It's
here.
going to be like that because you get a lot of those high scoring things come on, so...
There's not a lot to play. It's almost identical scores.
It'll probably be like that for all of them, although I will say I think I got better as I played it more.
2,000, you've just taken the lead. Come on, Alan, get this. Oh, he's got it, yeah. We're almost neck and neck. Now, I don't know about you, but the strategy that I eventually sussed, because bear in mind, it's about trying to score as much as we can. I just try to concentrate on taking out they're called the fleas and centipedes, but I don't know what they are. They look like birds.
Yeah, everything that was swooping around, I was trying to get them because obviously you get a lot more points for them.
That lobster thing, that's worth 2,000 points. So you wanted to try and get as many of them. Well, you're in the lead at the moment. 13,000 plays 15.
Yeah, I'm pulling ahead a little bit. I'm excited.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, we're still howling for time. We're still got. Oh, there's a big.
We're sure Panther's got these videos the right way around. I'm not expecting to be winning on the first game.
Yeah, you're looking good.
Yeah, that can
only hope. I can only hope that your game's going to end. That you've got 3 lives. Well, we've both got 3 lives, so we're both looking pretty good.
I'm doing quite well, I must admit. It does get a bit frantic. It's actually a good version of it. I was surprised considering how old it is.
I'm getting bogged down with all the. You've got a 4,000 point lead here.
Yeah.
It's too late there.
Change.
I think if Bill drops in, we'll just let him come. He can just watch the rest of this.
Oh, I mean, what better thing to do on a Sunday than watch this? I'm sure he'll be on the edge of his seat.
Right, I mean, I've not lost any lives, but you're obviously you're starting to amass big points.
Has he got these videos the right way around? You must have done better than me on the first game.
Yeah, you're 10,000 in front. It's looking ominous.
Hang on, no. There's a life gone. You seem to be managing the playfield better than me.
Don't see me pulling back. I mean, you're what, about 8,000 in front? We've got about a minute to go, 10 seconds.
This is definitely. I'm just. You must have them in the right order and everything. I'm just.
I'll be honest. I don't even know what my high scores were. I can't remember.
I can remember I can remember roughly what I got.
I did call them. I did call them. When you called yours Paul E Moz attempt 1, 2, 3, and I got my name.
I was trying to eliminate any confusion.
Did you bung Panther any money by any chance? No.
Oh, game over.
Right,
this is your chance. This is your chance.
It's not going to happen. Come on, no, 38. No.
It depends if any more.
I'm not going to call it a dismal. It's not a bad score. Yeah, I needed a couple of these 10 seconds. Waiting for it.
That was an interesting performance.
Excellent, nice presentation. Actually, thanks, Panther.
Yeah, he's done a good job with that.
1-0 to Mr. Paul E Moz off to the yeah, you'd be the what would you be called? The games?
I don't know really. I'm just the Zzap challenge person.
I suppose, yeah, it was the chat. It was the games, whatever he's called. He picked the person to play. So
oh, the scorelord did that.
the score lord was.
I wouldn't dare mess with the scorelord. Luckily, he's not around at the moment. So
right, okay, that was now. If this is going to be interesting, but we technically want to root for me so that I can make it 1-1.
I kind of would like you to win this one as well.
Here we go. This is attempt number 2. I'm going to eat my crisp. Right, Del, you can bloody commentate, and I'm going to eat my crisp for a minute. I'm going to mute myself.
I've got a commentate.
How do you commentate on 2 games of Centipede at the same time?
Yeah, bloody hell.
He's not asking for much, is he? See, I did pick up on it pretty quickly. I mean, everyone's played Centipede millions of times, so once you get the way it works,
yeah, I mean, the best. I mean, obviously the best. Oh, an early life gone for Mamemeister.
It's easy because when you know you've got to play for a high score, you go chasing after them, and those green ones that come down are really fast.
Yeah.
So if you don't get it early on, it's probably going to ram you.
Yeah, because I was going to say that, you know, the best people really to speak about this is the people that know all of the tricks about the scoring system, like that 20,000 that was talked about earlier. You just picked up on one of those 20,000. Oh, and you've lost a life.
Yeah, you get hemmed in sometimes. Fortunately, I died at the same point where I was about to get an extra life, so...
Definitely Mamemeister's behind at the moment, but it's not by much.
I was really trying to milk those flying things, mate.
Or you could do with that white... Oh, there we are. Both of you could do with this scorpion, and Mamemeister got it.
I'm dead again, though.
Oh, yeah. When do you get when do you get an extra life on this? Is it every 10,000, 15,000?
I think it's every 10, yeah.
Ah. So really, when you get that scorpion, you're in a good shape. You're in good shape.
Yeah, it's very helpful. That wasn't helpful having the centipede get that long, mind. But it's funny how it works. I mean, I got to reduce that one pretty quickly there. Normally, I would have expected to die there.
Oh. The scoring is so tight, and you're both on the same lives.
Yeah, it's good because it's very nip and tuck. Depending on what comes on the screen, you can pull away and then be caught back up again.
Yeah. But I do remember this game of old, and I you know.
I do know that Ken Grant, who programmed it, did a really bad football game. I'm a bit of an expert on bad football games.
Yeah, you did a load, haven't you? Yeah, your research just recently. Yeah.
Oh, I'm still playing through them as well. Oh. I don't know how we managed back in the day with football games. I mean,
oh, now it's looking really solid for you at the moment, Paul.
I don't know, I almost pulled ahead there.
3 lives to 1.
Ah, right, I didn't see that. If he dies before he gets an extra life, then I'll be confident of a win.
Yeah.
That spider, that's an annoying thing.
Yeah, because it's just slow, isn't it, rather than moving up and down.
It's slow, but it goes along the bottom, so you can't kill it. I don't think there's anything in the Centipede arcade game like that.
No. Yeah, the spider jumps about a bit in the arcade.
Yeah. There's nothing that hugs the bottom line, so it's actually quite good. Oh, look at this, he's miles ahead now.
Yeah, you've lost a life.
I won't say it's going to go the same way as Galaxy did.
Oh,
I'll be vaporized by the scoreboard if I lose again.
he's spending a lot of time at the top of the screen at the moment. I don't like that. I must admit, I'm usually in the middle or at the bottom.
I think if I get the scorpion, it could be curtains. If I get it.
I think it could.
Oh,
But you didn't.
Oh, no.
shit!
Oh, he's got an extra life though. This is really tight.
Oh, and you got the scorpion.
Oh, Garando.
And then lost it. Lost the life.
No.
Look at that.
Brilliant.
I've just thought of a way you could have cheated. You notice when you lose a life, it goes you get a big bonus. So
Yeah.
in theory, you could have actually given up your life. You could have died to get a bonus, but we didn't do that. But that was quite interesting. But here we go, mate. We'll have the virtual handshake. Best man
Good
wins.
luck.
That was-
All the best. It all comes
that was
down to this.
fantastic. Right. It's strangely compelling, this, actually, watching something like this.
It is actually.
And what's great is that they're both being really, really, really close. Both being really close. There we go.
I daren't show me face in Zapland if I lose this one.
Oh, yeah, you got a report back, haven't you? Oh.
Yep. Too tense to actually
Cooing.
talk about.
That cooing
What's that?
noise.
It's too tense to talk about it.
It's like England going to penalties in the World Cup. It's like, well,
It is.
only more exciting.
It's,
You know, you don't get something like this on any other stream, do you? Let's face it.
Oh, well, I'm just sounding there a wee bit.
I'm
I
getting
will say how
trounced.
quickly Mamemeister sort of like gets a score. He goes nearly double your rate, Paul.
Oh,
At the beginning,
no.
it's almost like at the beginning he's got it cooked, and you expect in the middle and ends.
What I found, Paul, was trying not to waste too much time.
Yeah.
Taking you guys at the bottom. I ended up trying to stay at the top of the screen and just letting them kind of try and avoid them if I could.
I'm catching up now a little bit. That's something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's almost like the middle and end. You really catch up fast. And at the beginning, he's like 4,000 ahead of you. You know, at the beginning, it's almost like a really slow start.
I think I kind of get into the zone as I go a little bit further on.
Yeah.
You do need to get a little bit lucky with where things, like those green things, if they come on the other side of the screen, you're not going to get it because it's too fast.
Oh, yeah. There's quite a bit of luck. I mean, let's be honest, neither of us have actually lost the game yet.
That's true.
It's kind of down to luck a wee bit as to what's coming on the screen. I mean, there's 500 points separating us at the moment.
Do you both die at the same time there?
Yeah, but you're one behind.
Oh yeah.
You're starting to open up a wee gap. But the difference is one of the scorpions, really, isn't it? No, you've got a few more here.
Tell you what-
When you go even further up. Yeah.
It's like watching a Newcastle game though. I won't be confident until it's like 3-0 up with 30 seconds to play.
For the final whistle.
Yeah. There's always, I always think there's a way for it to be thrown away.
Yeah, because you're one below again live-wise.
Getting a bit busy down below. Oh, bollocks.
Oh, he's missed that scorpion.
Missed
Oh.
it. There's a bit of gap. I don't see that closing somehow.
I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident. I may not be vaporized after all. Then again,
next year, Tales of the Arabian Nights.
oh, yes.
All I can hope for now is Paul dies. That's about the only chance I've got of salvaging this.
That was my last life.
I was about to say, how's your spelling, Al?
Ooh, there's the relief of the extra life coming.
Now, if we were going to have a real cliffhanger, Paul, your game would end here, and it would be, can I pull it back within 45 seconds?
That would be a cliffhanger.
Literally only got like nearly 30 seconds left, and
Pulling away now.
there's nearly 10,000 between you. Nearly. What happens if you lose a life? You get quite a big bonus, did you say?
For you get a bonus for all of the mushrooms or whatever they are.
Yeah, I never really noticed that until it was too late.
You really want to die now, then?
Yeah, you don't think about that.
Oh, that was handy.
Oh, nice. Well done,
Oh.
Paul. Game good in the end.
Yes.
You can go back to your work, yeah. And
Vindication. I feel
was
strangely elated after that.
I enjoyed that. That was good fun. I don't think you could say either of us played badly when we didn't lose.
No.
No, it was great.
That was awesome.
And-
that was awesome.
Well, it's 1-1 as well, so we'll have to do it again sometime.
Yeah, same time next year, mate.
And we'll just before we head off.
Oh,
All the
fantastic.
Oliver threat. Yeah.
It's all nicely sealed up. And
I'm
shipped
hoping
out.
that goes before the end of the night because nobody's bidded yet.
We've also got this fella. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I see you can't buy that in the store anymore. So
Good evening,
if
Bill.
you want to bid on them,
Good evening,
I
Bill.
don't know what to do.
He's not listening. He doesn't even know he's in the stream yet.
Well, I'll sign out, but and I'll go and
Okay,
have
Paul.
a victory beer or something. But enjoy the rest of the stream. I'll be around.
All right,
And I'll
buddy.
catch you later on.
See you soon, mate.
Cheers, chaps.
Cheers, buddy. Bye.
Cheers, Paul.
Bye. Good evening, Mr. Harbison.
Hello, I was looking at YouTube. I was getting confused.
You
I
were
just suddenly appeared.
so we're just
I
getting
thought
going.
it was going to be some sort of holding pen before we actually go on. I didn't think we'd be straight in.
Yeah, well, yeah, there is a holding pen. You do appear at the bottom, but I thought I'll wheel you in. So how are you? You all right?
I'm all right. How are you? How's the stream going?
It's going really well. We've I don't know what we broke £1,000 about an hour ago,
That's all right.
which is absolutely awesome. Still got another couple of hours to go. I'm starting to flag a wee bit. I mean, we're now what's that? 10 hours and 20 minutes into it.
Yeah, I've been popping in now and again just to see you're still alive.
Yeah, it's still going well. So listen, Bill, thank you very much for taking time to join me. It's
all right.
It's
Anything to
much
help?
appreciated. So yeah, Dale, you've got. I mean, I've obviously spoke to Bill. Have you got stuff that you think? I think I might have
I
some-
want you. I like to sort of like fill in when it gets really interesting with a question, and you're the question master. You see.
So obviously, Bill, can you just tell the viewers? I mean, you're why are you in here? You're famous, obviously, because you work for.
I don't know, to be
So-
honest. Why am I here?
No, because you've. I think it's fair to say you've designed and drawn some of the most iconic kind of 8-bit game, not just 8-bit, 16-bit games as well. I mean, you mentioned that you'd done the graphics for Batman the movie. I think is that correct on the Commodore Amiga?
Yeah, the 3D sections that
Wow.
you seem to enjoy, didn't you? You enjoyed that a bit.
I mean, it must be pretty cool to be going into a shop and you see the Commodore Amiga bundle and it's got your game in it.
Well, yeah, it was at the time. I mean, any game that you've worked on and it's there up on the shelves, you know, it's always exciting. Because of course we used to go in and like make sure our games were at the front and move the other ones at the back.
Did you do that?
But yeah, put US Gold behind us.
Can't do that with Amazon, can you?
No, you can't really do that.
Nah. Sadly not. So when did you? I know we've discussed this before, but obviously this is a new thing. When did you? I'm trying to remember how you came to be at Ocean. You just want to take a few minutes to tell about how you came to work at Ocean, because obviously you're a Scotsman. Where do you come from originally?
Ayrshire, a little village called Auchinleck.
Auchinleck, that's yeah. And there's still got a football team, Auchinleck Talbot.
Oh, yeah, they're still quite high up in the Junior League. Yeah, if they've not won it again.
Yeah. So how did you come from? Let's be honest, Ayrshire is quite a remote part of Scotland. How did you end up down in was it Liverpool, Ocean? Manchester.
Well, I was intending to go to Glasgow Art College initially, but I had to wait a year because I didn't have the grades to go. You had to get history of art to actually get in. Didn't matter how good you were at drawing, you had to have history of art on there as well. And at the same time, I was doing bits and pieces on my Spectrum, like mocking up what arcade games would look like and mocking up loading screens and stuff like that. And I just thought, well, I saw the adverts like with the Ocean Games, and they had the address at the bottom, 6 Central Street. So I thought, well, I'll send a tape with my stuff on it and see what happens. To be honest, it took about a year actually, back and forth. But I think it was Gary Bracey that I was interviewed by, and he basically said, "Great, can you start in 2 weeks?" So I had to go back home and tell my parents I was leaving home in 2 weeks. But I'm sure they were thrilled by.
So was there no sort of like formal interview or anything?
No. I'm trying to think what happened. We just had like a quick chat. Gary wanted to see what was on the tape. There was a bit of controversy because I'd done a mock-up of a game based on Andy Capp. Remember the old comic? It was a Daily Mirror or something. And Gary said to me, "Have you sent this to anybody else? Have you sent it to any other games companies?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And he said, "I've seen a demo of this game running already." Apparently Mirrorsoft had an Andy Capp game, and it was just kind of, we'd had the same idea at the same time, but it was laid out exactly. It was like a sort of the sort of young ones where you had it was like a long strip and the characters would walk left and right and you could go to different locations. It was that style of game. So I don't think Gary was convinced. He sort of looked into it, but nothing ever came of it. I don't think they saw it. It didn't see my demo and think, right, let's do that. It's just that we had the same idea at the same time. And that was it. So I was down 2 weeks later and started work.
That was it. Without prying, was the wages more than you'd get working in Asda, or was it pretty mediocre?
No, it was a lot of money, but I did a tweet about I found my old payslip for my first week's wage
At Ocean, yeah.
At Ocean, and I can't remember. I would need to dig it out. If I knew I was going to be asked this, I would have dug it out, and I could have told you how much it was worth. It was like something like about 400 quid a week.
Right, that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
That was quite, and what year are we talking about, Bill?
1988. So 1988, I would have got about £90 a week.
Yeah.
That was the base where you started off.
Yeah.
So obviously it was kind of depressing for me, because after about 3 years I was earning more than my dad had ever earned, and then a few years later I was earning double what my dad had ever earned.
Yeah.
So
what did your dad do?
He was just like he just worked at the electricity board as just like a labourer, like driving trucks, putting electricity into houses, all that sort of stuff.
I was going to say, did your mum put your dig money up? But then, of course, you were living down there at that point, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you share a flat with anybody, or did you have your own place? Or
I had my own flat for a while, and then there was a couple of people that have shared my flat, Mark Jones being one of them, just because he had come back and I think he was working for about 6 weeks or something, but he didn't have anywhere to stay. So I said, well, you can stay at mine for nothing if you want. So, and I think on the flat below me was Rick Palmer, who was he was a programmer, Commodore 64 programmer. I think he worked on Wek Le Mans or something. There was him and his brother. There was Rick and there was John Palmer. John was the artist and Rick was the programmer. So we were always like in each other's flats and visiting each other and stuff, because like he was into music and played bass, and I was upstairs and I played guitar. So we were just like hang out sometimes.
So
I was going to say, in those early years, were you concentrating on 8-bit stuff, or did they give you a spectrum of going on 16-bit as well at the same time, or was it, like I said, those very, very first early years?
Right at the very beginning, the first game I did was Dilly Thompson's Olympic Challenge.
Oh, right.
And everything was done on a Spectrum Plus 2, I think. I take my own copy of the Artist 2, the software that I'd done my work on at home. I brought that with me, so I did all the graphics on that. But then when I went on to the next project, they had got an Atari ST. So I was doing Spectrum graphics on the Atari ST.
Gotcha.
So while that was happening, obviously I was only doing stuff in 2-color, but in the background I was like doing 16-color graphics just in my own time, just to get used to the colors. And you've no idea how hard it was to use a mouse the first time after using the keyboard. All those graphics.
Oh, I can't. I had an A1000, so I went from a Commodore 64 to an A1000. It was an experience.
Yeah. So it was the first time of me using a mouse. I think I'd heard that we had the license for Batman the movie. So I had a magazine that had a picture of Batman and a picture of Jack Nicholson as the Joker. So I was just sat in the office like doodling like black and white faces of the characters, just to sort of give us a bit of practice. And Gary walked past and said, "Oh, I like that. We'll put that in the game." I was like, "Okay, but where are you going to put it?" "I don't know. I'll find something. I'll put that in the game." So it went on the utility belt at the bottom. You know how you've got the two characters flex between one and the other.
Yeah,
that was me just messing about with the colors, and while I was doing something else. But it just so happens as well, I have.
Oh.
But what I was apparently these are quite rare. So what I was planning to do was devalue it quite a bit and sell it and put it on your stream.
Oh wow.
That would be really well. Why don't I see if we can get some offers on the stream, Bill?
Well, I've also got a copy of a Hit Squad copy of Chase HQ for the Spectrum, but it's not arrived yet. So I'm gonna sign that and stick that on as well. Might make you.
Oh, and signed as well. So
listen, brilliant. Yeah, that is awesome. So Dale, go and write that down, mate. So Bill, you're offering going. It's a Hit Squad copy of Batman the movie.
Hit Squad Batman the movie for the Amiga.
Amiga, right?
Awesome, and it's going to be signed yourself, Bill. And then you also said you've got a copy of
a Hit Squad version of Chase HQ for the Spectrum, which I'll sign as well.
Fantastic. What we'll do is, I mean, I'm conscious of any time. This will probably run on beyond, like, you know. I'll get back in touch with you and Bill says, right, we've got 20 quid for that, whatever. So that is thank you very, very much, mate. That is absolutely awesome.
No problem.
Thank you for excuse me for doing that. So how you're talking about? Did you used to do graphics like the artist on the Spectrum artist or something? So it was all just using the keys. You drew with the keys. Is that how it kind of works? Yeah.
Up, down, left, right, press to plot a pixel, or you could fill in an area. Took absolutely ages.
And it's funny, like, I mean, you think, I remember when I first got my Atari ST, and what was the software? Degas Elite, I think it was called. And you think, oh, I can draw a circle. It's impossible to draw a circle. It's that mice are not actually that conducive to drawing with, are they?
No, not really, but they did have light pens, but then you couldn't use them either. Where you were like writing on the screen.
Aye.
It was a bit too early for them. Obviously, you've got like those Cintiq monitors where you've got the stylus and you can like do all sorts of incredible stuff on it, but technology wasn't there yet.
So, did you work in the what was that big building in Manchester? What was it? It had a name, something building.
It was the Society of Friends building, the Quaker building.
Aye, what was it called? It had a name. Did it not have a name like the Bermar building, or did I just made it up?
Can't remember.
We
just knew it as the Quaker building.
Aye. It was quite a imposing looking building. It was like about sort of it was almost like the what's his name? Oswald killed JFK. It was like one of these big buildings. It was like 8 floors, and it was it kind of in the centre of Manchester? Or?
Yeah, it was. The central library was directly across the road, and then behind it was the police station. So we were like right in the I was going to say the dead centre of Manchester, because like in the car park there was a load of Quakers buried. There's a plaque up that's been there for like, there's been people buried under the car park for like 400 years or something.
Yeah, I just actually finished. It's a book I kept picking up then, but I kept forgetting to read. I read the Chris Wilkins History of Ocean, which I know you're in as well. And apparently it was quite an interesting kind of building, wasn't it? There was the managers like Dave Ward and were they at the top of the building, and then there was the sort of like you guys are in the dungeons. And
that's exactly it. We were in the dungeons and they were all upstairs in the nice offices. We had bars on the windows, and the windows were like up here, so you couldn't see out. You'd occasionally see legs walking past, and that would be about it. Yeah, and there was like one toilet downstairs for all of them, So you had to go around the back of the office and then through a part of their building to get to the toilets. But I remember like going through there one time, and in the middle, I walked right into the middle of an AA meeting. There were people all sat in a circle having an AA meeting, and they sort of turned around and looked at me, and I was like, I just want to use the toilet there. Imposing outside and imposing inside as well.
And am I right in thinking that there was like, apparently if you worked late at night you could hear like noises and things like that? Was it haunted or was it just is it probably some programmer's lying drunk under the table or something?
What sort of noises?
I don't know. I think there's just people who I think it was haunted because of your saying that there was apparently like Quakers buried nearby, whatever. Was it ever a building that you worked late at night? I mean, what kind of hours did
yeah,
you know?
but the only noises we heard came from the gay bar across the road. So we would come out if we were working late, and they would be coming out at the same time, and it would be like, oh God, what's going on here?
Excuse me. So obviously, you know, people know that I mean, you did the graphics for Chase HQ and the Spectrum. Did you also do RoboCop as well?
Loading screen.
But you did. Do you know the in-game graphics for?
So you broke up then. What did you say?
I'm sorry. Did you? So what in Chase HQ? Did you do the in-game graphics as well, or was it the?
I did everything on Chase HQ, but on RoboCop, I just did the loading screen. Dawn Drake did the graphics on the Spectrum version of that.
Ah, I've got you. So we've just got Mr. Jeff Minter. Evening, Jeff. How are you, buddy?
Wow.
ECC. We'll be catching up with Jeff at 8 o'clock, I think it is.
I saw him. I saw him at one of these like convention things. He was showing off some game, and I was too shy to go up and say hello to. I was just like, oh, there's Jeff Minter there, and my girlfriend was there with my stepdaughter, and she just walked straight up, like, let's have a look at this game then, and I was like, don't go up and speak to him.
Was that
He's
one
just
of the? Was that one? I was going to say. Sorry, Matt.
I was just reminding you that it's just that Jeff is saying you are going to need to send him the link to get in.
Yeah. I'll send it across on email to Giles, Jeff, if that's all right. But I have sent it, but I'll send it again before 8 o'clock, mate. So that is awesome. So did you guys go to a big part from what I gather of like the early 8-bit days was going to like the computer shows down at Earl's Court and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think I only went to one. I think it was probably the first year I was there, and Gary had said there was a big surprise going to happen at the private party, and we're like, all right, what is it? And he said Bob Monkhouse is turning up. We're like, fuck off, he's not. No way. So it was like we knew that this wasn't going to happen anyway. So we did all round the show, and then we had the private party in this. I think it was in a. What was it? I think it was an Italian restaurant that was like they had moved everything out of the way just for us. And there was a tiny little stage. And then Gary said, "Right, everybody, come over and stand around here. I've got an announcement to make." So he started like going on about like whatever we'd been doing there and all that sort of stuff. And then he said, "Right, and I'd like to welcome Bob Monkhouse." And Bob Monkhouse appeared out of nowhere. I mean, this was a guy that I looked up to in telly because he was like joke.
Yeah.
So I turned around and he's like literally 4 feet from me, like on this stage. And we were just looking up at him. I can't even remember anything about it. I just remember him being there. But apparently afterwards we'd learned that he turned up like quite early before the thing started, and he sat with Gary for a couple of hours, and he was saying, "Right, tell me what about the people that are going to be there? Like, who can take a joke? Who can't take a joke? What can I say about this person? What can I say about that person? He did his homework. He certainly did his homework before he went out that night. And it was really, really good.
What year was that? When would that be? Late in the 80s or what?
Either 88 or 89.
So did Ocean have? I mean, I was I went to a couple of the early PCW shows. I think I went to one out in 1985. I remember arriving at, was it Victoria bus station in London? I have no idea whereabout in London it was. We got on the bus in Edinburgh about 8 o'clock at night, and we arrived in London about 4 o'clock in the morning. And I remember me and my mate were like shitting ourselves because there was all these real dodgy people walking about the bloody station. And as soon as it was light, we made our way to Earl's Court, and I remember standing outside Earl's Court for bloody hours and hours and hours before they opened the doors. But yeah, these were like magical times. Actually, when we're down at Zzap Live, Jeff was talking about the shows. There's there were special times, and I think it's difficult for people who are not of a certain age to understand just how magical this whole scene was back in the day. Everything, it was all brand new, and seeing all these big banners for new games coming out and new computers, it was just a magical time. So did you go to a lot of these kind of shows, and did you have
I only went to one of those, that one. There was another one that I was supposed to go to and I didn't go to. I think I told you about this in Blackpool, because when the people came back, they were like, Gillian Anderson was there and you missed it. So, unlucky.
So how did you when you'd finished a game, would you work in more than one game at any one time, or was it strictly like you're working in JCHQ, once you've finished we'll give you something else? How did that work? How did they allocate what game you were going to be working on?
Whoever was finished, really. It was kind of luck. If you finished at a certain time, you got put on something else. But I think maybe because I had worked on that Wek Le Mans racing game, and then they knew they had Chase HQ coming up, so they thought, well, we'll give that to them. And then when that did really well, the Batman license came up and they wanted it on the ST and Amiga. I think they were like, how can we incorporate that into Batman? So they did the Batmobile and the Batwing sections. I think that's how they worked out. But sometimes you would be working on a couple of things at once. But a lot of the time when I was there, if they needed a loading screen really quickly, Gary would always come to me, because I could knock them out quite quickly, like in an afternoon or a couple of days. Or if there was he'd come over and say, right, one, I just remembered there's one we've got a demo on your Sinclair for Typhoon, and we haven't got a loading screen. Can you do one this afternoon? Yeah, okay. I mean, it's fairly simple, but I got it done. So whenever he needed anything like that in an emergency, he would usually come to me.
Yeah. So how did you go about designing like a picture on a Spectrum? Did you sketch it out on paper and overlay it with like a grid, or how did the process come about?
Oh, pretty much everything that I have done, I haven't had any reference material for, apart from RoboCop, which was a scan, and I just had to tidy it up and make it look nice. Everything else, I didn't even have the game art to work from. Or if I did, it was like a black and white photocopy that wasn't really very good quality. So something like for a demo of Typhoon, I would need to find the logo, and like you would block it out like in lines, so that's where the logo is going to go. That's where the Ocean logo is going to go. And then Gary would come over and say, right, it has to have this exact text on it. Right, okay, so the text is going to go there. and you just leave me to it. I'll just do it.
Mm-hmm. And how long on average could it take you to, if Gary says, look, I need a loading screen by 3 o'clock tomorrow, how long would it take you to knock one up?
It would be 3 o'clock the next day.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be like an overnight. They've never stayed overnight and worked hard like that. I'm too bloody lazy.
So it's all bollocks what they say in that bloody ocean about pulling 24 hours. Did you never have like timelines, or because, well, there again, if you were doing the graphics, did you presumably?
We were always finished first.
What's that?
We were always finished first. The artists were always finished first, and then we'd be hanging about because they'd still be like testing it, or they'd still be working on the AI or anything like that. So a lot of the time we would come in and we'd be sat down just drinking cups of tea and chatting because we didn't have anything to do. Yeah, and you'd be told, well, make it look like you've got something to do. You know, there's that old joke, well, why don't you pretend I'm doing something?
Just look busy.
Yeah.
So, were you, I mean, did Ocean have, I mean, I've watched the Commercial Breaks documentary, and, you know, I was obviously in the early days. When they were saying, right, I mean, did you work on any non-movie licenses? Did you work on any original kind of games for Ocean, or was it all movie licenses?
We'd all gone completely licenses at that point.
Yeah.
It was all about getting the money in, you know, getting it to tie up a game with a movie or a TV, or you'd be doing a conversion of an arcade game.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I was telling you the other day, I'd done the background graphics for Toki on the Commodore 64. I'd never worked on the Commodore 60 before or since. One project. So it was just, again, like I was saying before, whoever was done on time, they would get whatever needed doing.
Was there ever a time where you knew that the next game was going to be something that you didn't want to work on, and you deliberately like dragged your heels so that the next guy got the gig?
No, it didn't work like that. It didn't. I have worked on something that I didn't want to do, but I still had to do it anyway.
Yeah. Was there ever a game that, well, not something you didn't want to get involved in, was there ever a game that you worked on and it got atrocious reviews, and did you feel any disappointed and think, fucking hell, I put my heart and soul into this game, and, you know, it's getting crap reviews? How did that affect you?
I didn't really look at the reviews afterwards, you know, at the time. But it was only like in the last few years where I found out that the driving sections of Batman the movie were too hard and unplayable. And I thought, well, I've never heard that before. And then somebody had said, Jurassic Park wasn't very good. Gary didn't like it. I was like, really? You seemed to like it while we were working on it. So it's not until later on what I found out that some of the games that I worked on weren't received as well. I mean, I saw you trying to play the driving section of Batman. I mean, I had played it every day. Like occasionally, when it was being done, I would be there. I'd say, "Let's have a go of it and see what it's like." Oh, well, it feels all right. You know, hooking it onto the lamppost and swinging around the corner. Just never even thought like some kid would have it and just not be able to play it. We can play it, so you know it's fine.
Well, it's interesting you should say that, because when I was talking to Martyn Brown of Team 17, but it's Team 17 Sofware. They did Alien Breed and all these great games, and he said that there was they didn't realise just how difficult these games were. It's because they were playing them themselves, and Richard Leinfellner, who programmed Cauldron, says these guys were playing. They were playing one screen. They would knock up a screen. They would play it. Think that's fine. Yeah, next screen, play it. Whereas the consumer was having to play all these games, all these screens with 3 lives, and it was rock hard. So it must be difficult, just kind of fine tuning the difficulty.
Well, we had like a QA team, but again, you know, they were like professionals. They were playing it all the time.
Yeah.
But there was 2 games that I worked on that are both ended up being programmed by the same person, and they are so difficult. One of them is my worst game that I've ever worked on, probably, which is RoboCop 3 on the SNES. And the other one is Lethal Weapon on the SNES. Apparently, they are so difficult to play, and because they were on the SNES, they got shipped over to America. So a lot of American people have been playing Ocean games, and it turns out that because of that, Ocean has got such a really bad name over there. Really bad movie licenses that are too hard to play.
Because they were doing Addams Family, weren't they? And a lot of other stuff on the cartridge scene over there, weren't they, Ocean?
Yeah. I remember them being done, but I wasn't involved in them. But they looked all right, but I'm guessing they were, again, too difficult.
What was it?
They haven't got the stamina, have they?
They were difficult, and I did tend to find that Ocean platform games on the SNES look samey. You know, the levels looked and the graphics looked sort of like just, well, it's the same engine as last time, isn't it? With a few tweaks and bits.
No, they were all done individually. We didn't share code.
No, but it's what I'm saying is it looked that way. You know, they didn't. You know, it didn't look that substantially a difference that a year's gone by, and here's another Addams Family game, and it's.
Yeah, there was something about the graphics on that format as well, because I think we tried to do sort of Amiga style graphics on the SNES, and it didn't work. It just didn't work because it wasn't for that. It was for a different audience. It was for a younger audience. So we were trying to do like rounded shading on stuff and highlights and all that sort of stuff for the sprites, and it just didn't work. It didn't work on that format.
Yeah.
But you know, we would do stuff like Mario and think, why are they playing this? Look, it's only Mario's only like 4 colors and he looks terrible. Why is everybody raving about it? Well, I think that was the reason that Lethal Weapon was the way it was. They tried to copy Mario. They tried to make it a sort of like.
That's fair. I didn't like that. It's the same way like Ocean did one. What was it called? You play the part of a squirrel, Mr. Nuts.
Mr. Nuts.
Yeah, they went really console. They were they thought that all Amiga people were wanting to play SNES games. Weren't really for me, but I just listen, Bill. We're quite literally ran out of time. We've got John here coming along in 10 minutes, and I need to go to the toilet. Just before you go, what game would you say you're most proud of from a kind of graphical point of view? If you had to pick one game,
I don't know.
It's too hard to say.
Yeah, well, there's so many.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I guess it would be Chase HQ because everybody that I've talked to with a Spectrum likes it, and the fact that I had pretty much graphic control over it, so I could do what I wanted. I swore
you were going to say Batman the movie, but then
no. With this, it was actually my decision to put the lights on the top and have them flashing like the arcade.
Oh, right.
So
the thing is, if you ask any Spectrum person to name the best Spectrum game ever, 8 out of 10 times they're going to say Chase HQ. So that's not a bad thing to have on your gravestone, mate. I programmed Chase HQ in the Spectrum.
I suppose so.
So listen, Bill, we're going to have to bid farewell. So listen, just a massive thanks for taking time to join us tonight. I know everybody, we've got 51 people that's been watching for the last couple of hours. That's absolutely phenomenal. Like, again, if it wasn't for you guys, they're not paying to see me and Craig. They're paying to see guys like you listening to you talking about stuff. It's been absolutely awesome. So thanks very much, Phil. And again, thanks for the very kind offer of all these 2 games. Dale's got a note of them. We'll take that one away later on, and once we'll get a nice price for it. I'll be in touch with you if you could deface some with your Sharpie and get them posted out. That would be super.
I've got them here somewhere. I've got them in my ocean mug. There we go.
Good stuff, mate. Okay then, Bill. Cheers, everybody. Thanks again, mate.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was good, mate. That was good.
I know. I'm trying to keep up with putting all the text in the chat so that people can see where we are. And
yeah, right. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to go for a pee. So you're going to see these infernal sheep. It was great to see Jeff was in the stream.
Yeah, I thought I'd better mention that to you in case. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah. There's not many YouTubers get Jeff Minter coming into a live stream, so you know that
everybody's gone. Jeff, it's me, Jeff.
Right, listen, we're going to go for a collective piss, so I'm going to share the sheep thing again.
Couple of minutes, 5 minutes. What are we doing? 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah, we'll only got 5 minutes. Hopefully, John won't be too early. Let's go back in the jiffy. Right, let's. There we go. Right, we'll see you shortly, folks. How are you bearing up, mate? You all right?
Yeah. Fine. Trying to keep it all together with the auction, but nobody's bidding. I don't know if it's just because there's things being added and then they don't know where they are because it doesn't look right on the screen when I'm.
To be honest, I think you know what I think what we'll do is we'll abandon going on about it because people are more interested in listening to the guests, which is absolutely fine.
Oh, of course.
I think what we'll do is when I do my Friday waffle, I'll be pimping it. I think we'll leave it at that. So anything that we've not got, I mean these Tony, it's the items are going to be getting sold. They are going to be getting sold. We'll talk about it in the Friday waffle. Let's just concentrate. Let's concentrate on the guests because it's all about the guests.
Yeah.
So yeah, awesome. I think suffice to say it's going pretty well, mate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying it, and everybody is brilliant, and you know the guests. Wow, blown my mind. If you know what I mean. You know, I've learned so much, and saying hello
Alex,
to them.
Yeah, Alex quickly asking what we've got. We've got 10 PlayStation 2 games. We've got a signed baseball cap by my good self. It's a white baseball cap. I will sign it. These are £10. We've got 2 left. We've got we've got a boxed Batman the movie signed by Bill Harbison. We're going to have a boxed Robocop signed by Bill Harbison. And we've got the Ollie Frey artwork book, which is mint and sealed. And we've also got a Zzap 64 annual 2019. Now, you can't buy that anymore. Yep, Tony, it's a signed baseball cap. So if you want one, £10, mate. If you can just make your donation, every single penny that were raised tonight, every single penny is going to 2 wonderful charities. We've broken £1,000 already, folks, so that is just phenomenal. And I mean, yeah, you saw Jeff Minter was in the stream earlier on. We're just about to have another utter legend, Mr. John Hare. I mean, do they get much bigger than guys like him? I don't think so. Dale, I've obviously been chatting to. I've chatted to John for like 5 hours. So I'm not going to say you want to lead this one, but if you've got stuff that you want to have a chat with John about, mind and just chirp in.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just finding it a bit tricky because I'm keeping track of everything, and of course, your questions, and of course, I'm not that big. I'm not that. I haven't done many interviews. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah.
I sort of like get comfortable because you've asked a couple, and then I go, oh, I want to ask one at this stage because you're talking about this, but I'll have a go.
Yeah. I'm just conscious. I do talk over you quite a bit.
No! Don't feel like that at all. John Hare. I mean, he was Sensible Software, and he was at the Zzap event, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was indeed.
Yeah,
right, Tony's asking, prices. No, Tony. Basically, you bid what you want. I mean, bear in mind, it's going to cost me money to post these things. So if you want a baseball cap, the baseball caps are £10 each. The other stuff, it's all auctions. We've got a DS Lite, and it's there. Beautiful DS Lite, 100% working order. That is currently at £20. There's a Creed. I know Tony's a big video fan. We have a Creed box set, not box set, 2 discs, the 4K edition, kindly gifted by Dell. These are brand new, never been opened. That is currently sitting at 15 quid. So if you want it, bid more than that. And like I says, every single penny is going to charity, folks. So it's all good. It's all good.
We've got a bid as well for the annual. So that's £10.
Yep, we've got well, you've got a bid for the annual, have you?
Yeah, from Nick himself, Arlasoft. He wants it.
All right, awesome. Good. We've got a bid there. What's that? £10 for Batman the movie?
No. £10 is for.
Sorry.
Is.
I'm reading that there.
So Zzap annual 2009, £10. Hit Squad, Batman the movie, still nothing. Hit Squad, Chase HQ, Spectrum sign, still nothing.
Yeah, it's just bidding in just read back, Tony. There's all these items. If you want something, you tell us how much you're prepared to pay for it, mate. Yeah. I believe Ox, Nick has apparently finished the game, and I think there was a link. There was a link to where to get the game. Well, just go to the Arlasoft. Go to the Arlasoft website again.
I'll put the two. I'll put the 2 links in the game again. I'll do the newest one first, and then Burger King second. So. There we are. So that's Diamond Geezer. And Burger Time is just coming up now.
Tell you what, I'm just going to.
There we go.
Oh, there's the legend that is Mr. Hare. John, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Sorry, I'm just getting connected up, but here I am.
That's all right, mate. Listen, thank you so much for joining me. It's been the reason I look absolutely knackered and Dale looks knackered is because we've been doing this since 8 o'clock this morning. Quite literally, we're taking 10 minutes to go for a piss and grab a quick cup of tea, whatever, and eating crisps and what have you. So yeah, it's been good. I think we've broken £1,000 for the 2 charities, which is just phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to quickly let you see something here, John. There's a guy, Nick Sherman. He started coding Commodore 64 games about 2 years ago, and he's quite literally put out the best version of Galaxian. I was telling him that there is not a decent Berserk on the Commodore 64, and then about a week later he sends me this D64 image, which I loaded up, and he's only gone and done like an arcade perfect Berserk. So about 2 weeks ago, he says, look, I want to code a game that we can sell and people can make donations for the charity. So we said, what about Burger Time? So he's literally done this in 2 weeks. Are you familiar with Burger Time at all?
No, I don't know Burger Time. Show me.
You don't know it? I'm going to, right, let me just get this going. It's the game is available to download. Just give me 2 seconds, folks.
Just a minute. Alan, my mum wants to say hello. There you go, look.
Hey, Mrs. Dell, how are you? You're live on the internet. How are you?
He's asking how you are because you can't hear him because I've got my headphones on, but I don't know if you can hear.
Hey, Mrs. Dell, how are you?
How are you?
We're doing really, really well. We've raised over £1,000 for charity.
Oh, wonderful. That's
£1,000 for charity.
lovely. Okay, bye.
Dale will be along in 10 minutes to meet a wee cup of tea.
Go on then, Mum.
Right, let's. Right, we'll just get this. Share this.
I'm muting for a moment.
Not a problem. Right, I'm just going to let you folks see this game. One vice. Move that over there, and then we'll get the. There we go. Where is it? Burger time. Bump. So he quite literally coded this in a couple of weeks. Just ridiculous. I'll just play this for 2 seconds, let you see the game, folks. If you put this side by side with arcade one, John, honestly, you couldn't tell the difference. It's just mental. So I think, Dale, you've put the link to where you can grab this game. You can download the game. If you want to make a donation of 50 pence, a pound, whatever, please do so. Like I said, all the money's going to charity. So, and it's awesome. Right. Anyway, listen, we've got royalty in the stream, so I'm going to close that for a wee second, and then we're going to get rid of that. So, listen, John, thanks again for taking time out of your day. Yeah, I think the last time I spoke to you, England were in was it Euro finals, eh?
No, that was a while ago. Yeah, but yeah, around about that time, yeah.
And I think. How did you go on in that? Did you not get to the final? I can't bloody remember.
That's the one where, if it's the one where we got to the final and Chiellini pulled Saka back by his collar. It was a iconic moment in football. This picture. Proper Italian way to win a trophy. It was admirable defending in my book, I've got to say, much as I wanted us to win. Yeah.
At least Scotland have actually qualified. We were talking earlier on. I know. We were talking about how there are people who are in their 30s who have never actually known Scotland to qualify for a tournament. People actually don't realise Scotland have a football team.
You know, I remember back in the 70s when Ali McLeod, we had Ali's Army and all this stuff, and Scotland were the only team that were qualifying, and England weren't. Yeah. And I think that it's very easy, like with England fans, people are complaining about Gareth Southgate all the time. He's finished, what, 4th, 3rd and 2nd in recent tournaments. This is an unbelievable record. I remember 2 World Cups in a row, we didn't even get there. And I think that people forget, like, and that's worked to you in Scotland, that you've got in, and it's easy to just lose that qualifying. It looks easy until you stop doing it. And then, you know, all of a sudden you realise it's not that easy. You know, you can take it for granted that you're... People tend to, like, complain too much when they're coming in 2nd or 3rd. They're still pretty good, really. So the fact, you know, I'm talking about in a group now in football, you know, just get in. The job is to qualify. Then see where you go. So it's great that you guys have got there. Yeah. As a Norwich fan, I've got to say that it's good to have. I mean, we've had we're awful. We were playing today absolutely crap. It put me in a really bad mood today. Again, you know. But yeah, we've got Kenny McLean and we've got Angus Gunn and we've got Grant Hanley. So we've got 3 Scotland players will probably be there with Scotland, I hope.
Yeah. So did you play football at school? Were you always a football kind of guy?
I've been playing football since I was about 5 in the playground with a tennis ball. I was in my primary school. Well, we didn't really play other schools, but I was the captain of my little house 5-a-side team. But yeah, I have, and I'm still doing it now. I'm still managing a football team now. We were meant to have played today, but this is the 2nd week. Our season has been running for 4 weeks, but 2 of the weeks have been rained off. This week it was rained off, which was a good job because we barely had 11 players, like because of different people injured and out. So I was very happy that the rain came down today. And when the pitch gets too waterlogged, the groundsman calls the game off, which is really annoying when you spent the whole week messaging everyone going, can you play on Sunday? Can you play on Sunday? Can you play? You ordered a referee, you get a pitch, and then the rain comes and or the snow.
So what's your team name?
Our team is called Anglia FC. So we're in the we play in Cambridge. We play in the same league as like the different colleges. We played Trinity Hall last week. We're going to play engineering today, but it got cancelled. We played Wolfson College. So we've had 2 games so far this season. We lost one and we won one, so that's all right. But it's kind of like we play on some very nice pitches. If you get to play at Jesus College, it's like playing football in a Brideshead Revisited episode, you know? Near the pitch, and you got this beautiful building, and yeah, I mean it's fun. I've done it quite a long time with this team now. I've become the manager in the last 3 or 4 years, which is really interesting to manage a real football team. But at this level, half the job is getting enough players on the pitch every week.
Do the guys that you play with, do they know like who you are? Do they know your background?
Yeah, some of them do. Yeah, some of them do, and I guess some of them don't. I mean, some of them are like people in their 20s now won't necessarily know about the old games. You know, that's the reality. There'll always be someone in the squad that will tell them. But no, I mean it's like generationally, things are very, very different. You know, with younger players now, we've got a few younger players. Although I do learn things like we had a guy who played for us a couple of times. He's done quite well. Young guy, I don't know how old he is, early 20s, I'd say. And he was telling me that like last week he was playing the new EA Sports FC, the new thing from EA. And he was saying he didn't like it as much as FIFA. And then he told me that he'd spent $3,000 on his dad's credit card on loot boxes in FIFA. And I'm like, £3,000. And I'm like, okay, I'll bear that in mind when I'm asked about, because we're doing sociable soccer now. We've got the FIFA Pro license with the players, but we don't have any loot boxes in our game. You know, you pay the cover price for the game, which is 25 quid. That's it. You know, so that's only £5 more than sensible soccer used to be back in the 90s.
Yeah.
So you've got like EA now charging 70 quid, plus they're making a fortune out of the card packs for some people. So this is a big issue in some European countries, like in Belgium. I think they've already banned them. I know in Scandinavia they've had discussions in Parliament in Sweden and Denmark about it. So there is a bit of a problem because they're saying that some younger people are developing a taste for gambling due to like having done this when they're kids, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm certain that EA have got absolutely no intention of grooming kids to become gamblers, but that's actually what's accidentally happening because of the game stuff. So you know,
I think you're right. I mean, my daughter used to buy. She would buy I can't remember what game it was. I mean, she still plays Roblox. She's 19 years old and she still plays Roblox. But she would buy Loot Crate or whatever the hell it was called, and you know she was paying £5, or I was paying £5, and it would, you know, you would get an animation, and then something would jump out. Oh, I've got a jacket, a pink jacket. That's worth £5. It's gambling. It's basically gambling, isn't it? I think we might have discussed this the last time. It is gambling, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of. I mean, it's like I understand why it's come about. I mean, when we were making games back in the Commodore 64 Amiga days, you just paid your money for the game. It cost 20 quid, 10 quid, 15 quid, whatever it was. Even 2 quid, you paid some money and then you played it. That was it, right? And then the mobile networks in the early 2000s, E3, T-Mobile, Orange, those kind of people, decided to invent zero price games. And we didn't ask them to create zero price games. You woke up one day and everyone said, by the way, your game's worth nothing. And we're like, oh, thanks very much. And this is over time led to in-app purchases and then things like these loot boxes where you get a card pack virtually and you open it and then you buy another one, and then you buy another one. Mm-hmm. Personally, I don't like it. I would rather people. I mean, I don't really like selling games to people with no money. I just don't understand the point of it. I don't understand the point in mobile games if you've got 2 or 3% of people monetizing your game and the rest don't. What other business the 97% of your customers not pay money? I just don't get it. I mean, why waste your time on them? Why waste your money paying for servers to support people playing the games that are giving you no money? They're actually a loss. So, you know, and you can make money from ads, but why do you want to make ad companies money out of your game?
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, it depends. We've got some ads in social soccer, which are the ones that go around the hoardings on the stadium. Yeah. These are nice. This looks good, and it's fine. It works well for everybody. It works well for us, the ad company, and actually makes the game look more realistic if you're playing it, because football pitches do have these ads around them. So if you've got these kind of like naturally positioned advertising in whatever game you're doing, and these are fine. But yeah, so this loot boxes is like a bit of revenge for game developers and publishers who got their game value reduced to zero at one point. But when you're already charging 70 quid for the cover price, I think it's maybe a bit nuts.
Did you say, John, that I bought Sociable Soccer about 2 years ago, and it was kind of in beta form? Is that now changed?
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, we spent the last 2.5 years doing this. So
how did I update it then? I bought it in Steam.
Yeah, well, my big challenge at the moment is driving everyone towards Steam. And like you're just asking me, making people aware the game is coming out on the 16th of November. So this is less than 2 weeks on Steam.
Wow.
So
also coming out then. Great, right.
So yeah, so basically Sociable Soccer, for the last 2.5 years, we've been working back on the PC and console version. So we started off on PC and console, we moved to mobile, and then we've gone back to PC and console. Yeah, it will be out on the 16th of November. It plays really, really well. It's got online multiplayer. It's got lots and lots of tournaments and content. But the couch multiplayer is the thing which will catch your eye. It's like playing, it's like playing a proper beat your brother, beat your friend on the settee at home, have some fun. So it's got that thing back again, which I'm pleased about. We've managed to secure the FIFA Pro license, and that means that we've got about 13,000 licensed players in the game with all their photos and names, and that makes a difference as a football fan. If you're into football like you are, it makes a difference. And we only acquired that about 4 weeks ago, so literally at the very end. And we were signed with the publisher, but the publisher kind of like ran out of money, should we say? Let's be kind. So we're self-publishing at the moment. So the moment the challenge is for me is like marketing. We're suddenly doing some last-minute marketing, and it's not something I'm that familiar with. I've always had people doing it for me normally. So we've employed a PR agency and a guy to advise us on things like TikTok and influencers, and we've put together a distribution company, and it's been quite fun, but a bit scary. But we are where we are. We're kind of like at the very end of this now, and we're pushing it out. So we've got to work out how to create awareness so that people don't ask us, is it coming out? And actually, for anyone who bought the game on early access, like you, it's totally free. We're just giving it to people for free. So yeah. So if you got it, if you're buying it for new, it'll be 25 quid, and that'll be it. There's nothing else to pay. And yeah, if you got it in early access, it'll be free. So that's the message to spread. It's like it's a challenge to EA and Konami and the others with what they're doing. And we're actually, what's good for us now, we've got FIFA Pro on board. We are the world's only FIFA Pro licensed arcade football game on PC and console. There are no others, because I mean, EA and Konami are both simulations really, and we're definitely not a simulation. We're still, an arcade style, sensible soccer style thing.
Yeah. What do you make of like the modern FIFA games? Would you play them? How do you find?
Yeah, I mean, I played eFootball the other day, and that's a Konami one, obviously, and that's not bad on mobile actually. The controls are quite good. It's got some really weird stuff that they're trying to push Lionel Messi to the extent I saw him playing for Australia. Like, I don't know why you'd put Lionel Messi in an Australia team, but there he was. And I think that EA Sports FC, I think, to be fair to FIFA, they do what they do very well if you want that kind of a game. To be fair to EA, I personally find it a little bit sluggish to play. When you play our game, it's immediate. It's like the difference between driving a very responsive go-kart and driving some kind of like one of those cars where it feels like you're steering a ship around, one of those big old-fashioned sedan style cars. So it depends on what you really like, but I've heard people say good and bad things about EA Sports FC compared to FIFA. So I mean, this young lad I spoke who spent all his money on the FIFA cards, he said that him and his mates have been playing it and talking about it, and one guy managed to get Mbappe unlocked in 3 days, and he said to get that higher card so early is not that great, because where's the challenge for a year if you're going to, you know, by the next one in a year's time? That's a balancing issue, really. I understand how you can come to that place, and maybe they put in some mechanics to counterbalance that, but that sounds a little bit unbalanced. The gameplay is a bit slow for me. Some of the menus and some of the menu layouts are a bit odd for me in some of these games, I've got to say.
You know what? I don't know whether it's I'm getting old. I was going to play, what the hell was it? Forza Horizon 5 on my Xbox, and I spent 20 minutes trying to start the game. It just kept me taking me into like, do you want to buy this car? Do you want to colour? I'm not interested in colouring, putting bloody customizing the car. Like, how do I play it? How do I play it? And it's the same with I bought FIFA 2015. I got it for like £1.50, and I put it on. I'm like, and the thing that annoys me, maybe it's because I'm old, is it's got the rap music, and it's just irritating. I just want to load up a game. Boom, do you want to play an arcade game? Do you want to play a cup game? Whatever. Boom, boom, boom. And you go. I mean, back in the day, I played international soccer on the Commodore 64. It was a fantastic game. And then when the Amiga came along, obviously we played, was it Kickoff, played the first Kickoff. The second one came out, found it quite unplayable. And then FIFA came along, it was converted to Amiga. I thought, oh, this is great. And then I got the Amiga Power magazine, and I had a copy of this game called Sensible Soccer. And the graphics look shit. And I loaded it up, and about 2 hours later, my wife's like, "Come on, your tea's ready." And I phoned my mate, and went, "I've just got this football game. It looks shit. It's fucking brilliant." And that was it for about probably 2-3 years. He used to come up to the house on whatever it was, a Tuesday night, and it was one of these ones where you'd be like, "It's 4 o'clock in the morning, you better fuck off." And then I would go to my bed, and she'd go, "What time did you come to bed at?" "Oh, 12 o'clock. I looked at the clock at 3 and you weren't in bed." So thanks to Mr. Hare, yeah, I mean, I got in a lot of trouble because we were pulling all-nighters playing Sensi Soccer, and it was just, I mean, I've said that all along. I'm not a football fan. Sensi Soccer just nailed it, absolutely nailed it. It's a phenomenal game.
It's hard to describe the feel of something, and it's hard actually to sell a game on feel, because until you're playing it, you don't understand what it means. You know, you can't really describe what something feels like until you've experienced it. And it's like playing Sensi Soccer is like I said, it's like driving a manual car with like gears and an accelerator that kicks down, and you're totally in control of it, as opposed to a lazy ship-like car with an automatic transmission. And you know, it's really, really hard until you to describe that and value it until you play it, until you touch it. So that's something that feels good. And yeah, and after a while, the way it looks, you know, you with Sensible Soccer, like actually you grow to like it because it works. It's part of the look of it and the zoomed outness of it and the tininess of everything is part of how it works. And then you realise, well, with players that small, and they're literally 16 pixels high, and you know, what else would you do with a little tiny thing? It's been a footballer. And yeah, I mean, it's been great to have made some great games. You know, I've been lucky to have made some great games in the past. So obviously, this SWAT is probably the very best. But
yeah. I mean, how long? I mean, when Jeff Minter, he was did an interview one time. He said somebody asked him, "What is the first thing you do when you design a game, and he said, I just get the character sprite or whatever it is, and I get the movement, and then I build the game around it. Did you guys do that with Sensei Soccer? You get the character moving and the ball, and then you built it, or how did it kind of evolve?
I think if I look back on all of our games, like in the Commodore 64 era, if you look at Whizball was definitely about controls. So when we did Whizball, I came to Chris, my partner's house one day, and he'd got this circle, this ball, and it was just rotating around and then bouncing and then going again and again, and rotating. And then he put some spin on it, and the more you pulled it, the more it spun. Then I drew the little green face to go on it, so that this gave you a bit more of a feeling of the rotation, because the shape was green with a line, like his mouth going sideways. So you could feel the rotation, you could see it more, you could, and the same would be the same with Parallax. I mean, any of those early arcadey games, it's all about movement, and then it's more like even before you draw the character, it's the movement of the thing, the control. With Sensible Soccer, we made that after Megalomania, so it started off by dressing the little Megalomania guys up in football kits, in orange kits, and then remember we did Micropro Soccer as well on the 64. So the second football game. So then then we just got the controls working on it and worked out a way that we thought it would be nice to control a football game in that zoomed out viewpoint that we inherited from Megalomania, actually. And it works. I mean, it worked really, really, really well. But things don't always work that well. Sometimes I take a little bit more effort to get right, but that one slotted in very easily. With Cannon Fodder, we deliberately focused on, we wanted a game like Rambo, but with a team. So we wanted to walk around the screen, but have a team of people, so that you had like a snake of people following each other. And then once we've got that movement done, then we focused on the bullets firing and sharing the bullets out between the snake of players, snake of characters. And so, I mean, it does break down to being mechanics at the end of the day. Yeah. So I kind of agree with Jeff. You start with that, and then once you've got the feeling right, then with football, it's easy to know what you're going to do. You're going to put 11 guys on the pitch with goals at either end. With a game like Cannon Fodder, it's a bit more open-ended what you're going to do. So then you build your level maps, and you kind of build it like mazes. Like when you put all these trees everywhere and you can't walk through them, you're building like a path, like a maze, right? And then you put enemies in there and huts to blow up and all those exciting things.
Yeah. Whose idea was it to kind of have a zoomed out view of Sensei Soccer? Because I think that was pretty much what made it so playable. Like Kickoff was obviously zoomed in really close, and it was far too fast, and you didn't really know what you were doing. This one, you see almost a third of the screen, and you can see there's a guy there. He's in the wing. I'll pass to him. I'll put a lop-in shot in, get a head or whatever. Whose idea was it to kind of come up with the zoom?
Interestingly, it wasn't really anyone's idea. I mean, basically, we literally had Megalomania. We dressed up footballers in football kits running around mines and factories and things. And then once we had time, we made a football pitch in the right dimensions, in the same zoomed out perspective and view as Megalomania, and it just worked. It was just a happy coincidence. So it was almost like an accident of having Megalomania World there and making a football pitch in Megalomania perspective and size, and it just worked. I mean, that's really the truth.
It was a bit like that bit in Forrest Gump where the guy gets a t-shirt and he goes like that and puts mud on the guy's t-shirt, and when he pulls it, it's like the happy face. It's like, fucking hell, we can sell that.
Sometimes you have to really work at something to make it great.
I was a big fan of Megalomania, and I always wondered why. Well, actually, at the moment, there's a sort of like a big following of going back to an old game and doing an enhanced version like they've done with Age of Empires and that. Have you ever thought about doing that under Steam, you know, getting Megalomania that used to be under MS-DOS and sort of like going, right, I'm going to do a Windows enhanced graphic version and just put it out. We won't change much of the game. We'll just enhance it so you can play it on a modern.
Megalomania is, I mean, of all of our old games now, we've done Sensible Soccer to death. There've been different versions of Cannon Fodder.
Yeah.
I think Whizball's been done. We did it on an emulator for Commodore 64. Megalomania is the one that's worth redoing again. If I, you know, once I get my head out of Social Soccer and I get a bit more free time. At the moment, it's so full on, you can't even imagine what it's like.
Oh, I understand. No, I totally understand.
But
I was just letting you know that was one of my favorite games.
No. I mean, no. But with Megalomania, no, you're right. But I think it would benefit from not doing it quite as it is now, because it would be a great game to play online. It would be a really good game to play with online opponents. And currently in the game, you're only playing against AI opponents. So I think, like, we got 3 of us here. I mean, Megalomania is four characters, right? They vie against each other. It would be great as an online game. It would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So that is something which would be worth considering doing. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just very popular at the moment, like Red Alert and all of those sort of like games, Age of Empires. They're not changing the wheel. They're just going, right, here's a new engine on top of it. It's the old game. It's just, we've now done this graphical enhancement. For you. There you go. And of course, when I look at Megalomania as being that far back and seeing that there isn't really been anything, you know, you can obviously play it under MS-DOS, under DOSBox or whatever it is. I was just thinking, hey, how about a proper Windows enhanced version of just the original game, because people can look back at it and new people can enjoy what we were playing as well, and then think about doing more.
Well, you know, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. As soon as you put it on the modern systems, you end up wanting to do a lot of stuff. And you know, what can I say? With Social Soccer, like here we are now, 13 different formats being done, and 8 years have got into it, and it becomes, once you start to do stuff, it kind of spirals away into this technical world of stuff. But yeah, I mean, we could do that, but if we were going to do it, I'd want it to be on all the platforms again. You know, the benefit of something like Unity is you can put it on the platforms. There's no reason why you wouldn't want it on different consoles now. You know, it would be kind of, why would you not do it on that when you bothered to do the PC version? That would be the thought. I think the bigger discussion right now is how to approach mobile. I mean, that's the real question, because we're getting a polarization between mobile and PC console players. There's because of the monetization issues. So the bigger question for me is how would you make it work on mobile? I mean, there's an argument on mobile to just go premium. I mean, it's not on trend, but to go premium or subscription. Actually, for us, Social Soccer has been on Apple Arcade for the last 4 years now.
Yeah,
and it's actually been a pretty good model. You know, it's got no in-app purchases in it. We got some nice money up front. We get royalties every week from Apple, and it's kind of a good model. It's a good way to sell games, I think. I mean, it's but there's only really on mobile, for example, you've only really got Apple or Netflix at the moment. There's subscription services. I anticipate they're going to become more and more popular. I think that it's quite a good way to consume games. You buy, you know, if I look at Apple Arcade, it's got 200 odd games on it. You know, there's some really good ones on there. I played them myself. You don't just have to play Social Soccer. And it's like $5 a month or whatever it is. You know, it's not so much that it's going to kill you.
No.
So it's almost like we've moved away from, you're not going to own games anymore. You're merely just going to pay to hire them. I mean, I heard that part of the next version of Windows is going to be a subscription service, and I think we're kind of going that way with games. I mean, I've always said to people, if you want to get in a game and you've not got a lot of money, or you've got the initial outlay, get yourself like an Xbox. You can sign up to, is it the Game Pass, whatever, $10 a month. You've got all these top games you can play. You know what I mean? It's the way it's kind of going now, isn't it?
I think it's good for consumers, and actually, it's not bad for them. I mean, it depends on which version. I mean, in some of them, they don't give you a royalty at all. So, for example, the Netflix version for developers, there's no royalty. They pay money up front and then they just take the game. I guess some people might be getting royalties, but they, up until recently, a lot of people I know are not getting royalties at all, which I personally don't like that model. I think it's good that if your game is ultra successful, you should make more money from it than the other games that weren't so successful. On Apple Arcade, it's quite good. They give you money up front and they give you a royalty. I mean, in both cases, it's a bit arbitrary as to what the amount of money they're chopping up between the developers is to start with. So Apple seem to like invent an amount of money from somewhere they want to pay this week, and then they just look at which game has been proportionally more popular with the players that week, and then you get paid accordingly, you know.
Right.
But it's a pretty good model, I've got to say. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. You got to remember, like you're talking about Sensible Soccer. I mean, it was pirated to death. I mean, it's pirated.
Yeah.
I mean, we sold about 2 million copies across all of the different Sensible Soccers, SWAS, every year. It's like about 5 or 6 releases. But it was pirated 20 or 30 to 1. So,
wow,
you know, it's a lot of money. I mean, it's actually a lot of money. You know, it's like, I mean, I personally got about £1 a copy out of Sensible Soccer. So I got a couple of million quid, which is really good in my 20s, which obviously when you're living year after year after year, that goes away slowly. But I mean, not getting like 38 million is quite scary. Sometimes I don't like to think about what I didn't get. Of course,
you didn't get, yeah.
Of course, you wouldn't have got it because people wouldn't have bought it. They simply wouldn't have been able to afford it, wouldn't have got it. But I think that the advantage of a subscription model is everyone is caught in the process. You can't really cheat it. You've got to pay to get the game. So I think that's a good thing. And I think sometimes consumers forget how much piracy has affected publishers and developers' ways of approaching what they're doing. So, you know, it's been good and bad. It's been good that Sensible Soccer is very, very well known, and that's come through piracy a lot. Like,
yeah,
I've not met anyone in Poland that didn't play the game, and I've not met a single person in Poland that actually paid for it. You know, everyone got it.
It's interesting. There's a game which was released as Rescue and Fractalis. It got released on the Atari 8-bit and Commodore 64. And I remember Jeff Winter reading I read an article, and he was going on about how Behind Jaggy Lines was this fantastic game, and anybody that refers to Behind Jaggy Lines was a dirty pirate, because apparently that was like the sort of beta name or whatever you want to call it. It was called Behind Jaggy Lines, and then when it got released, it was Rescue and Fractalis. So anyone that only ever played Behind Jaggy Lines was a pirate.
yeah. So I'm catching them out. Yeah, I mean, it was a serious issue for us in those times, particularly in the Amiga time. And you got some. The worst example was a guy who came to us and said, this wasn't piracy. This was just someone just scamming. And he came to us and a bunch of other publishers and developers and said, look, I've got this charity, Zoo for kids, and can you give me games? And I want to give it to the kids and stuff, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it turned out he got caught like about a year after we'd all given him loads of games. He was just selling out the boot of his car to people in like you know, and it's like, come on, that's really low. That's a really low thing to do. I mean, fair enough, you know, or whatever. You know, there's people like that exist. But I mean, it's a funny market at the moment. It's saturated with games. It's saturated with everything. It's polarized. I think the industry's got to question itself. Why does it want to sell games to people without money? Why? That's the biggest question to me. Well, why do you want to compromise the quality of your game to reach a lot of people who basically aren't going to pay anything towards it?
Yeah.
Rather than tailoring really, really good to play for someone who actually has got money, you can just pay a bit of money for it, like the old days. I mean, I don't really understand the attraction for developer. I understand the attraction if you're an ad company from having to just serve ads to make money, or if you're a channel that just wants volume of content and wants to grow. But from just a game maker's perspective, why spend so much time and effort trying to court someone who's skint, basically, or hasn't got that much money? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I've got a really quick question for you, and it takes you a little bit out of this, what you're talking about right now, but I really want to know. And that is, I mean, I recognize you, like from Parallax and Whizball and my era, like there.
Yeah.
Like when you set up Sensible Software. But I also read somewhere that you were a consultant before then, and you worked as a graphic consultant mainly across lots of machines, LX81s and all of that before that point. What was that like then? And and I know you met Chris Yates and set up and set up your company, but it must have been really quite weird going around these different companies and being a consultant, a graphic consultant for these.
Well, I mean, I still do consultancy these days. I mean, there's still a company I've been working with for a couple of years, making a little maths puzzle game for well, not just for kids, for everybody, a maths puzzle game.
Yeah.
And I'll spend a few hours a week with those guys just because it's a bit of variety from a game I've been working on for 8 years. To be honest, it can be fun. But yeah, what happened when how we started? So Chris and I were at school together. That's how I knew Chris. So we were at school together. We were in a band together for about 5 years before we even touched games. And both of us had kind of left college and didn't have any particularly decent jobs. I was working at Asda in the warehouse. It was okay. Chris, I can't remember what he was doing. And he taught himself how to program well enough to get a job with a local company in Basildon in Essex, which was close to where we lived. And then he was doing sort of the Sorcerer, you're correct. And I was doing he was stuck with the work. He was stuck with the work, so I was at his house one day. We were making some music, and I did the art for him, like some wizards and some dragons that look like dinosaurs. And then the company that Chris was working for liked the work that I had done in the game for him to help my friend out, and then they gave me a job as an artist. And this started in about April of 1985. And Sensible Software was eventually set up in March of 1986. So it was like this 11-month period where I was getting odd jobs from them. So I worked with, for example, Oxford Digital Enterprises. I worked with them. I worked on a game called RMS Titanic. I did Trivial Pursuit, which were in Oxford. So I'd go and stay in Oxford and work on those. I remember the year that Joe Johnson won the snooker final. I watched that.
86, I think, was it? 1986? Something
I
like
think
that.
85, probably.
No, 85 was that final with Steve Davis and Dennis Taylor, I'm sure.
That'd have been 86. Okay, in that case, that means even whilst we had Sensible Software going from March 86, I was still doing the odd bit of work on the other stuff then. That's what that means. So I think that was when we were doing RMS Titanic. Yeah, so I stayed in Oxford, like in a B&B. I was quite excited. I always remember that my mum was quite pleased that I was in Oxford, like it meant anything because it was Oxford. Like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
I remember being shacked up into B&B and watching the final on the telly. Is the point? I remember sitting there and watching it, in this little hotel, crammed up little B&B room with a little tiny TV. So it must have been May 86, yeah.
As opposed to living in Doncaster or Scunthorpe.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I was in Oxford. Yeah, very fancy, huh? Fancy B&B.
We're gradually running out of time, John. Can I ask you, well, I want you to name two people. Who do you respect the most out of the most talented person you kind of worked on in the industry? And is there someone else out with somebody you work with that you think, wow, he was an absolute genius or she was a genius? As regards,
I've worked with a lot of geniuses. I worked with or around a lot of geniuses. I would say in the British games industry, the best by a mile is Ian Livingstone. He's by a mile. I mean, famous. He's been accoladed and stuff, and he's got his various acknowledgements from the government in this. Head and shoulders the best. I mean, he introduced D&D to our country. Then he started doing those written books where you do like adventure books. You know, you go around by turning to page
more like a
59
fire-top mountain and so forth. Yeah,
yeah.
More like
And
a
then so
fire-top
he's done D&D, and then he's done a period of book writing, and then he with Idols he makes Tomb Raider and stuff like that. So head and shoulders the godfather of the British gaming industry, I would say.
Yeah.
There's very few people in the industry would disagree. A lovely guy as well. I really like him. He's friendly. He actually played. We were doing a gig. We do a gig in Poland once a year with our old band music in a thing called Pixel Heaven in Warsaw. And Ian played on stage with us. He plays harmonica. So we played on harmonica on one of our tracks. Actually, that was really cool. Yeah. So I'd say Ian is the very best. And then in terms of geniuses, well, Chris Yates I worked with, he was a genius on the Commodore 64, no doubt about it. A total genius. Martyn Galway, same on the music front. Having worked with Martyn, shared an office with him, even been sat in an office with him just in his pants when it was really hot one day, which wasn't very nice, but he's still a genius. Richard Joseph, I worked with on music again, another one. And then there's so many people like Jeff himself. Jeff Minter was someone me and Chris looked up to when we started because he was going earlier than us. So he was always someone that we kind of looked up to. Archie McLean was brilliant at what he did. Jeff Crammond, no doubt about it, a genius with things like Stunt Car Racer. And, I mean, in a way, my experience of working in games over the years is from my perspective, I'm working with people who are less and less like geniuses. I started off with these guys who were like magicians doing stuff no one had ever done before. And now a lot of the programmers you work with, they're kind of learning, or the machines have got harder, but also they're just not, just don't have that magical quality of being absolutely brilliant. And probably a lot of younger people, they wouldn't think about that's important or whatever, or it's like, because there's so many people wanting to do it now, your average quality is diluted. Whereas we were very lucky then that only the really driven people who were really, really excellent at what they did were in that space. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people I've worked with, I'd say, were up in that level.
I mean, I told you when we had the chat the last time, the 5-hour behemoth, and it wasn't bullshitting. The best Commodore 64 game, in my opinion, is Whizball.
Whizball.
It's just phenomenal. It really is. It's an absolutely phenomenal game. I mean, it's suffice to say, John, I think the games industry has been good to you, and I get the feeling that you like to give back. I mean, you're obviously you're at Zzap Live, you're up singing and you're doing all this stuff. You like to give back. You're obviously talking to kids and that kind of stuff. Is it obviously you enjoy it, but do you just kind of feel like you want to give back?
It's really weird. Like this. So not recently, but for 5 years I was teaching in Westminster University about game design, about business in games. Something I stopped doing about 4 or 5 years ago, but I was doing it for quite a long time. And recently, when we're doing social soccer, I'm having to learn some new marketing. And actually, I got approached by a guy called Jason, who's like he was one of my students, and he's like a Chinese British guy, and he went back to China for a year and a bit, and he got involved with a company that works with TikTok as an agency. And actually, about 3 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, we had a chat with him and our guys advising us on marketing, and he's now teaching me about how TikTok works. Now these things work. It's incredible, like it's very circular that I need this young advice that I'm like, what? How does it work? And I mean, I'm learning. Like I learned this week with a TikTok ad, you might get a picture of 2 guys like we're designing our ads at the moment. So you've got 2 guys on the settee with 2 controllers like playing the game, and then it runs. But apparently, you don't put any names on the screen, like saying this game is Social Soccer or coming out soon on Steam or whatever. You just let the video run, and people just click on the video, and it goes to the Steam page. And that's the way that people are discovering games. And for me, that's something I learned this week. You know, this is something new. So yeah, it's like games is my thing. I wanted to do music. I've ended up doing games. It's been very good to me. I've had a lot of hit games. I've met a lot of people. I've been in it now 38 years. And I've got a good perspective going back on highs and lows and stuff like that. And yeah, it's kind of my thing. And I guess you have a responsibility but if you have some kind of a legacy, which I'm lucky enough to have personally, you have to kind of have some integrity about yourself and what you're doing, but you have to also survive in the modern world of business, and finding the line between what you want to do. I mean, my kind of having a fairly nihilistic outlook, you know, I want just sometimes, like now with Social Soccer, I just want attention for the game, not for me, but for my game. You know, your game is your baby. You look after it, and I'm thinking like we could do a march and go. You know, when they've got this Palestinian march going on in London next week, apparently, which is a disastrous idea. I don't see why they can't put it off for a week. But anyway, if we really wanted publicity, we put our Social Soccer banners and march with the Palestinians and flip them around and Social Soccer. You know, there's ways of getting attention. So there's a part of me which kind of just any publicity is good publicity at this stage. And then I wonder, is that, you know, I'm not really moral about it, so I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. There was always a slight punk-ish angle from Sensible Software when it comes to like what you're doing and how you're presenting what you're doing, and I kind of like that. I kind of miss that. And there's also I don't know if it's possible to do these days. You know, when we were young and people used to talk about selling out. Do you remember that concept of selling out?
Mm.
No one talks about it anymore because everyone's selling out. It's
just,
yeah. Sometimes I wonder, does that matter? Then I think, hang on, we're working with Apple, you know, and Apple, you know, that's how we made a lot of our money recently, and that's kind of selling out, you know, what we'd have called selling out in the old days. But it's pretty hard to avoid these days because the smaller publishers are not as powerful as they used to be. So they're the kind of things I think about sometimes, you know, and ultimately, like, it's great you guys say Wiz was the best game on the Commodore 64. We've won awards for that. I mean, it's certainly our best game on the Commodore 64. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like an honor, and we're part of that history now, or I'm personally part of that history. And I think that people forget sometimes. A lot of people involved in making games, you know, there's people into technology, people into just making money, and people into making art. And I've always come from the making art place. Obviously, I want to make money. I'm running a business as well. I've got people to pay as well. So that's important to get that bit together. But the most important thing is to make good product and good art and things that people remember and things that matter, because when you're dead and gone, that's all you're leaving behind you. You know, no one cares about how much money you made or didn't make. It's kind of largely irrelevant. You know, maybe your kids might think about it a bit, but that's about it.
Listen, John, we're going to have to let you go, mate. It's been absolutely fantastic having you on, mate. I really always appreciate you taking time to talk to myself and my humble little website. We're going to, we've raised over £1,000, which has been awesome, and it's part down to all you guys coming in.
Very much so.
Getting people to watch. So thanks so much, John. And you've made my night telling me that Social Soccer is coming out. What date is it? 16th of November?
Social Soccer is coming out on the 16th of November. It's literally 11 days from now. That's pretty scary. It's 11 days. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. So I'm going to lose December. So,
basically, I'll just go through. Sorry, Steam on November the 16th. Sometime in December, Nintendo, depending on when they approve it, and then PlayStation and Xbox is going to be February or March sometime. That's it.
Try not to get too stressed. in the next 11 days.
Oh my God! Like I was telling you on that the business side of it, because we had to like get some new development sorted out and some new business. I've had 16 contracts to sign with different parties, and I've just done the 13th one. I'm just about to do the 14th one, and that's the kind of thing behind the scenes that I'm doing all the time. It's like you have to like align the business, make sure people's royalties are paid, and blah 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 blah. So that's the stress. We're doing that as we're finishing the game, as we're doing the marketing. So it's like a pile that's too big, a mountain that's too big to climb, but eventually we'll get there. So that's it.
Yeah.
That's part of the game.
Awesome.
Cheers, man.
Look forward to the review on my channel. Thanks, then, John.
Yeah, cheers.
Take care, buddy.
Thanks
Cheers,
very much.
bye. Bye. Awesome, mate. Listen, I need to go for a quick piss. So we shall, we'll just get a little intro bit coming up just now. That was, you know, we could have talked.
I know that would have gone on and on and on and on.
4 hours. Right, I'm going to quickly, I know Jeff's going to probably jump in when we're out at the toilet. Right, let's, Jeff will enjoy this anyway. The sheep from hell.
Yes.
Right, quick beat. Oh. Are you fed and watered again, mate?
Just got myself a can.
Is that a can of beer or cider, is it, or something, is it?
No, just a can.
I think I would end up falling asleep if I drunk any alcohol.
Yeah, I've ordered a pizza for my mum for about 9 o'clock.
Nice. It's not awesome. You get Dale's mum and John Hare in the same stream at once. Right, here we go. Listen, we've got a couple of guests waiting in the backstage.
Oh.
Fucking hell, man! This is absolutely awesome to have you guys in. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. We're quite busy at the moment. I'm doing stuff which I can't really talk about. He's been doing ports of Akka Art or everything known to man. And he's just got his last one through cert, so we're pretty happy about that. So yeah, all systems go. Really.
You can move the camera a little.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now we can see you well. Obviously, Jeff, you're a wee bit taller than Giles.
To the right.
To the right, that's going to be more on me, isn't it?
I know, to the left.
That picture at the bottom is reflected. Look, it's back to front.
Yeah, back to front. Okay.
Is that better? You see us both now.
Listen, I've been doing this. I mean, Jeff, I've kind of known you since the early days of Yak Yak. I mean, I've recounted this story multiple times. When I first got the internet, I think it was an AOL disc out with Asda. You had to run the cable up the stairs and plug it in. And the first thing I did was face with Yahoo. I'm like, Commodore 64, but Jeff Minter. And then before I knew it, I was on to Yak Yak. And it asked me to create a username, and I think I put my full name in. It's like, you can't have that. And I just discovered Mame. One of my mates had given me, he phoned me up and says, I've got this floppy disk which is going to fucking blow your mind. What do you mean? He says, well, I know you like your original arcade games. He goes, you can play Galaxian, the real arcade game. I'm like, what? So anyway, he got me this disc, and I loaded it into DOS, mame.exe, whatever it was, Galaxian. And suddenly there was the boot up screen for the Galaxian with all the garbled mess. And so that was it. So I looked for a username, and I'm like, Mame. And one of my mates was quite handy at Doom. And when you kill somebody in Doom, it's called a frag. And he called himself the Fragmeister. So I just put Mamemeister, and that was it. I was on Yak Yak, and obviously, Yak Yak forum was still going. It was a piece of history. I mean, there's been so much. It was such a brilliant place. I mean, the birth of my daughter was, I think Andy Sickboy, he was saying, Mamemeister's missus is in giving birth and all this kind of stuff. But since doing YouTube since 2013, you guys have been the two guys. When are you going to get them on? I said, fucking Jeff never replies to emails. He never reads his text messages.
Yeah, but basically, I just like to sit around and code. I don't pay much attention to the outside world. I mean, Mail can go fuck itself. Emails can be the same.
Yeah, if I don't remind him to check every now and then stuff, you will never get you will get a reply maybe 6 months later.
I'd probably be arrested or something because something would have come up in mail or I wouldn't have looked at it, and then I know the bailiffs are coming around. I just go. I think it's because we live out here in isolation, and I don't get out into the outside world much, and so we just get very insular here, and I get very into what I'm doing, and also. Isn't mail a lot of the time? Isn't it quite annoying? Do you remember when you were a kid, you'd get some mail, it'd be exciting. Now I hate going to the bloody letterbox because it's always fucking brown letters or something, isn't it? It's always people demanding money. So yeah, I like to spend a lot of time in my coding headspace, just in my own little world, or outside of the sheep. But yeah, the Yak Yak forum was a tremendous place.
Well, it still is.
It still is. But there is, you say, so much history there. I think it started in 2002, wasn't it? I think it was.
Was it not before that? I thought it was before. I thought it was early. I thought it was late 90s. I thought it was 1999.
I reckon it's 2002, but it's worth checking. But even so, it's a long bloody time, isn't it? It's 21 years we're talking about. That's a long time for any forum to exist, I think. And I'm pleased it's still going. I mean, a lot of forums have closed down and people have moved on. I mean, even I these days don't spend that much time on there, but it's nice that it's always there to go back to.
Well, to me, it's a place where, you know, when you want to talk to certain people that you know, they are there. I mean, also, most of these people really, I personally don't know them outside of the forum. So to me, the forum is the only place where I can actually get in touch with them.
Yeah. I think, Dale, you had a question you wanted to ask Jeff, didn't you?
I've got loads of questions. I've got loads of questions, but I think everybody wants Jeff to talk. They've just said, "Can I shut up so Jeff can speak?" But I mean, I've got a fun question because I did send some digestives for your sheep about a couple of weeks ago. Do they get moody if you give them rich tea?
Well, they prefer McVitie's digestives. It must be said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
They will tolerate off-brand digestives if there's no alternative, but you might get a few dirty looks. Brambles will probably spit his out because he's very discerning. A couple of them like rich tea. We've tried with rich tea.
You know, Skippy
of course, will eat anything. Yeah.
Then probably Lucky as well.
Lucky will eat anything.
But Brambles,
Panda's a bit selective. Brambles is a bit selective. Donkey will pretty much eat anything.
Yeah, and Donkey. Maya probably not.
Maya, I don't know. Yeah, Maya likes a proper digestive. It must be said. But she is an old woman, so we like to give her what she wants.
Actually, I think if she's still there next year, we're reaching a record because she's going to be 25 and she's going to be the oldest llama UK.
Well, I mean, a few years ago, the oldest llama in the UK was 25, and she's getting up there. But she's in really good shape. She's when we put the food out sometimes, she bounces. They're quite happy, and even though she's got no front teeth anymore, but obviously she can still. There's enough molars in there for her to graze and chew stuff, and so she's still quite healthy.
Right.
And it's just nice to see that she's lasted so long. She's obviously had a good life.
How many animals have you got right now, then, Jeff?
We've got 4 sheep, 1 grumpy donkey, and 1 llama. This time last year we had 7 sheep and we lost 3 over the winter within the space of 3 months. They were all old boys, and unfortunately it just all happened at once. It was a bit of a depressing winter, really.
Yeah.
Winter is always the worst part of the year when it comes down to sheep and stuff.
But the ones we've got left, they're an absolute delight. We've got there's 2 that have been castrated and 2 that have kept their balls. At the moment, the leader of the flock is Skippy, who's actually been castrated, but he doesn't act like he has. And the other 2 who have retained their equipment are all challenging him for the leadership. And so the 3 of them will go around together all day making weird ram noises and butting each other and arguing all the time. It's quite funny.
Yeah, it's a bit of a job in this time of the year.
And they wear themselves out doing this. It just makes me laugh every day. But they're really good with us. I mean, they could be butting each other all out the way like nobody's business. But I could walk in the middle of that and put my arms around them and give them a cuddle, and it wouldn't hurt me at all. They're very polite.
Yeah.
Just to say, Al, they're all picking on me in the chat room because they said, whatever you do not make Jeff cry. Well, I'm not going to make Jeff cry. Did that? I've learnt my lesson.
Well, you know, so yeah, there could be triggers. It happens, doesn't it?
It was at the Zzap event. I'm pretty sure you remember. I was there.
I must say, at the Zzap event, it was a great event, but I got a bastard of a cold.
But my question from the Zzap event is that I so loved watching what there was of the film that we haven't heard too much about anything since then. Do we know any dates or anything for that?
Yeah, by the way.
Yeah, there's a new mix of the film. You've seen a bit of it.
Yeah, there is a new edit. All I can tell you, we've seen the one where was shown for the first time ever to us at the Zzap event, only to us.
Yeah,
and it was something. But now we made like a second edit, which is still in work, and it's really something completely else. I mean, the thing is getting better and better. I really hope it gets out somewhere because I can only say it's very, very interesting. It's different from let's call it the usual stuff you might have seen or heard about Llamasoft. It's really much focused on Neon, and it's really, really good. I mean, it would be a huge pity if it's never going to come out anywhere because it's a really it's full of material that most people never seen or heard about it. So it's something very interesting.
Yeah, what's nice about it is obviously it's got a lot of Llamasoft history in it. But it talks about a thing which is one of the best things we've ever done, this 4-user, multi-user light synth, but which hardly anybody knows about. So it's nice to get that out there and documented so people at least know what we made, even if it wasn't widely distributed. It was widely distributed because it went into the Xbox, but people didn't know you could use it in this multi-user interactive mode.
And I mean, obviously, Jeff, I remember the early days of Yak Yak. When it was what was it called? What did you call it? You had your team. You had like Rick and Jedburgh and Sick Boy.
Yeah, the crew.
You used to go to like discos and do broadcasts and all this.
That's right. I mean, we went to like the Warp Records Christmas rave in 2002, and there was another visuals crew there. I remember, and we blew them off the stage. They actually left halfway through the night because they couldn't compete with us. And we had 4 wireless Wavebird controllers, and we were flying it at first. And in the end, we just went out onto the dance floor and handed these things out. And when people realised that they could actually control the visuals themselves, they fucking loved it. It was brilliant.
I mean, I remember the first time I actually met you in person was I think it was Retrovision 2 or 3. It was 2004 or something, I think it was. And I mean,
the first one that we showed Neon, I'm pretty sure it was the one in From.
It was the Folly. It was the Folly. In fact, we've got Mark Racing.
I remember the Folly.
Yeah, there's Mr. Racing. In fact, I'll let you answer that question first before I start blathering.
Well, possibly. It depends. At the moment, I'm doing paid work, so I can't really slip those things into the project I've got now. Unless I'm being cheeky, you never know. I could hide a couple away, but certainly in future, maybe there could be some appearances. It depends what kind of game I'm doing and sort of how much time I've got. Really, I mean, there are certain things I feel I need to do relatively soon before I start dying or anything. So I'm not sure if those characters would fit in the games that or the things that I want to make. Yeah, those things I want to make. But with short form games, maybe, possibly.
Yeah, we had Gary Penn on earlier on, and he was saying that he completed Uncipital.
He did.
Yeah, he completed.
I loved Uncipital. Oh, I played that.
Yeah, it is one of my favourite characters. Gary Penn basically told me that he effectively got his job at Zzap because he was so good at Uncipital. And he even sent my mum a nice note, thanking her for it. I like Gary. He's just a lovely bloke, isn't he?
Not to mention the little plushie that he made.
Oh yeah, and he made an Uncipital plushie. That's a hell of a skill. You should see the Uncipital plushie he made. It's absolutely fantastic.
He made it for you.
But he didn't make it for me.
No, I think he made it for the movie.
And but I mean, what an unexpected skill! He's like a really good plushie maker. He's make a few more of these for me.
But yeah, back in the Retrovision, I remember you were there. I think you were there as well, Giles. And it was, you brought along your. You were going to show us the first sort of demonstration of Unity on the GameCube, and you had it on a. I mean, I was completely starstruck when I met you, Jeff, and I remember being at the bar, and then I turned around and you were standing beside me, and I was you're a bit bigger, and I was looking up at you, and I started talking away to you, and I said, "How are you getting on with this game?" And you brought out, you had your little kind of man bag thing, and you brought out this little portable DVD player. So remember these kids, and you started letting me see it, and I was just blown away with how fucking such a nice guy you are. But you're so passionate about what you are. Although you're a coder, I mean, you're one of the probably the most famous, and you know, people have a lot of love and affection for you. But ultimately, you're just a dude, and you like playing video games, and that comes across in the games that you write. Because you write games that you want to play, stuff like Space Giraffe and all that. Fucking hell, incredible.
Yeah, I think basically, I mean, I've just been stubborn, really. I am an ox after all. I just really decided that I don't want to work on anything that I don't love. I mean, there was a time in my career after Atari went down when I had the option. I could have stayed in America. Activision were after me. I could have gone into the fucking industry.
Yeah.
I just decided, no, I want to go home. I want to be back in Wales. I want to be back with my sheep. I'd rather be a starving artist than a rich arsehole, put it that way. Yeah. And that's always the way I played it. And it's never made me rich, but I'm still doing it now. And I'm happy with that, really. And it means I can always work on stuff which comes out of my heart, which it means a lot to me to be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow to playing on Moose Life, but because I got a newer headset, you know.
Oh yeah, nice one.
The Meta 3, and I was wondering actually, the heavy selling point of this is augmented reality or mixed reality. Can you do mixed reality with Moose Life? You know,
I don't know about doing it with Moose Life because I think since I've been playing with the Quest 3, I've been really thinking quite a lot about what I'm going to do with mixed reality and how I'm going to blend it or make it so that I can make a game which works on a screen in full VR and in mixed reality. And it's really quite an interesting thing to think about. I don't think that the stuff I've already done will work that well in mixed reality because it was designed for screen or VR. Really, I mean, you've got to be considering sort of how the mixed reality stuff is going to fit into the space. And if you just like made all the black stuff transparent and tried to play Moose Life, it might be possible, but I don't think it would look very good.
I just wonder they might just smash through the wall and then.
If you want that kind of stuff, then it's going to have to be designed in from the word go, basically.
Yeah.
And I would like to do that. So I became very interested as soon as I started to play with the Quest 3. But no, when I do that stuff, it's going to be in a new game as opposed to trying to retrofit an old game in there.
Yeah. So. I agree. Well, what I'm saying is I look forward to it, you know, whatever it is.
Do you think, this is a question to both you guys, I mean, your games have always been about taking the player out away from the everyday mortgage and bloody car payments and putting them into a situation where you become at one with the game and you get completely absorbed. Do you think that like VR lends itself perfectly to the kind of stuff that you guys make?
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. I mean we've always been about basically trying to push you into that zone, into like almost like a trance state, an elevated state where you feel happy and you feel the flow. And VR, because it surrounds you, it's much more effective. You're cut off from the real world, so that there's fewer distractions, and so it can really work on you a lot more intensely. I mean, stuff like Polybius, it works fine on a 2D screen, but when you actually go into VR and you start playing it, like by the time you get to the end of that first level, you are in the zone. You are right there.
Yeah,
it takes you there very, very quickly. And that's the thing I love about it.
It's even in a way a little bit simpler because you have a much more natural vision. You see things as they really are. I mean, you're not see something flat. So all the depth cues and stuff to get a lot more instant is actually. It feels much more natural to play in VR than to play on a flat screen.
Yeah, I really love working in VR, and certainly one thing everything I make moving forward is going to at least be playable in VR as well as on the flat screen. because VR is not going away. And why not support it? And yes,
yeah, that's got a depth. That's got a depth of field camera on the front as well, hasn't it? So
yes, it has. It's quite. You can scan the room and stuff, can't it? It's very interesting.
I mean, when you play Clubbies,
it's nice because it does a lot of the same stuff that new Apple headset does, but it doesn't cost bloody $3,500. So it means you can actually dip a toe in that world and start playing with that stuff. It may not be as posh, it may be a bit grainy and warpy when you use the pass-through, but it's still quite a miracle to see the interface floating in your room.
There is only one thing that I have to say about the Quest, only one. It's going to make me insane, because the Quest, fantastic piece of hardware, absolutely amazing what they've done with it. It's actually incredible for the price, for what it gives you, is amazing. But the development system of the SDK, I have to say, is the shit.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's so incredibly complicated and convoluted just to put it up something to get to the point where you manage to compile one of the sample. I mean, it's not difficult to code for the thing. It's not the thing itself that is too particularly weird. It's really their development system is absolutely horrendous.
I'll tell you what, I've learned so much Italian swearing from him trying to work on stuff like that. It's untrue. Another thing about, while we're still on the subject of the Quest 3, though, another thing that impressed me about it, I don't know if you've used any of the previous VR headsets, but in the previous, every other headset I've used, you put it on and you've got to like fiddle about to get the sweet spot.
It's got a dial on this one.
This one, you'll notice that the sweet spot is huge. You don't really have to put it, to move it. You don't have to dial it in anymore. You just put it on and it's there. It's very impressive.
Yeah, I don't know what they've done with the lenses, with the system, but whatever they've done, it is almost magic. Because, I mean, even the PSVR 2, which is very, very beautiful, but you need to set it up correctly. You need to spend quite a little bit of time fiddling to find. And once you put it on, if you start moving really too fast, every now and then it moves a little bit, so you have to readjust it. Otherwise, when you tilt a little bit, you notice a tiny bit. This thing is completely different. I mean, you put it on, it's like, wow.
And it's solid. You can move around, we play the game. It doesn't slip. You're not constantly reaching up to adjust your headset to get the sweet spot back.
Yeah, whatever I've done it really well.
Yeah, I'm well impressed with that, actually.
I mean, I've got the Oculus Quest 2, and I'm getting bloody more tempted by the minute to go and get the third one.
It is nice. If you look at the tech specs, it doesn't look like that much of an upgrade. It's slightly higher resolution per eye, but because this sweet spot is so wide, you notice the increased resolution a lot more. Everything looks a lot more high res. When you're playing golf, you can see the hole off in the distance when you turn your head to play golf. It's a lot better.
Also, I haven't seen any of those God rays.
No, there's no God rays. No God rays. It's just sweet visuals. Really, it's very good.
Yeah. I think I'll need.
If only there would be a little bit more technical support for developers, and if only it would be a little bit easier to set up the thing to work on it. But it's really the most complex and painstaking thing I've seen to work with. But I tried in Linux, I tried in Windows, I tried with these. I cursed a million of times Android Studio and all the toolkits. It made me absolutely mad to get to the point I can start working something on it. But it's only worth it because the hardware is so good, but it's definitely the biggest pain in the ass I ever seen so far.
The biggest trouble I had with adjustment was there's two buttons inside where the pancake lenses are for you to pull the depth out. But the IP adjuster that says dial underneath is simple. It even comes up with the numbers while you've got it on. It's so simple. Great.
I'm going to get some lenses for mine, so I went to wear my glasses.
Yeah,
there's a little story attached to that, actually, because these are my glasses, and they were a bit loose. If I bent forward, then sometimes they fall off my face. And so we were in town on Saturday, and I thought I'll go to the opticians and I will ask them to tighten up my glasses because they're very good like that. They make little adjustments for you if you ask them. And I went in there. And a very kind lady took my glasses and started bending them back and snapped them clean off.
I still remember she said something, and I'm like, because this is a spring model, It's just sufficient you apply a little bit of pressure in your spine.
It's properly cracked on the left. They did actually super glue it back together for me, so I wouldn't be bumping into shit when I was driving home. But no, I'm in there on Tuesday for an eye test, so I shall have an updated prescription which I can use to get my new VR lenses. So at least that good has come out of it. Yeah.
So can I ask you, Jeff? Obviously, you started. When did you start? One of my I'm one of these creatures of habit. I've got films that I like and I'll watch over and over and over and over again. And sometimes I'm thinking I want cheered up. I'll read your. You very kindly did the history of Llamasoft and the Way of the Rodent forum, and when it was available, I downloaded it all on a PDF, and I love just reading through. You started the Polytechnic, and you got ill and all this kind of stuff. So when did you first kind of code a commercial game?
The commercial game, let me think. It would have been something for DK-Tronics, I suppose. I did because I met DK-Tronics. I went to a computer, one of the ZX microfairs, one of the early ones. I can't remember what number, but one of the ones in the Royal Horticultural Hall, I think it was. And I had a tape with me of some 1K ZX81 games that I'd made. And I was going around, and Dave Healers from DK-Tronics was there selling RAM packs. And I got chatting to him, and I mentioned that I had some stuff on me. Would you like, it sounds like drugs, doesn't it? I've got something on me. Do you want to score? But no, then he said, oh yeah, can I take a look? And we loaded it up onto his system. There had a couple of simple things. There was like a really simple version of Deflex and stuff like that. I mean, how much can you fit in 1K? And yeah, he liked what I'd be doing and said, do you want to do some games for us? And I said, yeah, it'd be nice, but I haven't got much memory. And so he gave me a 16K RAM pack to take home. And I was like, fucking hell, that's amazing. I've just got a free RAM pack for that. That's brilliant. I didn't really think I would be selling games at any point, but at that stage in the career, and it kind of got me started. And then I remember we did ZX81 Centipede for them, and it was a pretty rubbish version of Centipede because I'd never actually played a real Centipede game at that point, and so I thought it worked like Space Invaders with a laser base but with the snake coming down. So that's why on my version you can't move the fucking thing up and down. I just didn't know that's how it worked. But amazingly enough, it got very well reviewed, and it was the first time that I ever had any kind of nerd fame. I remember queuing up outside. I can't remember. I think it was Earl's Court. Can't remember which exhibition it was. And there were some lads in front of me, and they were talking about games they were playing on their ZX81. And I would say, "Oh, I've been playing Centipede, that DK-Tronics Centipede. I really like it." I was like, "What?" I said to them, "What? Yeah, you like DK-Tronics Centipede?" They're like, "Yeah, I made that. That's my game." It was such a weird moment.
Wow, must have been an eye opener.
Yeah, it was a start, and it wasn't always smooth sailing. Obviously, I had troubles with the business side of things. I've never really given a stuff about the business side of things, to be honest. I just don't fucking care. I just want to sit there and write code and make stuff and not give a toss about that.
And do you actually play your games then, Jeff? I get the feeling, I mean, you wouldn't give a shit if nobody bought them. Do you write a game and then go, right, now I'm going to play it? Is that kind of how you...
I basically write games that I want to play. And when I'm getting towards the end of the process, I'm often like voluntarily spending the last sort of hour or so before I go to bed just sitting to play the game. A, because I like it. B, because I've got to test it. And C, because that's the kind of time where you put in the final little touch adjustments to make it feel just absolutely right. And then once it's out, I will play it. Probably not quite as much as when I was running up to making it. But I also love coming back to games. The other day, I hadn't played Polybius for ages, and I put the headset on and have a go. I'm like, fucking hell, this is brilliant. I forgot how good this is.
The problem with Polybius is it takes about up to level 5 to start getting into the zone. Then normally after level 5, you get into the zone. And then the problem is you can't stop it. You go on until level 23, 24.
I've never really been back to anything and thought, oh, I hate that. I don't like it. So, like I say, I'm very lucky and I'm very stubborn. I'm just fucking stubborn ox in that I will not deviate from that path. I will make exactly what I want, and somehow I will make it work.
I've got a computer club that I go to when we take a lot of old systems and play games, and somebody took along a PlayStation 4, I think it was, with a VR headset, and he put on Polybius, and 2 days later I went Amazon PS2 headset, whatever it is, and I got it purely for Polybius. And I was gutted when I lost the ability to play it because obviously I got rid of it. So is Moose Life available on this new headset then?
Well, you can stream it off Steam at the moment, basically. Yeah. That's how you have to do it. We haven't got a native version because he hasn't sworn enough yet to make one.
I haven't had the time.
Yeah, he hasn't had the time. He's been fucking busy. But yeah, he's done, is it like 6 ports of AKR you've done to just about everything in the known universe? All done by him, just one man.
I've done basically every console that exists.
Yeah. So he has been absolutely fucking busy.
So obviously, Jeff, you were writing games on your own for quite a long time, and then would it be about 2005, 2006, Giles became the second employee of Llamasoft?
Yeah, I think you were over here. Where was it? 2003, was it? 2004? Because basically,
2003.
He absolutely had to hit the ground running because basically we'd done the light synth on the GameCube and we'd had the interest from Microsoft, and so he moved over here and it was immediately like, right, port this to the Xbox, quick, do it now.
Yeah, no kidding. We had the 2 weeks of time to do what they were calling a proof of concept. Yeah. I didn't know anything about that much. I mean, I knew a little bit about graphics. I mean, I knew the basic, but never used like DirectX. So I was learning DirectX at the same time I was doing this port. And then also I had to learn the other thing on the GameCube because I never seen a GameCube in all my life. And it's like, how do I make this fit into that? So I made quite a convoluted.
Yeah, it works. I mean, it was a hell of a thing to arrive in Britain where there's no decent coffee anyway, and then have to deal with that.
I would never forget my first experience of coffee in Britain in a service station. When in Italy the coffee was still costing basically 50p, and I arrived here. We stopped at the service station during the trip from the airport to here, and I got a coffee. I remember being shocked. It was like £4 and something. Like whoa, whoa. And it was absolute crap.
Somewhere, I've got a collection of photographs of his face that I've taken at the moment when he tries a cup of coffee and realizes it tastes like shit. It's quite a funny thing.
Now, it must be said that every time there is a new place that claims to have great coffee here in UK, I always want to try it because I don't want to say I have a prejudice. So I want to judge it to say, okay, let me try it. If it's good, it's good. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Problem is 99.9% of the time it's absolutely horrendous. Say that recently I found that even some bad coffee in Italy, so something is going wrong.
Bad coffee in Italy? What's going on? You need to change the government, man.
Something is going wrong even there as well. I found some bad coffee in Italy as well. But the last one that I remember good here is in
Aberystwyth, yeah. What it was
I was at Angolan
coffee shop in Aberystwyth. Yeah, he made their day because he actually approved of their cup of coffee and told them how good it was. I already seen him do that about it.
Yeah, I can't remember having done that, but it was really good. That was really good coffee.
So how see when you guys do you collectively brainstorm, say, right, we're going to write a new game? Do you come up with ideas and then do you code the game, Jeff? And then Giles, do you then port it, or how does it work? I think what you alluded to Zzap Live, Jeff, that Giles is basically the math. He's I was going to say the Carol Smiley. He is the Carol Vorderman of Llamasoft. He does all the number crunching.
Yeah, he's the clever one, really.
Well, not really, no. I mean, you are.
Basically, we fit together very well because we don't step on each other's toes. He does all the back end stuff and gives me a stable platform within which I do the creative stuff. Basically, I'm trying to get him to do a game, but you haven't done that sheep game yet, have you?
Well, I still actually I found out a little bit that I was working on it, but yeah, I never done it yet.
But yeah, so at the moment, I'm creative lead and he's tech lead, basically, is the way I would describe it.
Yeah. Even if sometimes I give him a little input when he doesn't shout at me like, yo. But it doesn't I like worse than somebody looking over my shoulder. I'm trying out new ideas, and yeah, often they don't work, and often it's a bit shit. And I'm like, just don't look. It's not ready yet. We had a case of this the other day where I sent some stuff to Atari, and now these are really early builds. Basically, I just send them stuff to show that I'm making technical progress, but nothing in there is yet finished enough that I would even begin to ask anybody for fucking feedback about it. And I find out they've only given it to some focus group or whatever, and they've got a long list of fucking things. I'm like, it's not ready yet. I'll tell you when it's ready for that kind of attention. It's not that now. It's like starting to make a batch of whiskey and then immediately taking a cup out and saying, well, that's not very good whiskey, is it? You've got to take its time. And the thing that makes it good is exactly that time you spend on it. And it's a long process, and it's quite delicate, and you can't look at it in the early days and judge it because it's all still so fluid. Well, to be fair, even doing an engine part, it doesn't. I mean, even if you know now, I know more or less what I want to get, but there is always stuff in the middle that you don't know, especially when you put on a new hardware. And there isn't exactly a straight path to the thing. There is a start, there is an end, but in the middle, there is quite a few things that can move there and there. And even there is quite a lot of time. You do code, you try something, it doesn't work well, and you have to throw it away and do something else instead. I mean, it's not everything that linear or everything. Even if you try to plan it, you can't always plan 100% how things are going to be.
Yeah, but you've got to make the shit I ask for. If I go in there and say I need, a million vectors or something, you've got to make it for me.
I know. But the problem is not making a million vectors in that. Well, it is, but then the problem is that million vectors is being everything else as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's
a
true.
bit of a
But
problem.
our stuff is fairly lightweight, really, isn't it? It does fit on smaller systems. It fits on the bloody VCS, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, so
I mean,
far.
compared to a modern game, even me at my most extreme, we're not really.
Let's put it this way: if you remove a soundtrack, we can probably still fit in a couple of copies.
Certainly in terms of executable size, but I mean, just in terms of GPU, like, we don't tax the GPU that much, do we?
Depends. You have to be a little bit careful sometimes with those things. I don't say it's thanks to my optimizations.
Yeah, I was going through the code the other day, and there was a comment from here that said something, don't bloody do that. I've done something the wrong way. Don't bloody do that. That's Giles. Don't do that here. Or something like that. Capital letters.
Well, I found something. It was like something I found that was also later on. I even posted on Mastodon. There was some of the stuff that we go. I was looking some old. I was looking some old code, and I found some comments like, "To do this thing must be absolutely fixed," and it's like, it's never been fixed. And it's like, what the hell was that anyway?
So yeah, makes for an interesting life, doesn't it?
Just a bit of a off topic slightly. Who were we talking about? I was doing a video with a guy a couple of days ago, and we were talking about the good points, the bad points of like the C64, and we're rating computers and the thing. And we came to the conclusion that the VIC-20 was actually a better machine for doing sound effects, Jeff. And I think, am I right in thinking, was it?
Yeah, I tell you what.
Yeah.
There was something about the sound generator on the VIC-20. You could set up two voices that were really close together, and then sort of sweep them slightly divergent, and you get these wicked sort of resonant sound effects out of it. Some of the stuff in like Laser Zone, for example, I absolutely love those sound effects. It sounded really solid. The only thing which I think sounds has a similar kind of solidity to the sound is the sound in Williams arcade games. It's got that hard edge to it, and it's just wonderful. Actually, for Moose Life, I actually busted out a VIC-20 emulator and fired up my old 6502 knowledge, and I wrote the sound effects generator on the VIC-20, which I then sampled to make some of the sound effects in Moose Life.
Yeah, he made like a small sound synthesizer on the VIC-20, and then he was being there messing up, generating sounds.
And that was precisely because I loved the sound of the VIC-20. And I wanted these arcade-style sound effects. I didn't just want to steal Williams sound effects yet again. I've stolen them a load of times, I must be honest. And I think, yeah, and it was good. I came up with some good sounds out of that.
Yeah, but nothing takes me back though, other than Metagalactic Llamas Battle at the Edge of Time, and I've told you that 2 or 3 times now, Jeff. I'm sorry, but that game is just.
I remember one time we were at. It was in Birmingham, and there was a show that was trimmed with the Radio 1 Roadshow, and Metagalactic Llamas was there, and this very tall gentleman kept coming over to play it, and he absolutely loved it. It turned out it was Kevin Toms. That's the first time I met Kevin Toms. He's so fucking tall. He really is. And Fish out of Marillion came over, and, and he came to my stand, and he sat there for about half an hour talking to me in this very, very thick Scottish accent, and he was trying to get me to make a game about smuggling coke into gigs. Oh, happy days.
Happy days. Was there any, sorry for lowering the tone a wee bit, has there been any time in this, I mean, you've been involved in video games, Jeff, for how long, how many years, what would it be?
Well, too many years. 30 years? Who is it more? 40, fuck's sake.
40 years. Mental. I mean, am I right in thinking it's been a series of highs and lows? Has there ever been any point in at that time where it was a real low? I mean, I think I've heard you talk about your early days at Atari and that, and you really weren't happy working for this big nasty corporation.
Well, I mean, my time at Atari was all right. It was just that I think as an employee, they didn't give me as much freedom as I had when I was freelance. Yeah. And they pushed me in directions with Defender 2000 that I really didn't want to go. I wanted to keep it small graphics, tight, lots of effects, and they made me put like huge scrolling backgrounds in there, all these parallax layers, and it all was obscuring the gameplay, and the ship was the size of a bus, and it's like, that's not what Defender is like. But that was far from being the low point. I think the low point really was when I tried to do stuff on iOS. I did like 9 games, and every single one of them got great reviews, and every single one of them made about 50p. And each time, you think, I've done a really good job this time. This time it'll work. And then you get 50p, and it was just spirit crushing to do that over and over and over and over again. I was just ruined at the end of that.
Yeah,
and it's only thanks to Shahid when he was at Sony, and got in touch with me, and I think Gary Liddon helped as well, and they got me on the Vita, and I did TXK on the Vita, and it was like fucking night and day. I'm actually getting paid for this. I'm enjoying it again. It gave me my spirit back. It was a pivotal moment. Yeah. But no, the iOS days, I don't touch mobile. I don't play any games on mobile at all these days. It's just a cesspit. I don't like that at all. So yeah, that was the worst. That was the worst time.
I mean, I've got about 6 games on my phone, and there we go. Is it going to start up? Yeah, when are you going to update Super Ox Wars? Because I detected problems with app native library. But I play that when I'm at work. I go to the toilet and play that.
Well, but there was going to be a Miner to Arcade Volume 2. I did Volume 1 on Steam with the 3D version of the Grid Runner and everything. I actually had about 70% complete a 3D version of Super Ox Wars. But then, the B side of Super Ox Wars was going to be its own game. And then I started working on that, and then that turned into Moose Life. It turned into a much better game. So in the end, I just binned off the partially completed version of Super Ox Wars and concentrated on doing Moose Life.
Yeah. Talking about the iOS games, I mean, I bought them all. I mean, there was the Grid Runner on that is okay, but there's a slight lag when you're moving. You move your finger, then it kind of moves. But not Oxwars, Grid Runner on the I bought a bloody iPad just to play in it. In fact, I bought all the games on iOS, and like Grid Runner was brilliant. You turned it one way and you got the C64 version. You flipped it.
That's it. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
the next 21, and which is like genius. Now I I dug out. I bought an iPad 2 when it came out many moons ago, and I had it on that. But for whatever reason, they're not on it anymore. But somebody on Yak very kindly gave me whatever it is. I don't know what the IPK or whatever it is. They gave me the files, and I can't for the life of me get them to work on my iPad. And of course, you go to the App Store, and it's like it's not there. And I was telling a mate, and one of my pals who's used to be in Yak. He coded a game. It's to do with Dungeons and Dragons. It keeps a score. And he said the reason they're not there is because the guys that program them have got to pay like 150 quid a year to keep them there, and they're not making any money. So why would they do that? Which is bullshit, because I've bought these games. Apple have a fundamental right to me. I should be able to get these games. And yeah.
I mean, it is a complete pain in the ass. And even if you manage to put them on there, the operating system will say, no, this is a 32-bit game. I'm not going to play this. It won't even bloody let you. Also, on the subject of those games, I think one of the hidden gems in there, one of my favourites, is 5 a Day.
Yeah, 5 a Day. I love it.
Because it's kind of inspired by Time Pilot, but it's got this really sort of almost like ethereal feel to it. All the sound effects are very chanty and floaty and nice. And
Should we explain how that came to be?
Well, just me going through the sample library.
There
we go. And I was looking for like spacey sort of sound effects for it. But I was going to do something that was obviously a bit like Time Pilot. Let's get some spacey sound effects. And when I was searching through this free sound library for spacey effects, I was getting all these like temple bells and chants and stuff. And I thought, that actually sounds really good. What if I start putting some of them in the game? And that kind of influenced the whole flavour of the game moving forward. It's strange how
that's still like the intro with the
yeah.
Have you ever heard the My Little Pony theme song that's in there? Every now and again, we'll do the My Little Pony theme song. Just
a couple of
just a little bit in the background.
Well, we were talking to John Hare just before you guys came on, and he was talking about how, the way the games industry has gone, people don't expect to pay money for a game now. They want to play it for free. And when God forbid, you were to put a game on a mobile and charge $4.99, people will think that you're ripping them off. $4.99, they want games for nothing.
Yeah, I know. I remember like towards the end of the iOS days, I thought, if I raised the price up to like £1.99 instead of like 69p or whatever the fuck it was, and people go, "Oh, that's expensive." Oh, for fuck's sake! That's less than the price of half a pint of beer. I mean, I was able to sell games back in the 1980s on the VIC-20 for £7.95, and £2 expensive. Piss off, for fuck's sake!
Yeah.
The real problem is, speaking in numbers, if the volume of sales will be really big enough that you can say, okay, maybe I can put 69p, but I sell so many, I'm still earning just what you need to live. We are not even talking about getting rich, just to pay back for our living. You may say, okay, it is what it is, but it's worth it. But the reality is, you don't sell it as much at all, and you can't really live with selling things like for 69p or free. Or if you do free, then you have to completely change the design of a game. You have to invent some way to get money, otherwise it has to be some way in the game, and it doesn't get nice. I mean, you get all those pay-to-win, in-app purchase, ads.
Yeah, I mean, the 69p, it was a curse, and it kind of poisoned that thing, because devs are scrambling to make money any other way they could. So they had all these rapacious IAPs. I remember the first time, I think that was a My Little Pony game. I remember being down the pub and just fiddling about with a silly little My Little Pony game, and it came up with the screen offering you had to buy these gems, and one of the bundles of gems was 69 quid. I thought, what the fuck is that doing in a game for a little girl? 69 quid. It was just evil. Just evil.
Well, that actually ended up, I think, even in the BBC News. They complained.
It was just bonkers. And so I won't go near that stuff.
Yeah. Well, John was talking about, I think, was it somebody that he knew, a young guy, he's teaching kind of gaming, and this guy had spent £3,000 on the latest FIFA game, buying all the latest football. £3,000.
It's mad. It's mad. I mean, it's like that Star Citizen game where you can buy spaceships. You can buy packages of spaceships that are like 10 grand or something. They don't even exist yet. I mean, what the fuck is going on?
Look. I cannot talk. I cannot say where. I cannot say who. But I can say I've seen documentation recently about this kind of stuff, and there are really very big studies about what we call technically the monetization or player engagement or stuff like that. And it's very, very well psychologically studied. And in essence, it's designed, or there are techniques to design stuff. So you basically, for this type of game, you want people to be really hooked and get into their brain, into their addiction stuff. And there are even rules and studies and mechanisms and psychological studies.
It's terrible. I mean, basically, at this point, you're not even making a game anymore. You're just making a machine to extract money from people. And that's a diametric opposite of what I want to fucking do. I want to make games that people actually like, that come out of my bloody heart. You know, I don't want to be doing that shit. So I mean, hopefully I can just carry on doing what I do until they plant me. Really, I mean, I just got to go the last sort of few years, really, haven't I? You know, that's why I'm a stubborn ox. I will not deviate from just doing that, because that's what I love to do, and that's what I want to do all my life.
Yeah, and I think when you release a game, Jeff, we know as a consumer, I want to pay my 15 quid or whatever it is and get the full game. I'm not interested in paying nothing and then having to download stuff and all that. I want a game. Got the full game there, you know. Crazy. Can you just there's a story you mentioned a while back about Atari, when you went across to Atari to show off Tempest 2000. Was there not some utter cunt who made a comment about the game?
He's not a cunt. He ended up being a mate of mine at the end of the day.
I do apologise to Jeff's mate there. Yeah, it was.
No. Basically, what happened? We went to the launch of the Jaguar. It took place in New York. Atari flew a bunch of journalists out, and I went along as well. And they had an early version of Tempest 2000 there. I mean, I think it may have still been all wireframe at that point. I don't think I'd even made it solid at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, John's point was fair. I think what he thought was that it wasn't really showing off the strengths of the Jaguar. He thought it was a bit of a make weight game. You know, it wasn't really using the system that well. We were both a bit pissed at the end of this time. He made this comment. I was like, for fuck's sake. But then, of course, you know, a few months later, it came out and it was finished, and suddenly it was getting a fair bit of attention. And I think he realised at that point that perhaps, well, yeah, I'm going to say, at the time, he had a fair point. But we made it what it was, and it became one of the nicest things on the Jaguar, I think. So,
yeah, I mean, I think you talk to anybody about the Jaguar. I mean, I've got a copy of Tempest 2000 up there somewhere. It's the reason I own one. I mean, I do think the Jaguar gets a hard press. I mean, I think it came out just before the PlayStation whatever came out, but I think it was a very capable machine, and it's unfortunate a lot of the games that came out were quite frankly pish.
Yeah, I think part of the problem I think was that Atari didn't throw enough money at developers to have people, because they had a lot of IP. And I think if they had that IP developed to the same extent that we did with Tempest 2000, if they'd done that with Battlezone and Missile Command and Asteroids and all the stuff they had, and had that ready to go when the Jaguar launched, then perhaps the sort of generation of people who'd grown up with Atari would have moved on to the Jaguar. But they didn't have that much that was compelling when it first came out. I mean, Cybermorph was okay. Trevor McFur was pretty, but not that great to play. And also, I think that one of the other factors as well is that to get the best out of the Jaguar, you really had to code it in assembler. And when the PlayStation came along, you could effectively code it in C and get a lot of the performance out of the hardware. Developers just prefer an easy life, I think. If they can use C, they will use C rather than doing assembler. Well, I actually love assembler. I mean, some of the most interesting coding I've ever done has been in assembler. Like on the new one, that was amazing assembler. But there are only about 3 people in the bloody world who could actually program that thing to any great extent. What are you going to say, Giles?
No, but probably also the reason for C of those games is, I guess, a little bit maybe also for portability, because then you can code something maybe a little bit for PC, a little bit for something else, or different console. And even if it's true, but in reality, in consoles, everything is so specific that you end up in doing something special.
Yeah, in fact, it wasn't so common to release on everything all at once as well. You had to dedicate.
Those were the days when you still were able to do exclusives.
Yeah.
No, now it's actually strange because one time you were really talking about exclusive, you were doing something for the console, it was like, oh, this is going to be something only for the console. Now everything you do, you're immediately asked, basically, it has to be everywhere. There is no question, no question about it.
Yeah. Getting back to the, obviously we're talking about, in fact, somebody, I've lost the question somewhere, somebody was asking, will we ever see Unity? Do you think we'll ever see that in any shape or form?
I don't know really. I mean, but a lot of stuff that was in Unity, as you know, it went on to be used in other things. I mean, the whole VLM light synth started out, or well, the VLM3 light synth started out, which evolved into new one. That started out as a texture generator for Unity. And it was only when one of the guys working at Lionhead said, "Oh, by the way, we booked you in to do this rave at Warp Records. Make something." And that's what made me take that texture generator and the techniques I was using for that, and attach controllers to it, and make the VLM3, which became Neon, and went on to go into the Xbox. And some of the ideas I had for bits of game in there have been sort of reiterated in other stuff I've done. So I don't really consider it anything that was a waste of my time. It was very interesting to do, and it was some of the first sort of, well, after I did some 3D work, I suppose, on the earlier versions of Tempest, but some of the first serious 3D stuff I ever did. So I certainly don't count it as a waste of time. But I don't know if that game will ever come back in that form. But that say the techniques which I developed for that game, will, you know, they will probably inform everything things I do moving forward.
Yeah. How? What was the reason that Unity never came out?
It was taking too long, basically. I mean, it was just me. I didn't have him at that point. And it was just a fuckload of work. And my design was a bit ambitious because, as well as all the trippy psychedelic stuff, I wanted to have this like genetic evolution thing where basically when you played through a level, the enemies would learn through what you did, and then they'd evolve, and the shapes of the enemies would evolve. And it was good ideas, but it was too much for one guy working on his own to do within a reasonable span of time. And it just got to the point where if I was going to finish it, then the hardware I was writing on would already be out of date, and it just didn't make any sense to move it forward at that point. You know, I was devastated because I don't like to ever not finish anything. I think there's only ever been a couple of games in my entire career that I've not finished. But you know, as I say, I don't look back on that as a bad time. I look on that as a good time where I did some good work, which has given me ammunition to use moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I remember obviously at the time it was, you know, when you announced, you said I've got this massive announcement, and you told us all you were making this game for the GameCube, and you know, like wow. And then I remember when you announced that it wasn't happening, you were absolutely crushed. And I think a lot of people, including myself, were gutted that kind of going to that stage.
Yeah, it was disappointing. It was disappointing, but as I say, I've got to look back on it as a positive thing in my career, really, as just an experience.
You made quite an experience in that field in particular. You made VLM.
Like I say, the VLM 3.5 and Neon, some of the best things I ever made came out of that. So it did make some good stuff. It just didn't come out in its own form, and that's kind of my fault for being too ambitious, you know. But there it is.
Yeah. Did you work with? Did you work with what's his name, Peter Molyneux, at any point?
Not really. I mean, he just basically said, you know, go off and make your thing. I'm quite lucky that people tend to do that. I think they realise that I would absolutely hate getting sort of trying to be pushed into doing this, whatever. And I think that they understand that I do my best work when I'm just doing my own stupid ox thing, you know.
Yeah.
And so Peter was very hands off. Just let me go away and play.
I mean, as we all know, Peter Molyneux, I mean, his kind of career ended because he overpromised and underdelivered, not once but multiple times. And
well, I think on that occasion, I was guilty of overpromising in the design myself. Really, I mean, you know, that shit does happen. I try these days not for that not to happen, but yeah, you know, mistakes are made. Nobody's career is perfect, I don't think.
But you moved on from it. So how did you get the Microsoft gig? How did that come about?
Came about because I think Gary Liddon was working.
Yeah, I think he was working on something
he was working
for
quite,
Microsoft.
Yeah, for Microsoft, and he knew.
It wasn't Crackdown, maybe.
Yeah, Crackdown.
Crackdown.
And he knew Peter.
Yeah. And he knew Peter, and Peter knew
and also, I found out later on. This is weird as well. I found out that apparently Jay Allard had actually wanted me to do the boot up, like you know, it's like a psychedelic the boot up of the original Xbox. I must have missed his email because, again, you know, I'm shit at reading my emails, and so I must have missed his email about that. But he was actually, you know, a bit of a fan. So when they started, you know, I think Peter started telling him about what we were doing, he was very receptive to the idea. And I remember we had to put together this proof of concept.
Yeah, pretty soon.
And we showed that to them, and they said, "Yeah, go on, yeah, let's do this." I remember we had to go out for a meeting with them. Gary Liddon came with me because he's got, you know, he likes business. I fucking hate it, so he helped us negotiate the whole thing. And it was, I mean, we tried at one point, so, you know, could you not give us a $1 per Xbox? You know,
I know it wasn't possible.
They were like, piss off.
But I remember also the little story that when Peter went to Jay Allard to explain this kind of stuff you were doing, he was asking like if he could have 5 minutes of time. But then when Jay Allard realized it was you, and it was that kind of say, no, not 5. I'll give you 15. So we went there with a laptop, they opened the stuff, and he showed them.
I even got a bloody hug from Jay Allard when we went to the launch party for the Xbox 360. That was quite something.
Do you ever actually go and put an Xbox on just to use the light synthesizer?
We haven't done recently. I think we
done.
Well, yeah, we did it the other day. No, I mean, have we dug out an Xbox 360 to?
Yes, I dug out all of the Xbox 360. And to my biggest disappointed, they all went into red rings.
I think they're all red rings ours, unfortunately. But we have got a PC version we can use, which we intend to release. Not for money. We're just going to release it for people to play with.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's got the editor and everything in there. I would like people to be able to play around with it. So.
Yeah, I know my favourite, and I'm going to ask you my favourite, one of my favourite games in it. My favourite game in the Commodore 64 was Attack the Mutant Camels. I still play that. I mean, it's quite shoddy. The scrolling's awful. As you say, it's two guys and a pantomime horse. I just love the mechanics. I'm actually not too bad at it. It's a fantastic game. Would you ever consider like releasing that on the PlayStation 4 or something?
I think I've got to choose what I do carefully. I've got this offer of paid work, which is absolute. I can't refuse it, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got Atari saying to me, "Go through our back catalogue, pick something you want to do, and do your own thing with it, and we will commission it." And I have to do that, I think, because when I do my own stuff, it doesn't make me a lot of money, and I don't mind that. But while I've got the opportunity to do this paid work, but still have complete creative freedom, I feel like I ought to do it as long as I can. Obviously, up to a point, there's going to come a point where I'm going to think, no, actually, I need to do those things I mentioned that I need to do before I snuff it. And that point's going to come.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm so happy doing this stuff for them, and they're so happy with me doing it for them, that I'd be an absolute fool to not do that while it's there. You know?
I suppose the fact that you're getting these paid gigs, that allows you to then make not very much money, but doing things that you really want to do.
Exactly. Well, I consider it all to be stuff which it's keeping us going. Hopefully, it'll build a bit of a buffer, and then when the time comes, we do step out on our own. We don't care so much about making money. I can make the thing that comes out of my heart and not really worry about that. My only regret about not having made loads of money in the biz back in the day is that it would be lovely just to be able to sit here and just make shit and just give it away for free. I would love to do that.
Yeah. So I've just got a comment there. Let you read it there. See a name from the past?
Yeah, Aaron Liderman. Yeah, he came down. He worked briefly with us at Llamasoft. He did ports of Hoverbomber, I think, to the 8-bit Atari. He did a port of Metagalactic. I think he did the C64 version of Metagalactic Llamas. But he wasn't with us that long. He moved on after a while. But yeah, he was a nice lad. I mean, we were very cruel to him actually when he first came down, because at that point, neither me nor any of my mates smoked at that point. And I remember we went up to Watership Down, which was one of our favourite. But yeah, we smoked spliffs, but we didn't smoke fags. And Watership Down was one of our favourite smoking spots. And so we'd go up there and we'd smoke some spliffs and listen to some Pink Floyd, and then come back down. And he came with us on one of these trips, and he had a packet of fags, and he was a smoker. I can't remember who it was. So when he picked up his packet of fags and hurled it down the hill. But yeah, he's a nice lad. Nice lad. I don't know where he moved on to after he'd been with us, but nice lad.
Yeah, I was talking to Richard Leinfellner, worked with Palace Sofware, and he was telling me that when he worked in the Palace video shop, your mum used to come in with games for him to sell.
Yeah. Well, my mum was always very involved. My mum did all the business because I fucking hate business. She did all that. And Llamasoft would not have existed or been able to function without my mum, without my dad, without the support of the people in my family. Yeah. So I'm always hugely grateful for what they did for us, because they without that it simply wouldn't exist.
Yeah. I mean, your mum, there's that video, I think I've got it on my YouTube channel actually, that you took footage of, it was a computer show in I don't know when it was, 19 Oatcake. In fact, I'm sure Ian Boffin is playing, I'm sure he's in the background playing one of your games.
It could be. I've watched those videos and I've recognised some of the people in there, but yeah. I have to be. I'm warning you now. I have to be a bit careful watching those videos, or I'm going to start crying again.
Yeah. I'll not put it on. But I'm thinking your mum used to make cups of tea for people.
Yeah, she did. She'd make cups of tea for anybody. You know, they come out. People. Our stand wasn't really there to sell things. It became like a social centre for people. They'd come along and they'd drop their bags and coats with us, and they'd have a cup of tea. And we always played music, so they'd be there listening to music. I'd have a chat with them, and people were buying games. But that was not the primary purpose of why we were there. It was there to like be in touch with the people who are actually playing these games.
To me, that reminds me quite a bit of how the arcade room was. You were going there to meet your mates, to meet your guys, to learn new techniques about playing.
And it was
a social event.
And it was fantastic. In the later years, we put a big screen up and I'd do light shows, and I loved it so much. They were just such brilliant days, really. Such a wonderful portion of my life there. Really.
Do you ever wish? I mean, I know there are obviously these retro event things which try to capture the essence of the old computer shows, but there's something magical. We were talking about it earlier on, actually. There was something magical about going down to London and just you walked in and the whole buzz, because this was pre-internet, and it was just, you walked about and you would see, I remember seeing like the Zzap 64 guys, and I was too frightened to go, and I saw you and I was too frightened to go up and say hello, whatever, but it was just magical days. It was guys hanging out together, playing games and making a bit of money as well.
Yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, those early days were just fantastic, because we were just a bunch of kids who just, all this stuff just grew up around us. We were all going, oh, what the fuck? Why is this happening? And we were all good mates. And I remember at one point, I think the press tried to set up a big rivalry between me and Tony Crowther. And so there's this whole idea going around, Jeff and Tony don't like each other. And then I met Tony. He's a fucking lovely bloke. We got on like a house. We went on holiday together, And everybody was like that. You were all at the bar. You were all been chilled out. There was no huge rivalry or anything like that. And it was just so much fun, and I was so glad that I just happened to fall into it. You know, it wasn't for any great skill on my part. I just happened to have learned a few skills accidentally when I was still at college, which happened to apply to this stuff when it started to happen. It's like, wow, brilliant time.
Well, I mean, I think the person you need to extend the most gratitude to is S. Munnery. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't be making games.
Well, he's gone on to a fantastic career, hasn't he? Just not making video games, thank fuck.
Isn't he now a reverend?
No. He's a comedian.
Yeah,
he's a well-known comedian.
There was one of them.
I don't know. This is a comedy reverend, maybe.
Is it a comedian now?
I always take the piss, but it's fun. But yeah, and if you actually look at some of his later work, fair play, he did improve. But I do like to take the piss. Of course, I like to take the piss. I'm fucking British.
Welsh.
I'm not technically. I'm not Welsh. I must be Welsh by osmosis now, though, because I've lived in Wales longer than I lived in England.
Yeah.
So yes.
Say it in Welsh.
Do ready Butte and Cymru. I don't know how to say longer. I can't. My Welsh isn't that good yet. I'm learning.
But he studies hard.
Yeah, I study hard.
So obviously, I mean, were you aware of like your sort of fame? Obviously, with Zzap. I mean, before again pre-internet days, you got the Zzap magazine, and there was pictures of Jeff Minter and Tony Crowder and what's his face, the late and great Archer McLean, sitting talking about what was great about the Commodore 64. I mean, you wouldn't have been aware of the effect that you were having in kids or whatever, just for, you were well known, I mean, you still are.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very nerdy kind of fame. I mean, thank God it wasn't the kind of fame where you couldn't go down the pub without somebody accosting you. I'd have fucking hated that. But no, it was nice to be in such good company and meet excellent people like the people you just mentioned, and even Matthew Smith and people like that. But I mean, it didn't really go to my head. I don't think I was still just a guy sitting there doing my stuff. Really, it didn't make me think particularly highly of myself. There were times when if I got a bad review, I'd get a bit uppity about it.
Yeah, we know that one.
This was lava. When I look back and I try and play it now, it's like, yeah, actually, they've got a point. It was too experimental. But one of the nice things about those days is that you could be experimental. But I was still learning. I didn't really know. I didn't know. I learned well enough about stuff like difficulty curves and that kind of stuff. And when you work really close to something and it's experimental, then after a while, it becomes familiar to you. But you forget if it's experimental, it's quite different from what people have been expecting. And so, that can happen. You can release it, and if you've not been careful and you've gone too close to this, and you think it's great, and other people go, "What the fuck is this?" Then, you can cop a bad review. And I think any creative person, when you get a bad review, it hurts you a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, but you learn from it and you move on. And I had a little strop back then, and it's well documented, unfortunately, because I had the strop I had was with a video game magazine. That's never ideal. But, by the time this game came out, we were all mates again, so it didn't last.
Yeah. I mean, Arodian Thorns just mentioning Space Giraffe. I mean, we were, the Yak guys, myself included, we were all stupidly excited about Space Giraffe. And when it came out, it had, was it Edge magazine? One of these.
No.
I was listening. What did you say? I didn't hear it because he was.
Yeah,
I can't. You're both talking at once. Stop it. So you were saying about what did you say about Edge magazine?
Yeah, when Space Giraffe came out, there was a couple of not very nice reviews. Was it an online one again? I can't remember.
No. I'll tell you why that was so fucking devastating. Because the review that came out that was terrible. It was like 2 out of 10. The guy was
3 out of 10.
No, it was 2 out of 10.
2 out of 10.
It was the guy was totally taking the piss and calling it a failed art project and stuff like that. But unfortunately, he was the guy from the fucking official Xbox magazine. So it's exclusive on this console, and this review came out before it was released.
Yeah, that's what the problem. Before it was released.
So, like before the game had even come out, the official magazine was pissing on it basically, and that really pissed me off. And it was a divisive game, but the people who got it, who understood what it was trying to do, they really like it, and they still really like it to this day. And people consider it to be, pretty much a classic now. And I remember Jonathan Blow saying in one of his interviews that when he looked back on all the stuff that was released on the Xbox 360, he thought Space Giraffe was the best thing released in the entire lifetime of the console. So some idiot gives you a 2 out of 10, but a lot of other people really, really like that game. And in fact, one of the things that I have to do before I die is to do Space Giraffe 2 in VR, because that I think could be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a good gamer. I absolutely love Space Giraffe. I think it's probably one of your prettiest looking games, prettiest non-looking VR games. It's hard as nails, but I think that a lot of people kind of miss is there's a lot of audio alerts as to when things. A lot of the time I die and I go, for fuck's sake, and I don't know why I've died. But you've got to stay tuned to what's going on.
The thing is, it kind of forces you into to like open your senses, because they're cues in the visuals, there's cues in the audio, and to me the gateway where people either understand it completely or they don't is level 64. Because when you get to level 64, it just looks almost like visual noise. There's stuff going on in there, and if you haven't developed the skills to extract all the clues, you'll just die and you'll die and you'll die and you won't know why. But once you understand how it all works, you can just play through it easy. It's like a gateway. If you can get through there, then you are enlightened. Then the game has done its job. Everything after that is just it's gravy.
What's the best version to play, do you reckon? I mean, it came out I think it's on Steam, whatever it is, but it's also on the 360.
Well, I mean, I think the original is probably the best. The Steam version is nice, and there's an alternate, less psychedelic set of neon settings, effectively, which you can use. So it's probably more accessible. But I always be fond of the original version, because we put a lot of work into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, our
really first game for the Xbox 360.
Yeah, it was like a first console game that we'd done, well, since Jaguar and Neon, I suppose.
Also was interesting because it was quite a bit of experimental. It was also the first, maybe it's really the first game where you actually tried to use the Neon engine to put.
Yeah, it brought my two passions together. It brought together the light synth and the gameplay into one. Yeah, it's kind of what I wanted to do with Unity. That's why Unity was called Unity. It was going to bring those two things together. And in Space Giraffe, we actually did manage to do that.
I mean, you've always been a pioneer, Jeff. You've always you've always been one of the first guys to write for new hardware. Connix as well. We can't not talk about Connix. And I think sometimes, I mean, you obviously, sometimes the hardware isn't available to really do your stuff justice. I mean, like Tempest 2000 on the Jaguar is a bit jerky. This is because obviously the whatever it was.
Yeah, also, I was still learning that, but I did Tempest 2000 on Jaguar. That was the first 3D stuff I'd ever done. Before that had been entirely sprites and tiles, But also, it's nice on the new Atari collection, though. They've actually improved the frame rate and you can play at 60 frames. That's lovely. It's really nice that they've done that.
Yeah, it's a really. I think it's somebody Yak actually wrote the bloody emulator. There's a really good Jaguar emulator, and it just enhances it. That's the way you wanted it to be played, I think.
Yeah. So it's nice that now you can play it the way I actually wanted it to be. But I've always liked working on new hardware. I'm always interested by new technology coming out. I want to get my hands on it and dick about with it, even if it's not really that commercial yet. I mean, we've made like a version of Grid Runner for that display cube. The
looking glass.
The looking glass is a block of plastic. We'll get his. It's like a volumetric display. And we made a version of Grid Runner for that. We never sold it to anybody. It's only ever been used by a few people who've got these weird displays. But it's quite interesting because the grid runner appears inside this plastic block, and you can look around it like this. It's quite bonkers. But no, I love stuff like that. That's why I'm fascinated by the Quest 3. I'm fascinated by the idea of augmented reality and how I can fit that in my design style and what that's going to be like. And yeah, my brain is always full of stuff I'd like to play around with and stuff I'd like to do.
Yeah.
He's going to show you the display now. Look at this thing.
3-dimensional holographic display. And the image appears.
Yeah.
The image appears inside that, and you can look around it. It's crazy. And how many frames do you have to do per frame?
43 renderings to get one frame.
You have to render 43 different. So like VR, you think, it's difficult. You've got to do 2 renders. This thing, you've got to do 43 renders per frame. But we did it because it's fun.
Yeah, because you can. I mean, when I got the PS Vita, my favourite game on that is TK. What's it called again?
TXK. This is definitely not Tempest. It's definitely not Tempest 2000. Was that what that was about? It's T something K, and that's all we're saying. And that was fun as well. The whole business that stemmed from that of getting sued by them, and then eventually decided pointless doing this. Let's work together. And since then, it's been a good relationship with them, really. So some good came out of that. But it was a bit stressful at the time.
Yeah, but it's an absolute. I think the OLED screen. I think it's an OLED screen. The screen in the Vita, it just looks absolutely gorgeous. I mean,
I do think that on the Vita is one of the prettiest games I've ever made.
Yeah.
TXK.
Oh yeah, it looks awesome.
The thing with a lot of my games is that they're quite chaotic, and although they can be quite pretty when you're playing them, often the screenshots aren't pretty because you've got all this shit flying about all over the place. But all the screenshots for TXK, the colours are so sweet. They all looked beautiful, and that was really nice. Now it was a lovely game. Proud of that one.
It looked. It's obviously the original
Tempest 4000.
What do you want to say?
Which the thing that exists but does not exist, but exists but does
not. Yeah.
So just to let you know, I'm taking advantage to poke a little bit Atari again. When we finally made Tempest 4000, there was actually a VR version. It was absolutely stunning. I mean, we made it in VR. It was absolutely one of the best things you've ever seen. Unfortunately, for reason I never understood, Atari didn't want a VR at the point.
Well, we'd actually made it as a VR TXK, hadn't it?
Yeah, there was a VR TXK, but
and of course we ported that to make Tempest 4000, but Atari didn't want the VR component, so we took it out. But Tempest in VR, it's really good. It's really amazing. So we're hoping one day we might be able to persuade them to let us put it back in, because that would be nice.
Yeah. Very, very, very well. It was absolutely amazing.
Got a question from Ox. Ox is one of the original Yak Yackers you might. In fact, there is.
Hey, Ox. Yeah, I remember Ox.
Oh, yeah. And I know the answer to that.
What system excited me the most? Well, I mean, in terms of just being something really, really interesting, it was probably the Nuon, because I've been present throughout the whole process of the design of the thing, and it was a really interesting design. Certainly not in terms of capability. Given the clock speed of the CPU, it was remarkable. I mean, we were doing techniques on the Nuon, effectively shader techniques. The stuff that runs on the Nuon is effectively a pixel shader. It does significant computation per pixel on a 54 megahertz chip. And in order to get that performance, you had to write some really, really, really gnarly assembler code. You had this VLIW code where you had up to 7 sub-instruction slots per main instruction, and you had to try and make inner loops that were where every single one of those was filled. It was really fiddly, but it was like doing an amazing puzzle. It was so satisfying when you put it together. You ended up getting monstrous performance for a chip of that speed, and that was really interesting. I mean, certainly it's not the most exciting thing in terms of what I could do with it. I mean, just any modern system really, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, these things are monsters. I probably run out of ideas before I run out of speed on one of them. But just in terms of being absolutely fascinating and something I'd seen from its very inception, and seeing this thing come to life, the Nuon, as a nerdy assembler coder, the Nuon was some of the most fun coding I've ever done in my life. But as I said before, it was so complicated that probably there are only about 3 of us who were able to do it.
Yeah, I think they're as rare as hen's teeth to buy now as well. That's the thing.
Mm.
What was there any system that you started coding on and you thought this is shit? You don't. It's.
I don't think anything was really shit. I think with the Codex, I would have liked a bit more performance, maybe. But again, it was still interesting. And if I'd stayed with it longer, then I could probably have optimized things a bit better than I did and made it better myself. Again, it was interesting because you had to write your own DSP code to get the audio out. And I'd never done any DSP programming before. So that was a learning experience for me. The only thing I regret about the Codex is that fucking picture that they always show of me sitting in the bloody in that bloody chair with a perm looking like fucking Dougal, the light gun, which wasn't even in the game. And every time anything about the Codex comes up, out it comes again. I'm like, for fuck's sake, not again.
And I want to take one more again, from my point of view, the hardware, nothing to say about it, but the development system of a Quest. Holy cow. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. It's messy. It's messy to put it all together.
The swearing comes out again.
Oh God, you will have probably a lot of it. I had to close the doors.
Unfortunate thing is, Jeff, anytime if you go into Google and type in Connex 2000, it's going to be that fucking picture, isn't it?
They're going to put it on my fucking gravestone.
Do you mind, Alan, if I ask a couple of questions now? Because
of course.
I haven't had a chance to sort of like say anything because it's been quite hectic with everything. But I always wanted to know whether there was a system that you wanted to develop for, but you never just got round to it. Is there one that you can mention that why?
I would have loved to have coded something on the links. I really liked the links. I liked the scaling hardware they had, and I think the sound effects on the links were pretty good as well. And I would have liked to have had a go on that. The opportunity just never arose, unfortunately. I was still quite tempted one day just to go off on a mad hare and do a weekend project and make it maybe a links version of Attack of the Mutant Camels or something like that, or Revenge of the Mutant Camels, just for the fun of it. I don't know if I'll ever get the mental space to do that, but if I do, that's probably a system I would choose to go back and do a retro game on, because I think it's quite a fascinating system. I did love the links, and I'd like to get my fingers on it in terms of coding.
And just a very simple one, and that is out of all of the games that you've done, every single one of them, what's the one that you like to go back to that gives you the fondest memory? And it's because you like playing it and you like high score games and all of that sort of stuff. So out of them all.
Oh, that's a hard question. Can I split it up into 8-bit and later?
Yeah, why not?
Because 8-bit, I think one of my favourites, well, I've got 2 favourites there, really. Harbison is always going to be a favourite because I designed it with my dad, And I did revisit that. I made a version which runs on scramble hardware, just for fun, last year sometime. And the other one, of course, is Anticipatal. I think Anticipatal is a design which could go a lot further, and I didn't really take it forward, and perhaps I should have done an Anticipatal 2 at some point. And in the era beyond that, then I would say, in Space Giraffe. Space Giraffe is always going to be my favourite. I say that is one of my things that I'm going to make before I die. Space Giraffe 2. I think because it was so divisive, I want to put my 2 fingers up to that guy and say, "No, I'm going to do it again now."
That's the thing, you can ramp up to psychedelia even.
I'm sure I can. I'm sure I can. In VR. Come VR. On, yeah.
In AR, maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see.
No, thank you. I just wanted to get a couple of questions in, because I know that so many people want your attention, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow of Al. You know, he's done a fantastic job for charity, and I'm very proud of everything that's happened tonight. But you have shaped my childhood, I have to say, and I was most looking forward to speaking to you, as you know. So.
I just hope it's gone well for you guys, and as I say, we made a bit for charity, and we've all had a laugh.
It's been brilliant. I know. Listen, we could quite literally talk for hours and hours and hours. We've been sitting here in this chair. My arse cheeks are absolutely killing me.
You have a chair. I don't.
He's sitting on this little puff. He's sitting on a My Little Pony plushie.
We don't have another chair in this room.
Just one last question from me. I can't remember who we're talking about. We were talking to some people, and you know, Atari ST or Commodore Amiga, and my personal take on it, I had a Commodore 64, thought it was fantastic, and then I sold it, and I took out hire purchase for an Atari ST, and I had it for about 6 months, and I saw an advert in the paper, you could trade it in against an Amiga, and I bought an Amiga, and because of that, I've not really got any nostalgia for the Atari ST, because I think me and a lot of other people think of the Atari ST as like a poor man's Amiga. You were obviously massively into Atari, Jeff. What the pluses and minuses of both systems?
Well, I mean, there was a simple reason that I got into the ST really early, and that was because Commodore, when the Amiga came out, they had a really shitty attitude towards games programmers. We weren't even invited to the fucking launch conference. I had to tag along with some journalist to go in and see it. They were determined to pitch this thing as a business machine. It was designed as a fucking games machine, and they were determined to pitch it as a business machine. And so they were being snotty about getting access to the Amiga. And Atari were bending over backwards to get us an ST. I had one of the first STs in the country, and we were driving down to Slough to get it. So Atari were really welcoming. Commodore were basically aloof and you know, didn't care about. You know, we'd been supporting their 8-bit machine for fucking years. They didn't care. So my heart belonged to Atari at that point, for at least for the first couple of years. And for the first couple of years, the ST was more successful than the Amiga. It's only when they brought out the 500 and actually thought, yeah, let's make this accessible to the people who actually the proper market for it, that the Amiga then started to catch up and eventually took over. And it's kind of a shame in a way, because I was all the stuff I did on the Amiga was basically ports from the ST. So I never really sat down to tickle the Amiga hardware properly. Perhaps, looking back, that's maybe a missed opportunity. But the Amiga hardware was certainly much more interesting, much more capable, much more assisted. I mean, the ST was almost like a 16-bit version of a Spectrum, where you were doing everything graphically yourself. Whereas on the Amiga, you had the various custom chips to help you out, and so you could have better sprites and better scrolling and more colors and that kind of stuff. Technically, there's no doubt the Amiga was the better machine, but there were kind of like political reasons why I was on the other side.
I mean, if I'm going to play Llamatron, I'll always go for the Atari ST, and I'll tweak the settings a wee bit so it's got 8 meg of memory and all that kind of shit. And
if you put it up to like 32 megahertz CPU, and it's just sweet. It's just absolutely lovely. I remember I had at one point running on a cab here, and running at 32 megahertz CPU on a cab twin stick. It's just fucking excellent.
I had an A1000, so I only played it on the Amiga. So there we go. Yeah. I never had the Atari.
But the Amiga ports I did never took any advantage of the Amiga. I think the only advantage I took of it was in Revenge of the Mutant Camels. I think the camel sprites were actually sprites instead of being drawn. But
yeah. Very last one, Jeff. Have you still got Tempest, the Tempest cab?
I have. It's out there. Yeah. We're actually in the process of redecorating that room back there, and it's going to be a little arcade room. I've got an arcade one-up sit-down Star Wars over there, which is going to go in there. I'm going to get a tabletop game as well to put in there, like a cabaret one to go in there. We'll have a main machine in there, and the Tempest is in there. The Tempest, it does need a little bit of work at the moment.
It's a recap probably.
Yeah, it needs a recap or something. It's losing a bit of focus on the vectors, so it needs a bit of love. But the cab is still in absolutely beautiful shape. That cab is.
I still remember I think I've got. I'm not going to reduce you to tears, but I think I've still got the video.
There is a video of it.
I think Gary Liddon took the video of taking out the van, and you're like, fuck.
It was one of those. I could not believe what I was seeing because it was. I had no idea any of this was happening. They brought this thing out of the back of the cab, and it was like a brand new Tempest machine. I'm like, how the fuck? First of all, why the fuck is that here? And secondly, how the fuck does that even exist? And of course, it was Archer's fucking genius that was storing the stuff. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. It still is a thing of beauty.
If you watch that video, there is when this commenting, it's me and Harbison moving all the nobody else was.
No, I mean, that was an occasion where I generally was just about moved to tears because I had no fucking.
Yeah, of course. The reason for it was obviously Flossie had passed away.
Yeah, I know.
We collectively just chucked some money in a pot for you, so that was brilliant.
No, it was absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. Just one of the nicest things that's happened, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't think of a nicer guy to actually happen to. So listen, I just want to thank you've been a hero of mine for a long time. I just want to thank you personally for everything that you've done for the video games industry, and obviously for all your fans. We've got a lot of people that love what both you guys do. The industry, you're genuine people. You're fans of video games, and just keep doing what you're doing, mate. Honestly,
I'm nothing special. I'm just a stubborn old ox, really. I just make the things I fucking like, and that's it. And I'm so glad that people like it too. You know,
sometimes you can get a little bit grumpy.
I can get a bit grumpy. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I love it, and I'm so grateful that I can still do it now, and I'm grateful to all the people who like this stuff and enable me to carry on doing it. You know,
it's breaking my arse. No, it's because the battery lost a little bit of feeling. It's getting a little bit low, so I need something it keeps a bit straight. We don't have
try sitting your ass for 12 hours before you start.
Your ass must be proper sore by now.
No, it's not really sore. But probably if I don't put that, I go even more down, and then the path begin to slide like that.
Listen, guys, I'm going to let you get going. I'm going to let this guy get going as well. We've been doing this for about 14 hours, whatever it is. So it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure to have you guys on.
No, it's been absolutely lovely.
I just want to say goodbye as well, Jeff. Thank you so much for allowing me to ask you a couple of questions. I am sorry about making you cry.
That's all right.
And
it's been lovely.
And I will buy you a pint if we ever meet again.
I will enjoy that.
Okay.
All right. Cheers, boys.
Thank you so much.
See you later.
Bye.
That was awesome. Bloody hell. Don't know about you, mate, but I'm absolutely that was just, you know what? It's been 13 of the best hours.
I'm so glad it's a success. I'd have liked to have had a bit more time with Jeff, but what I had was wonderful. So I go away happy.
Well, that was an hour and a half.
It's just I didn't want to interrupt the flow, and there was also questions being read out from people, and they were appreciating that you were reading them out. And I thought to myself, I'll get a bit at the end, I'm sure.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna get away for a bath in a minute. I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna check my PayPal.
I've already done my payment, just so you know. So
all right, awesome. I don't know. Well,
I said I'll do it at the end of the stream. Yeah. So
yeah, that's great. What we'll do is I'm going to have a look at PayPal, see what the total was. I think I don't know if Nick's still in. I think did I see somewhere way back that it was like, did I imagine £100 or something? Nick said for.
I did see sort of 80 or 90 was the last one that I saw. But if you saw one for 100, you saw one that I missed. You know, so
yeah. I mean, we've got fucking 80. We've got 54 people sitting watching this. It's mental.
Oh, I know. I've got 54 arseholes.
Go on, Del, stick your streaming down below and pimp it. There's 54 people. If you've not subscribed to this guy, go and subscribe to him right now, please.
That really would be nice.
look at. Oh wow! Look at that. Fucking hell!
100. Wow.
Right.
Great.
Right. I'm going to. Sorry, Nick. Was that sent via PayPal? I'm going to just log in right now and find out what the total is. That is awesome. Dale did. I think I'm right in saying that Colin won the Nintendo DS.
Yes. Then you've won the Creed. You've still got two. Unfortunately, I would like what I would have really have liked is that somebody would have bought the last two caps. That's the only thing, because you want those 5 caps to go.
I think we'll be able to sell the 2 caps on my Friday waffle or something. So right, let's see. So we've got all the money from Nick. Thank you very much, Steve from Retro and Lim. That is very, very kind of you, mate. That is awesome. I've got £15 to pay for my Creed DVD. Colin has got 20 quid for his DS. The other things, the 2 games that Bill very kindly put up for sale. I'm not going to borrow the PlayStation 2 games. They can go to CEX for I'll get a $5 for them, or probably less.
The Zzap annual is obviously Nick. Yeah, you understand that.
Oh, Nick's got that as well. Right, brilliant. Yeah. So let's have anything that's not. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's great. The £10 for the thing. Anything that's not been bought, like the two games from Bill. We'll talk about them in a Friday waffle. So I'm going to have a quick look just now, and then I'm going to let this guy get away, because it's been a long day, but it's been it's going to put this. It's going to be a bit of a downer tomorrow when I'm doing my Sunday waffle or my Sunday live stream, and it's just me. It's going to be. I mean, this is going to take some beating, honestly. Right. Anyway, let me have a quick look. Let me log into my PayPal.
And before we close down, I'll just put those links to Burger Time still out, so that people can still know that they can click the link before they go today. So that's Burger Time, and then of course we've got Diamond Geezer. Please,
so we'll look.
There we go.
We'll have a look at that. We'll not look at it tonight, because I think we're too knackered. But I'll look at that in the Friday waffle. So let me just come up. So, so we have got £256 in my bank account, and let's have a wee look, see what we've got in PayPal. Copy that, and then paste. Right, there we go. Listen, I just want to apologise in advance. I'm conscious there were some questions that was probably getting asked, and we missed. It was pretty difficult to try and keep up with everything that was going on. So I do apologise if there was a question that you guys asked, which I didn't get a chance to answer. Right, continue. What's that? Right, why want I want someone? Why want 917. Right, let's have a look. So, yeah, we've got.
What's that? What?
Me. Sorry. Yeah, we've got £903.65. Again,
3 plus 256 plus the 100
for Colin's DS plus £15 for that. That's we've got about £1,250 or something.
Yeah, because you got the £115 there, haven't you?
Yeah. Absolutely insane.
Brilliant.
There we go. Yeah, there's about £1,250 raised. I'm just lost for words. I'll be talking about this in my lives in my Petty Waffle. But listen, I'm going to get into that. I'm going to be saying how you couldn't comment. I just want to thank everybody that's watched any of this at all over the last 13 hours. Like I said, it's been a collective effort from lots of people to put this thing together. Massive thanks to everybody, all these guys that have come in to chat. It's just been, I'm quite blown away. I really am. I'm blown away with what's happened tonight. So these two charities are going to get about 600 quid each or something, which is going to make a massive difference. So thank you very, very, very much, guys. Honestly, that is just phenomenal. There's one other guy I've got to thank, and it's Craig. You've been an absolute stonking co-host. I've been Chris Tarrant. You've been Sally James. It's been fantastic. Honestly, mate.
No.
It's
been my pleasure, matey. Like I said, very gracious to allow me to have a little go at doing something like this, and I feel invigorated. Do you know what I mean? So brilliant.
Tired, but
so
happy.
Yeah.
As I said, the highlight of the stream has to be John Hare and your mum, Dale's mum.
I think my mum's going, "What the hell am I speaking to?" But I'm sure she loved it. She didn't know that she had to have the headphones on to hear what you were saying. So,
Yeah. Adam's asking, what time does my Sunday night stream start tonight? It might not happen. Yeah, I'm going for a bath and I'm going to lie down. So, right, listen, folks, everybody, once again, massive thank you to not just watching, for everybody that's donated, to helping me put this together, to Craig for being my co-pilot throughout this. It's been wicked, guys. So I'm going to bid you good night, and I says I will be along. I don't know when I'll be along, whatever it is. I don't even know what day of the week it is. Thanks very much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'm going for a lie down.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye.